Chapter 3592. After Eugenia returned, he looked around at the shattered space and the sky full of blood. He was shocked. When he saw the injured Zhang Yunfei and the two young masters, his pupils constricted. What's going on? What happened? Who was it that defeated them? Could it be that a peerless expert attacked? He knew the strength of Zhang Yunfei and the other two. Moreover, the person who dared to attack Zhang Yunfei must have a terrifying status. He hurriedly asked, "Brother Zhang, what happened? Who injured you?" Zhang Yunfei and the other two climbed up, their bodies trembling. They looked at Lin Xian and vomited blood. What? It was this kid who did it. Eugenia did not believe that a first heavenly layer ant could injure Zhang Yunfei. And the other two. Oh, you asked what happened? After you left, the three of them wanted to discuss martial arts with me, so I taught them personally. Who knew that they were so useless? I was already very merciful, but they couldn't even withstand a single blow. There was no choice. This was the only way. Lin Xian shrugged, looking as if he had expected better from him. This scene made Zhang Yunfei and the other two faint from anger. It couldn't be helped. It was too embarrassing. It was really the other party who did it. Eugenia was shocked. However, he did not believe that it was the other party's true strength. He guessed that something must have happened. He really had to investigate the other party carefully. At this moment, Lin Xian asked, "Oh, right, did you bring the item?" "Humph, yes, I did." Hearing this, Eugenia's face sank again. He threw out a storage ring. Everything was inside. After saying that, he felt a little heartache. That was an astonishing amount of wealth. Even if it was him, he would not be able to take it out so easily. Lin Xian took it and looked into his soul. "Let me count it carefully. If there's a piece missing, I won't forgive you." Then he counted 3 times with his soul and nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. 5 million pounds. Just right. I'll take it then." After saying that, Lin Xian turned around and wanted to leave. Eugenia spoke again. "Young Master Lin, what? Is there something else? Do you want to give me more treasures?" Lin Xian turned around and asked. Eugenia said coldly, "I just wanted to tell you that there are some people you can't offend. There are some things that you can't take as you please. Even if you can take it, you might not be able to live to spend it. Young Master Lin, you can leave now." Lin Xian paid no attention to such a threat and turned around to leave. Although the Rain clan was powerful, so what wasn't his old enemy? The Great Devil, the successor of the Great Emperor Yan Nantian, also a very powerful mortal enemy? The 6 great sects were terrifying, but he still did as he said. This was her character. She wouldn't give in to anyone. Therefore, even though he had just arrived at the 2nd astral boundary and met the top families, he was not afraid at all. If he was afraid of this, how could he walk the path of a great emperor? With a flicker of his body, Lin Xian quickly left. On the other side, Eugenia's face was gloomy. How she was powerful and respected by thousands of people. No one had ever dared to challenge them. He would not allow anyone to provoke him. The 2nd astral realm wouldn't allow such a powerful person to exist. Absolutely not. "Humph," he said indifferently. "That kid has 5 million gene of divine crystals and the decree of our Rain clan. These are all heaven-shaking treasures. However, our Rain clan won't take it anymore. Whoever can get it will have it. Don't worry about our Rain clan." After saying that, he turned to leave. After the surrounding people heard that, their scalps went numb. Many of their eyes lit up. Although the other party spoke vaguely, they could tell that this young Master Chinya was instigating the other experts to take action. Actually, even without the other party's words, they were all thinking about this matter. The things in the other party's hands were too precious. However, they did not dare to act rashly. If they robbed that kid, and the Rain clan took it back, they wouldn't get any benefits. But now, Eugenia said in front of everyone that the Rain clan wouldn't take it anymore. Then they could take action without restraint. Thinking of this, many figures quickly left and chased after Lin Xian. Yu Qinya sensed this scene, and the corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile. Kid, I've said it before. Some things can be taken but not spent. That decree and 5 million divine gems will be the reward for your arrest. I think there will be many people who are willing to kill you. Many people in the surrounding went to assassinate Lin Xian. However, the majority of them failed because they couldn't find any trace of Lin Xian. Only a few extremely powerful saints could chase after him. After flying for roughly 3 days, the first saint caught up with Lin Xian. He didn't act immediately because he had seen how terrifying Lin Xian was. At that time, Lin Xian had defeated Zhang Yunfei. However, this person who was secretly chasing after him was a veteran expert. His experience was even greater than Zhang Yunfei's. Although he had seen Lin Xian's powerful killing intent, he didn't think that it was Lin Xian's own. It was very likely that it was some kind of method to intimidate Zhang Yunfei. Lin Xian's true strength wasn't that terrifying. This was the reason why the older generation experts were chasing after him. The old man waited for the second saint. It was a young man who was also a powerful saint. He said, "Let's work together and split the loot equally. What do you think?" The young saint nodded. The two of them flew into the sky and rushed into the distance. Lin Xian flew in the front while looking around. He wanted to ask about Peerless Sacred City. At this moment, he heard the sound of space shattering behind him. Accompanying it was a piercingly cold killing intent that was not concealed at all. There were still people coming. Lin Xian stopped and waited for the two people. Soon, he saw the two saints nearby. He said in a low voice, "Another lackey of the Rain clan? Kid, don't be so arrogant. We're not from the Yu clan." "That's right. Hand over the decree and 5 million kilograms of divinity, and we'll spare your life." So it was a robbery. Lin Xian paused, but it made sense. This was a shocking amount of wealth. It was definitely enough to make these saints jealous. However, he was very good. Did these people not know his strength? "How dare the two of you rob me?" His eyes were filled with disdain. The two saints laughed. "Kid, you may be able to fool Zhang Yunfei, but you can't fool us. We're not young people. We have thousands of years of experience. Your demonic qi is strong, but it's obviously a bluff. That's why you can't scare us with that method. Even if you're strong, so what? We're two veteran saints. It's not a problem for us to suppress you. So hand over the loot obediently. We don't want to kill you." Chapter 3593. So I have to thank you for not killing me? Cut the crap. If you want what I have, show me what you're capable of. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The two sages emitted light, and the terrifying great Tao of heaven and earth spread out. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and his face darkened. A terrifying sword intent emanated from his body, causing the entire starry sky to shake violently. Sword Qi. Is he a sword saint? The faces of the two veteran sages also changed. When the other party fought with Zhang Yunfei earlier, he used his super strong physique. They did not expect him to be a sword saint. They knew the attack power of a sword saint, so they were prepared to strike first and not let the other party attack. "Die, kid," the old man shouted angrily. His voice was like thunder, causing the world to shake. The young sage's body burst out with an unparalleled light. It formed the scene of a lonely mountain. This was the law of the lonely mountain. In addition to the old man's law of sound wave, the two laws quickly swept forward. These two laws were very terrifying. The two of them were confident that they could take down the other party in an instant. Facing the attacks of the two, Lin Xian's body shone brightly. His hand formed a sword of law, and he walked forward. All the mountains looked small. He instantly used a great magic, and his aura rose infinitely. It was as if he was a great emperor, ruling the world. The mountains under his feet became small. The two sages also felt the phenomenon of heaven and earth, and their bodies trembled. They could not help but want to kneel down. Damn it, what kind of magic is this? It's too terrifying. The two of them roared and quickly retreated. At the same time, they resisted the urge to kneel down. Both of their laws arrived in front of Lin Xian and descended in a frenzy. Ha ha, kid, go to hell. The two of them revealed a sinister smile. It's just a law. It can't do anything to me. His body bloomed with light, and the sword of law in his hand was raised. The sword slashed down, and heaven and earth were destroyed. Billions of stars shook. When the sword slashed down, a terrifying crack appeared in the void at the same time, spreading into the distance. What? How could he be so powerful? The pupils of the two sages in the distance shrank. Their law attacks could not do anything to the other party. Wang, I've already said that the two of you can't do anything to me. Since you don't believe me, I can only send you to hell. A cold voice came from behind the old man. The old man was scared out of his wits and quickly turned his head. Damn it, when did you get here? He was too shocked. His soul couldn't find any trace of the other party at all. Spatial divine ability. He was scared out of his wits. No, it wasn't a spatial ability. It was speed. The other party's speed was so fast that he couldn't catch it. What kind of movement technique was that? He didn't know. Damn it. With a furious roar, the law of sound waves formed a large bell that enveloped his body. At the same time, he shook the large bell, releasing a shattering sound that could pierce through the entire world. At such a close distance, I don't believe you can dodge it. Why should I hide? Lin Xian had an amused expression on his face. The sound waves that hit his body produced a heaven-shaking sound. However, that was all. His body was not to be trifled with. This sound wave law could not break through his defense. How was that possible? What was this physique? The old man was stunned. At this moment, Lin Xian's law sword slashed down again. With a single slash, the sound wave bell was split in half, and the old man was split in half. The old man's soul screamed and wanted to heal, but then it was split into 4 halves. There was no other way. His soul escaped and was directly captured by Lin Xian and sealed in the void. Not good. The other man was so scared that his scalp went numb. I won't kill you. Hand over your treasures. After taking away all of the treasures and storage rings, Lin Xian released the other party. Next, in 3 days, 21 saints came to chase after him. They ended up like the Silver Lotus Saint. They were scared out of their wits and handed over all their treasures. The 2 people who were suppressed next to him were dumbfounded. Chapter 3594. The 2 sages were stunned. This was too unbelievable. Damn it, the net worth of these 21 sages added together was a shocking amount of wealth. How could he get it so easily? They didn't dare to imagine the speed of his wealth. Next, Lin Xian began to cultivate. He used the resources he had just obtained to break through, and was finally only 1 step away from becoming a level 2 sage. On this day, Lin Xian was still cultivating. Suddenly, a roar came from the universe. It was abnormally low. Lin Xian's soul trembled, and the blood in his body roared. A dragon's roar came from his body, as if it was responding to the roar. This scene caused Lin Xian to open his eyes immediately. He stood up and scanned his surroundings. What was going on? This sound was so strange that it could resonate with the great dragon sword soul. What was this sound? He looked at the 2 souls that were still being suppressed and asked coldly, "Did you hear that sound just now?" The 2 souls were already trembling in fear. When they heard Lin Xian's question, they quickly nodded. "Then tell me, where did this sound come from?" "We don't know either. This sound has been around for 3 years. It will appear every once in a while. It makes one's soul tremble and want to kneel down. But where did it come from?" "We don't know either." It has been going on for 3 years? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He looked at the two souls and said coldly, "Do you want to live? If you want to live, go and find this information. I'll give you 10 days. If you can find useful information, I'll consider sparing your lives." "Really? Thank you, young master." The two souls were so excited that they were about to cry. Then Lin Xian left a sword intent on the two souls. If they dared to do anything, he could guarantee that their souls would be destroyed immediately. After the two souls left the Golden Mountain, they merged with their bodies and quickly turned into streams of light. They desperately tried to find information. Finally, on the 9th day, the two souls returned. They said, "Young master, we found some information. The sound came from the east. If you want to find it, go to the east." The old man said in a deep voice. It was said that this sound had already attracted the attention of many saints. Many experts had already arrived and were preparing to investigate. "Young master, head east, and you might meet them. When the time comes, young master can follow them." Dongfang? Lin Xian frowned. Given the identities of these two, they had only managed to find a single direction after searching with all their might for so long. How mysterious. But at least he knew the direction. He said, "All right, I'll spare your lives. Thank you, young master." The two of them were deeply grateful. They handed over all of their magical treasures and left in a hurry. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian put away their resources. Then he looked to the east and left quickly. After flying east for about 10 days, Lin Xian still didn't find anything. On this day, he was floating in space when he suddenly saw 3 streaks of light streaking across the sky. The 3 streaks of light did not ride on spirit boats. Instead, they relied on their physical strength to fly in the air. This was a little saint. Lin Xian was shocked. There were 3 minor saints, and all of them were heading in the same direction. It seemed that he was going to find that place. He quickly performed the Kuan Peng movement technique and followed behind them silently. After following them for about half a month, he stopped. The 3 minor saints directly landed on the star world in front of them. Lin Xian did not land immediately. Instead, he stopped and looked around cautiously. After waiting for 2 days, he found that in addition to the 3 minor saints, there were many other figures flying toward the star. "Black Mountain, can you see anything?" Lin Xian asked. Black Mountain also sent out his soul to sense it. Then he said, "The aura of this star is very strange. It seems to contain something huge. But what is it? I'm not sure." "It's you." At this moment, a voice sounded from behind him. Lin Xian was stunned and turned around. Could he meet someone he knew here? Who was it? Could it be those people from the Rain clan? His body shone brightly, and his sword Qi was ready to be released. But when he saw the person, he was stunned. He knew the person behind him. He had seen him when he was refining gold. Yuan Mo. The people from Wushuang City had helped him stop Lei Qianzhong and the others. So, it's Brother Yuan Mo, long time no see. Yuan Mo smiled. "Indeed, it's been a long time. I didn't expect you to come to the second star world. How is it? Are you going to participate in the Holy City's examination?" "Yes, that's right." Lin Xian nodded. He asked, "I'm not sure about the details. I hope Brother Yuan Mo can give me some advice." Yuan Mo said, "That's easy. There's still some time before the Holy City's examination. You'll know when the time comes. It's useless for me to tell you now." After he finished speaking, he was puzzled. "Why are you here? When I was flying, I heard a strange roar. I followed the sound and came here. So you heard it too." Yuan Mo sighed. Lin Xian asked, "I don't know what kind of demonic beast is roaring. I saw many minor saints coming. This was related to a certain matter. 3 years ago, there was a strange roar that could shake one's soul, making one's blood boil. After many experts and saints search for it, they finally found the source of the roar. It's the world you see. It's called the Azure Tree Planet. What kind of demonic beast is it? Brother Yuan, M.O. Do you know? Lin Xian asked. I'm not sure. There are many guesses, but I don't know what kind of demonic beast it is. However, they all guessed that it's an ancient demonic beast that was sealed here. Brother Lin, I know that your talent is pretty good, but this place is simply way too dangerous for you. There are many experts and minor saints here. If you're not careful, you might be affected by the battle. So, I advise you to leave quickly. Find a world to settle down and cultivate. When the holy city accepts disciples, you can participate in the examination. I'm just passing by and want to take a look. This place is too complicated. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Yuan. M.O., don't worry. I'm just taking a look. If the situation is not right, I'll leave quickly. I'm confident in my speed. Lin Xian smiled and said, Brother Yuan, M.O., since you want to explore, why don't we go together? All right. Yuan M.O. nodded. If it's just a look, it shouldn't be too dangerous. Moreover, he admired Lin Xian very much and wanted to befriend him. Therefore, the two of them discussed and flew towards the world of stars below together. Chapter 3595. Greenwood Star was filled with immortal energy. After entering, it was surrounded by mountains and immortal mist. Immortal herbs were in full bloom, and there were even all sorts of spirit beasts flying around. It was like a paradise. It was shocking. Everyone, please search for it. A novel. This was a wood-type world, so there were a lot of plants and spiritual herbs. After Lin Xian entered, he was extremely surprised. How could there be strange roars in a place like this? It was unbelievable. Brother Lin, this way. The two of them flew across the sky and passed through countless mountains. Finally, they arrived at an unusual place. The place was very quiet, and there was a huge mountain standing in the middle of the land. It was very strange. It was called the Ancient Tower of Heaven. Yuan M.O. explained. Lin Xian looked forward too. His eyes were shining, and he was shocked. He realized that the Ancient Tower of Heaven was actually a huge mountain. It was just that someone had modified it and hollowed it out to make it look like an ancient tower. The entire Ancient Tower of Heaven was dark gray. The stones on the surface were carved with complicated and mysterious runes. There was an indescribable aura flowing around them. Anyway, it made people feel that this place was very mysterious and unusual. This aura, Lin Xian frowned. Why did it feel so similar to the death mist in the scattered star ocean? Moreover, he was cultivating the Taiji art now. He could sense the power of the death mist very clearly. That was why he had discovered this when he had just arrived. Seeing Lin Xian frown, Yuan M.O. asked, Brother Lin, did you notice something special? Lin Xian said, This aura was very similar to the death mist. Yuan Mo's eyes lit up. You sensed it so quickly? He was really shocked, because this aura was very faint. He had heard it from others. If it wasn't for someone introducing it, it would be very difficult to sense it by himself. But he didn't expect Lin Xian to sense it so quickly. He was really shocked. He said that this ancient Tower of Heaven was indeed related to the death mist, because it was said that this ancient tower was brought out from the death mist by a sage. It was placed in the Greenwood Star. He wanted to use the strong vitality of the Greenwood Star to dissolve the death mist inside. Lin Xian was even more surprised. But thinking about it, if it was the Greenwood Star, it could really dissolve the death mist. There were many strong vitality spiritual veins here. The vigorous vitality could dissolve the death mist. But who would want to do this? Why did he have to dissolve the death aura of the ancient heavenly tower, what was hidden in the ancient Tower of Heaven? It really made people feel that there was nothing mysterious about it. They were relatively far away. At this moment, many figures had already appeared in the surroundings, all of them observing in secret. Clearly, they were all trying to find out the secrets of the ancient heavenly tower. The two of them watched from afar for a while before Lin Xian suggested to take a closer look because he felt that this ancient heavenly tower was not ordinary. He wanted to take a closer look. The two flew Xian. When they arrived at the front of the heavenly tower, Su Chun could feel the magnificence of the tower. It also carried a desolate aura. Clearly, the ancient clear heaven tower had definitely existed for tens of thousands of years. Who brought it out from the death mist? There were many sages around. When they saw Lin Xian and Yuan Mo, they just glanced at them and didn't pay attention. Yuan Mo was strong, but Lin Xian's cultivation was weak. A level 1 ant coming here was simply courting death. So the sages around didn't care at all. Lin Xian ignored them. He just wanted to check it out. He flew a few rounds around the ancient Tower of Heaven with a serious expression. The death mist here was too mysterious. Suddenly, his body trembled. His soul seemed to be about to shatter. He heard a voice ring in his ear. The voice was ancient and deep. It was like 10,000 claps of thunder, directly knocking him out. Yin and Yang reappear. I want to fight immortals. The voice was so terrifying that Lin Xian's face turned pale. He almost fell from the sky. He quickly adjusted his body and landed quickly. What's wrong, Brother Lin? Yuan Mo, who was beside him, also noticed that something was wrong. Lin Xian's face was pale without a trace of blood, and sweat was flowing down his forehead. It was unbelievable. One had to know that he had witnessed Lin Xian's strength and thought highly of him. But now, the other party's expression was too painful. Could it be that someone was plotting against him? He looked at the sages in all directions. That shouldn't be. These sages were very strong. How could they plot against someone at level 1? Could it be that they had a grudge? Yuan Mo couldn't understand. He asked, Brother Lin, what's wrong? Lin Xian mobilized his body and laws to suppress his qi and blood. He also swallowed some treasures to calm his soul. After a while, he said, Didn't you hear it? Hear what? Yuan Mo was stunned. Lin Xian said, You really didn't hear such a loud voice. Yuan Mo was stunned. Are you talking about the roar? He remembered a few days ago, but he didn't hear it recently. What's wrong? Brother Lin, what did you find? You didn't hear it? Lin Xian was surprised. How is that possible? The voice just now was so loud that it contained the power of thunder. It shook him so much that his qi and blood were roiling, and he was almost injured. How could the other party not hear it? He looked in all directions and found that the sages around him were also expressionless. They didn't seem to hear any strange sounds. What's going on? Could it be that I'm hallucinating? No, maybe I heard it wrong? This place is too strange. Indeed. Yuan Mo nodded. Even a small saint can't figure it out. I said that the water here is very deep. Let's explore for a while and leave. Lin Xian looked at the heaven-reaching tower again and flew carefully. At the same time, he asked, Black Mountain, did you hear anything just now? I didn't. Kid, what did you hear? Your behavior just now was very abnormal. You're injured. I did feel an impact, and I heard a sound that exploded in my ears. What sound did you hear? Black Mountain asked hurriedly. Yin and Yang reappear. I want to fight immortals. What does this mean? Is Black Mountain also confused? Obviously, this person is unwilling. But are there really immortals in this world? What kind of existence can fight immortals? Kid, are you sure you didn't hear it wrong? Black Mountain was puzzled. Even if he was the remnant soul of the great sage, he still couldn't figure out what was going on. Lin Xian asked, The heaven-reaching tower is so famous. Haven't you heard of it? Black Mountain said, The universe is too big. There are too many famous things. I can't understand them all. Chapter 3596. Lin Xian was silent. The The reappearance of yin and yang. I want to fight an immortal. What does that mean? Could there be an ancient expert sealed below? Could the reappearance of yin and yang have something to do with yin and yang? One should know that he had cultivated the Taiji art, which contained the power of yin and yang. Perhaps it had something to do with his arrival. Also, I want to fight an immortal. This was huge news. Were there really immortals in this world? Was the other party an emperor? Daring to fight an immortal? He had no idea about any of this. Roar. At this moment, an extremely terrifying roar came from the heaven-reaching tower. The sound wave was extremely terrifying, and it reverberated through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Everyone, please search for the most complete version, novels. As a result, the surrounding void started to shatter rapidly. Retreat. Yuan Mo roared. Lin Xian also used the Kuan Peng movement technique and retreated quickly. As soon as they left, the void where they were previously shattered and turned into chaos. Everyone retreated. This sound wave was really too powerful. At this moment, countless rays of light surged out of the heaven-reaching tower, piercing through the void. The laws of heaven and earth flickered in the air. Obviously, everyone had finally locked onto their target this time. The roar came from the heaven-reaching tower. These people were extremely powerful. There were even a few figures who brought with them terrifying natural laws. They arrived in the vicinity of the ancient heavenly tower and locked down the entire area. On the other hand, Lin Xian and the others quickly retreated to a safe distance as they watched on in shock. The area 100,000 miles ahead had become a terrifying forbidden area. There were only a few figures standing there, and the rest could only stay far away. One of them was a man with powerful blood qi. There were terrifying laws around him. From afar, it looked like it was raining laws. Who would have thought that the heaven-reaching tower would attract the attention of so many people? It was really surprising. The man spoke, his voice shaking the 9 heavens. Beside him, there were a few other experts. Their statuses and auras were extraordinary. Each and every one of them looked like war gods as they stood in that space. The mighty man in front said loudly, "I'm sure everyone has felt the roar just now. That sound wave is not something an ordinary sage can resist. This is just the outside. Who knows how terrifying that thing is? So I'll give everyone a warning. Those who are weak, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, there was a good chance that he would lose his life here. My Rain clan has always maintained the order and peace of the second astral realm. I don't wish to see many fellow Taoists fall here and cause a great disaster." The voice clearly spread in all directions. After Lin Xian heard it from afar, he was extremely shocked. It was someone from the Rain clan. This man was actually an expert from the language tribe. His name was Yubi He. He was one of the most famous and powerful members of the Rain clan's younger generation. For him to personally come this time around, it would appear that the Rain clan was determined to obtain the items in the heaven-reaching ancient building. Yuan Mo explained in a low voice. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he listened. Rain clan? Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. However, he did not act blindly without thinking. After all, Yubiao was very strong. Was the Rain clan already this powerful? Do you think you can get rid of us with just a few words? Someone snorted coldly. Behind that person, there was a gigantic phantom of a demonic beast. It was blurry and had a pair of blood-red eyes, giving off an aura that could destroy one's soul. It made one scalp go numb. The other saints also sneered. The secret of the heaven-reaching ancient building had been spread around for a long time. It was not easy for them to wait until today. How could they leave just because of a few words? Even the saints in the surroundings were constantly pacing back and forth. Although they did not dare to go immediately, none of them left. As long as there was an opportunity or a chaotic battle, they might be able to fish in troubled waters. The heaven-reaching ancient building is indeed dangerous. That's why we have to stay here and work together with the Rain Clan's fellow Taoists to break it. That's right. If we work together, there's still a chance. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to enter. A few people said coldly. This made Yubihi's face turn cold. He sneered. Since you guys don't want to leave, then forget it. I've already warned you guys. The Rain Clan no longer paid attention to the saints in the surroundings. Instead, they began to carefully size up the heaven-reaching ancient building. For a moment, everyone was observing. None of them dared to enter rashly. Boom! At this moment, the void shattered. A golden light shone from afar. A figure quickly glided over. He stood directly in front of the heaven-reaching ancient building. This scene shocked everyone. Who was it that was so daring? The heaven-reaching ancient building was incomparably powerful. The talisman engraved on the surface was extremely mysterious. So many saints did not dare to get too close, but someone actually dared to stand directly in front of it. Wasn't this too bold? Even Yuan Mo was surprised. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, he saw a person. It was a young man. That young man had a heroic appearance. He wore a golden feather robe that was surrounded by a terrifying light. It was extremely dazzling. It was Di Ling. Many people exclaimed. It was obvious that they recognized this young man. After Lin Xian heard it, he was also greatly surprised. What? Di Ling? He was Di Ling. He was really too shocked. When he was in the first astral realm, he had heard of this name more than once. However, he had never seen it before. He did not expect that not long after he arrived in the second astral realm, he would see this legendary genius. The other party was indeed very powerful. His body's laws far surpassed his. He was even more tyrannical than the Rain Clan's expert, Yubi. This Di Ling was too terrifying. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. Beside him, Yuan Mo also said that this person was very powerful. Although he was more than 1,000 years old, he was still more than 1,000 years old. However, he was only around 1,100 years old. He was still very young. He was already 1,100 years old. Lin Xian was surprised. Then he felt relieved. He was less than 100 years old. The other party was more than 1,000 years old. No wonder his laws were so strong. The fourth heaven saint was almost at the fifth heaven saint realm. He was really too strong. However, the other party was so powerful that he dared to directly descend on the heaven-reaching ancient building. He did not even put some of the surrounding minor saints in his eyes. The other party was talented and strong. He indeed had the qualifications to be arrogant and proud. Furthermore, the power behind the other party must be extremely terrifying. After Di Ling, many experts descended. There was no lack of minor saints. However, none of them dared to fight in the heaven-reaching ancient building like Di Ling. They were all fighting in a separate area. The people around them were watching nervously. They did not know when these experts would go in. They could also fish in troubled waters. They waited for about 7 days and 7 nights. On this night, the moon was very round. It was like a silver plate that hung in the sky. Today was the day of the full moon. Chapter 3597. The other saints also looked up at the moon and nodded. Indeed, it was time to take action. Otherwise, they would have to wait until the next full moon. The full moon of Azure Tree Star was different from other places. It didn't come once a month, but once a year. If they missed it tonight, they would have to wait until the next year. Obviously, this full moon was related to the formation around the heaven-reaching tower. Therefore, they had to take advantage of the time when the formation was at its weakest to break the formation. Yubieha's eyes flickered. He whispered to the Rain Clan's experts behind him to prepare for the next attack. The other minor saints also had terrifying laws around their bodies. They were all ready to attack the heaven-reaching tower. Di Ling took the lead. With a long roar, the sound wave shattered the void. The golden feather robe on his body turned into a terrifying ray of light and slashed forward. Behind him, the Rain Clan's experts and the surrounding minor saints also took action. All kinds of laws of heaven and earth bloomed, shrouding the heaven-reaching tower. This terrifying scene caused the crowd to continuously retreat. Yuan Mo also said, "Brother Lin, this place is too dangerous. Those experts will definitely use their full strength later. We'd better go to a safe place." Lin Xian nodded and retreated to a few million li away. The surrounding people also retreated, but they retreated to 100,000 li, or a few 100,000 li. Lin Xian and Di Ling retreated to a few million li, which was much closer to them. Many people even showed disdain when they saw Lin Xian and Di Ling retreating so far away. They were so afraid of death and still dared to come here to look for opportunities. In front of them, the heaven-reaching tower was constantly shaking under the impact of the laws. It seemed like it would collapse at any time, but it didn't. The black stone was abnormally hard. The talisman on it also flickered. Suddenly, a terrifying black mist emerged from the windows of the heaven-reaching tower, sweeping in all directions. As soon as the black mist appeared, it devoured the laws of heaven and earth and shrouded the area. Not good. Those minor saints sensed the aura of death and quickly retreated. "It's the death mist!" Someone screamed, and figures quickly retreated. The little saints, and even the Rain Clan's experts, all had great skills and exceptional great divine abilities. They retreated extremely quickly. Those who were a few 100,000 li away did not run away. Their vitality was instantly sucked out by the death mist. They turned into bones. Before this, they were mocking Lin Xian, but they didn't know that they were the pitiful ones. They didn't have great strength and cultivation base, but they still wanted to take advantage of the situation. But now, they were finally killed by the death mist. Yuan Mo was also shocked. "Fortunately, we retreated far away. Otherwise, we would be dead now." Even Lin Xian was shocked. Was this really the mist of death? He was simply too shocked. Previously, he had sensed the aura of the death mist in the heaven-reaching tower. However, he now knew the reason. The heaven-reaching ancient tower had been brought here by some unparalleled powerhouse in the mist of death. But now, he realized that this wasn't the case. At this moment, the death mist was being released to the surroundings due to the impact of the outside world. How much death mist was there in the heaven-reaching ancient tower? He didn't know, but he felt that this was a chance. Because he had the Tai Chi art, he could go to the heaven-reaching ancient tower without being threatened by the death mist. Before this, Lin Xian was still nervous. With so many minor saints and experts here, it would be difficult for him to explore the tower. But now he realized that it wasn't the case. The death mist might be his biggest help. Di Ling, Bi He, and those experts soared into the sky and were surrounded by the death mist. Their faces were gloomy as they looked at the tower below, with flickering eyes. After the death mist was released, a deep roar was heard from the heaven-reaching ancient tower. Then, a huge shadow appeared. Behind the heaven-reaching ancient tower, the shadow was very terrifying. Its eyes were shining with a clear light that made people's scalp numb. It was the phantom of a demonic beast. It seemed like there was an ancient demonic beast suppressed in the tower. The light was just an illusion. It was so terrifying. What exactly was it? Boom, boom. Between the sky and the earth, the enormous black illusory figure disappeared. The pitch-black door of the ancient building slowly opened. Death mist came out from the gate. The gate was opened and the formation was broken, but the death mist was still here. It was not easy to deal with it. What should we do? Should we retreat? The experts of the Rain Clan frowned and asked. Ubieha snorted coldly. No matter, let's wait a little longer. Although the heaven-reaching tower was powerful, it couldn't contain too much death mist. After all, this was not the scattered star ocean, so there was no need to worry. Hearing this, the experts of the Rain clan heaved a sigh of relief. The eyes of the other experts flickered. Indeed, as Yubieha said, there couldn't be too much death mist here. Sure enough, after waiting for 10 days, the death mist gradually became thinner and was no longer as dense. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Although the death mist became thinner, it was still not something that everyone could bear. A few third heavenly layer saints wanted to break through, but as soon as they got close, their skin dried up and became full of wrinkles. It was difficult for them to move. They screamed, "No, my life, damn it. I lost 500 years of my life. I lost 300 years. These people screamed crazily and quickly retreated. Only those true minor saints could rely on the power of heaven and earth to open their saint domain and resist the death mist. Of course, there were some exceptions. For example, Yubieha was a 5th heavenly layer saint who had not reached the minor saint realm. However, he could still resist the death mist because he had a decree of the Rain clan in his hand. The decree of the Rain clan shot out countless rays of light and enveloped him. It blocked the death mist. In addition, there was also Diling's green wings formed a terrifying ball of light, making him look like a divine being. Needless to say, this was an extremely terrifying battle armor. It was a saint tool, a defensive type saint tool. It could definitely block the death mist. Brat, this place is really a good place for you to display your skills. Hurry up and go in. Otherwise, the treasure will be taken away by others. Heishan transmitted his voice. Lin Xian took a deep breath after hearing this. There was no need to rush. Didn't you see that those minor saints did not go in? If we go in now, we will definitely attract attention. A 1st heavenly layer saint must have some trump cards if he's not an idiot to go in rashly. If they find out my secret, I'm afraid I'll be cut into pieces. So, we'll wait for them to go in first. According to my guess, it won't be easy for them to get what they want. Chapter 3598. You're getting smarter and smarter. Heishan praised, although he hadn't been following Lin Xian for a long time. However, he could feel that Lin Xian was improving every day, whether it was his cultivation base or his knowledge. Next, he waited patiently. The minor saints in front of him were preparing to attack. The experts of the Rain clan were also preparing. Diling's eyes shone with a cold light. He looked like a deity as he took the lead and rushed towards the heaven-reaching ancient tower. The death mist around him was sliced apart by the armor on his body. He turned into a torrent and entered the heaven-reaching ancient tower. The people around him were amazed. Diling was indeed a legendary genius. He was too strong. Even the minor saints didn't dare to get close to the tower, but he dared to enter. The minor saints snorted when they saw this scene. They knew that they couldn't wait any longer. They moved out one after another. On the other side, Yubieha also activated the Rain Bamboo Decree. It wrapped around him and the experts of the Rain clan and entered the tower. Streams of light entered the heaven-reaching ancient tower. Seeing that the minor saints had entered the tower, the other saints were also eager to enter. They began to try to enter the heaven-reaching ancient tower. Some of them were careful and managed to enter the tower. Of course, some were unlucky and came back screaming. Their heads turned white, and some turned into white bones. In short, it was extremely dangerous to enter the tower. After staring for a while, Lin Xian felt that it was about time. He said, "Brother Yuan Mo, do you want to go in and have a look?" Yuan Mo was shocked. "You want to go in? Don't joke around. Didn't you see that many people had died? Even if they were strong enough to come out, they would lose a few hundred years of their lifespan." Yuan Mo's face turned pale. He felt that Lin Xian was joking. Lin Xian said, "I saw it. However, I have a way to go in. Thank you very much. We'll meet again if fate wills it." Lin Xian waved his hand and soared into the sky, flying towards the ancient tower. Holy shit! Yuan Mo went crazy. His eyes widened in disbelief. He thought that the other party was just joking. Who would have thought that the other party was really interested? Did this brat not want his life anymore? It was hard for him to imagine how a person at the first celestial layer could be so audacious. One had to know that even he did not dare to enter. When he saw Lin Xian really enter the ancient tower and disappear, he felt that everything was unreal. The other party had really entered. However, would they be able to find any treasures after entering? Or were they killed by those powerful little saints with a single strike? Sigh, what a waste of a genius. Yuan Mo shook his head and left. Lin Xian did not know what the other party was thinking. He had entered because he had the Taiji art and could ignore the death fog. He could even make use of the death fog. This was his greatest trump card. After entering, Lin Xian discovered that the Tongtian Tower had its own space. It was much bigger than what it looked like from the outside. It was like a small, independent world. The person who built the ancient Clear Heaven Tower must have used a peerless divine ability array to create it. I wonder what's hidden in this place? He looked around and found that there was still a death fog in the ancient Clear Heaven Tower. However, the death fog was usually at a higher altitude. As long as they flew at a low altitude, they would not encounter any danger for the time being. There were many figures in front of them, investigating. Lin Xian followed behind them. There were still people entering from behind. At this moment, someone screamed because there were blood-red eyes opening in the death fog above them. They emitted a cold light with monstrous killing intent. Pairs of red eyes were extremely terrifying. It made one's scalp tingle. Damn it. How could it be possible? There were living things in the death fog. What kind of existence was it? It was not afraid of the power of death. Buzz, buzz. Those blood-red eyes walked out, and everyone saw black figures one after another. They looked like death warriors. Those red eyes were made of divine crystals. They were not humans, but puppets. Puppets? No wonder. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They were made by puppeteers and had no life. That was why they were not afraid of the power of death. As soon as these puppets came out, they stared at the intruders and began to attack. It seemed that their duty was to protect the ancient Clear Heaven Tower. No one was allowed to enter. The battle in front of them exploded. The laws danced in the air again. Vast energy surged. Fortunately, the space in the ancient Clear Heaven Tower was really big. Otherwise, with so many saints attacking at the same time, this place would have been destroyed. Moreover, Lin Xian also sensed that the space inside had formed its own laws. It had a certain suppressive effect on the laws outside. Basically, half of the power was suppressed. It was really a terrifying ancient building. If the owner of the ancient building appeared at this time, killing these minor saints would be as easy as blowing off dust. Swoosh! 3 puppets rushed towards Lin Xian. They held dark blades in their hands that flickered with cold light. They wanted to cut Lin Xian's body in half. How terrifying! These death puppets were actually so powerful. They were much more powerful than ordinary sages. Moreover, they carried the aura of death fog that made one's hair stand on end. Kid, I guess the person who made these puppets should have combined the power of the death fog. So, you can try using your Tai Chi art. Heishan transmitted his voice. Lin Xian nodded after listening. He circulated the Tai Chi art. The Tai Chi art in his body rotated, and a dark force of Yin flowed out. The 3 puppets in front of him stopped. Their red eyes revealed a trace of doubt. They couldn't lock on to their target. The intruder in front of them was emitting the same aura as them. He was one of their own. These puppets instantly gave up on Lin Xian and rushed towards the people around him. Some people rushed over from behind. They were attacked the moment they arrived, and immediately counterattacked crazily. The 3 puppets were all killed. The gazes of these people swept in all directions. Some of the powerful ones frowned when they saw Lin Xian. A first heaven saint could actually come here. This was really unexpected. He was probably a young junior who came here with an expert from his family or sect. Otherwise, how could he come here with his own strength? Kid, let me give you a piece of advice. Leave quickly. No matter which family you are from, you are too weak. Your elders can't protect you. Those people had cold smiles on their faces as they ignored Lin Xian. Because in their opinion, entering this place with such a cultivation base was simply courting death. At this time, this place was full of danger. There were puppets and death fog. Even a minor saint would be on high alert. Chapter 3599. For example, Lin Xian was targeted by the 3 dark puppets. If they did not appear, the 3 undead puppets would have killed him in an instant. Of course, that was what they thought. Lin Xian was secretly delighted when he saw that these people were ignoring him. This was great. This was exactly the feeling he wanted. He wanted everyone to ignore him. This way, he would be safer. After coming up with a plan, Lin Xian was still following from afar, ready to take advantage of the situation. At this moment, a minor saint in front of him made his move. He took out a bronze lamp and lit it up. The bronze lamp flickered, and the flame emitted a strange flame. Suddenly, the undead puppets in the surroundings retreated like the tide. This scene caused everyone to be extremely shocked. Lin Xian was also shocked when he saw this. What kind of ancient lamp was this? It actually had such a strange effect. That was the longevity lamp. It was formed from the fire of the sun after thousands of years of refinement. It was specially made to restrain evil spirits. It was able to restrain the power of death. He Shan explained. For example, your 9 yang divine body. If you reach great mastery and use it after entering, I reckon all the undead puppets will have to retreat. The experts in front kept searching. Finally, someone dug out an item. It was a crystal the size of a fist. It was crystal clear, and there was a trace of red liquid sealed in it. Good stuff. There was a strange aura on the crystal. It probably contained a mysterious energy. Suddenly, the eyes of the experts in the surroundings turned red. Get lost. This is mine. One of them roared and stretched out his palm. The light was as bright as the sun. Another person shouted angrily, Go to hell! A ray of sword light cut through the sky with a terrifying law. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying collision of laws was like a million mountains collapsing. It was shocking. Those people began to fight. Cracks began to appear on the crystal as everyone fought over it. It looked like it was about to shatter. Not good, kid. Leave quickly. There's something wrong with that thing. He Shan transmitted his voice. Lin Xian did not say anything after hearing this. He used the Kuan Peng movement technique and left in an instant. As soon as he left, the crystal that everyone was fighting for finally cracked. With a crack, it broke. Red liquid flowed out of it. A tinkling sound was heard. It was like the sound of spring water. The sound was very pleasant to the ears, but the space in that area had completely sunk. Countless large cracks appeared, and the bodies of the surrounding sages were instantly torn apart, and they screamed like crazy. Some were beaten into a bloody mist, while others had their arms and heads chopped off. Run! Those people were alarmed and fled one after another. Lin Xian also felt a wave of lingering fear. What was that thing? It was too terrifying. Black Mountain Road. That was the blood of a saint, an extremely terrifying one at that. The blood of a saint. A drop of a saint's blood could kill countless kings. This was something that Lin Xian had known for a long time. Now, these saints had been killed by an even more terrifying drop of blood. What was the strength of the other party? Sage King? The great sage? Or even more terrifying? He didn't know. However, this one was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. A drop of blood floated there like a pill, emitting a demonic light. However, none of the saints dared to approach it. It turned out to be such a powerful saint's blood. What an unexpected surprise. At that moment, a stream of light flew over from afar and turned into a human figure. It was Di Ling. He had actually turned back from the front. Everyone was shocked. Di Ling belonged to the frontline troops. They didn't expect him to turn back from the front. Could it be that he was here for the saint's blood? Humph. Some of the saints also sneered. Di Ling was famous. But so what? There were so many of them, but they couldn't get that drop of blood. Could the other party do it? They didn't think so. Humph. Let's see what this so-called genius is capable of. Yu Bie stood in the void with a cold smile on his face. The others also looked at it. Lin Xian also watched silently from afar. Di Ling was wearing a pair of golden wings, looking like a god. He looked at the blood that was emitting a terrifying light, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. He formed a seal with his palms, opened his mouth, and spat out something. At first, that thing was only the size of a finger. However, it kept growing as soon as it came out. Finally, it appeared in front of everyone. That was? When everyone saw that thing, they were all stunned. Then, their scalps went numb. Damn it. Why is it that thing? They all went crazy. Even Lin Xian was dumbfounded. He didn't dare to believe it. To be honest, he wasn't surprised by what Di Ling spat out because he was wearing a saint artifact. Lin Xian felt that it was normal for him to spit out another saint artifact. However, he really didn't expect the thing that Di Ling spat out. It was a coffin, a green coffin. He didn't know what material it was made of. At this moment, it was floating in the void, looking incomparably strange. Damn it, what's going on? There was a coffin in Di Ling's body. Everyone went crazy. Lin Xian also frowned. He Shan also said, damn it, this guy is strange. Be careful. Rain Clan and Yu Bie's side were also shocked. There was a trace of fear in their eyes. Having a coffin growing within one's body was too bad for cultivation, wasn't it? Who was buried in the coffin? Why did he have to carry it with him? Could it be because of that thing? He thought of the power behind Di Ling and suddenly felt his scalp tingling. Di Ling had actually brought that thing out. No wonder he was so arrogant and dared to ignore them and so many minor saints. It turned out that he was relying on that thing. Facing everyone's surprised and fearful eyes, Di Ling sneered. His palms formed a seal, and the green coffin shone brightly. It absorbed the drop of saint's blood. Nothing happened? The surrounding sages were terrified. Previously, when they were fighting for it, they were all injured. But now, nothing happened to the cyan coffin, just what was inside. Di Ling once again swallowed the green coffin into his body, and then looked around. Then he said coldly, if anyone finds this blood again in the future, tell me directly. I'll reward you handsomely. Everyone went on their way again. Lin Xian continued to follow. At this moment, he was stunned because he felt that there was a pair of eyes staring at him. He turned his head abruptly and saw a middle-aged man behind him. He had a pale face and no beard like a scholar. At this moment, he was staring at him, which made his hair stand on end. Who is this person? Lin Xian thought carefully and realized that he didn't know this person at all. He turned around and wanted to leave. At this moment, the middle-aged man behind him spoke. It's not easy for a sky layer cultivator to come here and live until now. It's really surprising. I'm curious, what kind of trump card and confidence do you have to come here and fish in troubled waters under the hands of so many experts? Chapter 3600. Hearing this, Lin Xian's body trembled. He had a bad premonition that he was being watched. He had been so careful and kept a low profile because he didn't want to be watched by an expert is not equal to, but he didn't expect that someone would still notice him. Who are you? I don't understand what you mean. I came here with my elders. Lin Xian said coldly. Is that so? Then explain why the 3 undead puppets didn't attack you. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Damn it, he had been discovered by the other party. The other sages didn't notice this before, but the other party did. Could it be that the other party had been watching him? Who was this person? Tell me your secret. Don't blame me for making a move. The middle-aged man emitted an extremely dangerous aura. At this moment, the surrounding sages had already followed Di Ling and the others and rushed forward. There weren't many people around. Only the 2 of them were left. The middle-aged man seemed to want to make a move. Lin Xian was thinking about how to act. At this moment, He Shan said, He's not as simple as he looks. Don't act rashly. Hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. He did want to make a move because the middle-aged man in front of him was only a level 3 sage. If he attacked with his full strength, he might be able to kill the other party. But He Shan warned him not to make a move. What was going on? Could it be that the other party was hiding his cultivation and strength? If that was the case, it would be troublesome. At this moment, He Shan said, Let me do it. He's more complicated than you think. He Shan came out. A terrifying demonic aura enveloped Lin Xian. It was as if Lin Xian was possessed. Don't make a move. We're the same kind of people. He Shan said coldly. The beardless middle-aged man was also stunned. There was indeed a problem. He sneered. Let's not talk about me. Aren't you the same? Did you descend? He Shan said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man's aura surged, and his aura changed. His aura also changed, as if he was possessed by an old monster. He said, You're right. You can actually see that I've descended. It seems like you're not weak either. Which faction do you belong to? Don't worry about which side I'm on. Let's talk about the possibility of us working together. He Shan asked. That middle-aged man laughed coldly. He was like an old monster. Joining hands? There was no rush. Let's observe the situation first. At the very least, he had to figure out what was in this place. After saying that, the terrifying aura on his body disappeared. Then he turned around and flew forward. Soon he left. Black Mountain only returned to the pendant after the other party had left. Lin Xian asked, What was going on? Did he also have an old monster with him? He guessed that the middle-aged man must have an extremely terrifying Saint Remnant soul by his side, just like him. Black Mountain, on the other hand, said that something wasn't right. He didn't have an old monster by his side. Instead, some old monster had used a descending technique and refined him into a clone. The other party's true body might be a holy venerate or even stronger. Thus, that clone was also incomparably terrifying. Because of that, he was able to see that you were extraordinary. So that was the case. Lin Xian took a deep breath. It seemed like the water in this heaven-reaching tower was really deep. First, there were a few minor saints, then there was D. Mausoleum. This kind of peerless genius even had a mysterious coffin in his body. In the end, even the clone of a holy venerate came, who would be able to get the treasure in the end. Lin Xian felt an immense amount of pressure. His body swayed, and he walked forward more carefully. Finally, he caught up with the group in front of him again. At this time, he saw that the scene in front of him had changed. In the sky, there was a huge river surging and roaring. It looked like the Milky Way. The river would occasionally flow into and out of the death mist. There was light on it, but no one knew where it was flowing to. Not only him, but even the little saints in front of him were shocked by this scene. There was actually a river in the heaven-reaching tower. It was really strange. Moreover, they found many corpses in the river. They had all turned into white bones. Moreover, they were all broken bones. No one knew how many tens of thousands of years they had been dead. It seemed like they were not the only ones who had gotten the idea of the heaven-reaching tower. There should be many people who had come here in the past to explore its secrets. However, they had all died here. Their hair stood on end. What had killed them? Was it the death puppets or the death mist? Seeing that many people were retreating in fear, Yubiya sneered. Humph, a bunch of trash. What are you afraid of? The heaven-reaching tower was not in the azure tree star. It was in the death mist. Perhaps it was, at that time, the people were killed. Now that it was in the azure tree star, it had been cleansed by the strong vitality for many years. Even if it was dangerous, it would not be too dangerous. If you are afraid of death, you can get lost. As soon as these words came out, many people's faces changed. Some of them were so angry that they were gnashing their teeth. Motherfucker, he dared to look down on them. However, no one dared to make a move because Yubiya himself was very strong. Moreover, he had brought many experts of the Rain clan. In his hand, he had the decree of the Rain clan. It was unwise to become enemies with such a person. Seeing that the surrounding people did not dare to make a move, Yubiya sneered with disdain. However, in the next moment, his face changed. Courting death, with a roar, he threw out a palm. A terrifying palm of law was thrown behind him. At the same time, he roared crazily. Damn it, who dared to sneak attack me? In truth, Yubiya was mad. Someone dared to sneak attack him. That person was courting death. The others felt their scalps go numb. Who was it? Did that person want to die? With a boom, an earth-shattering sound was heard. A black shadow was thrown back. Everyone looked carefully. They wanted to see who was so daring. In the next moment, they were stunned. They realized that the one who sneak attacked Yubiya was not a person, but a fish. It was indeed a fish, and it was only 2 meters long. Its entire body was covered in white scales, and there were terrifying runes on them. Its long fangs were exposed. Its eyes were scarlet and emitted a demonic aura. It was this fish that had sneak attacked Yubiya. Yubiya's face sank. He was actually sneak attacked by a fish. How shameful. Go to hell. He threw out a palm that contained the terrifying law of water. That strange fish actually shuttled through the law of water and rushed toward Yubiya. What the fuck? What kind of fish was that? It could actually contend against the law of water. The surrounding people were dumbstruck. Yubiya was very strong. His attack was not something a saint of the four heavens could withstand. However, the other party could still shuttle through the law of water. That strange fish was too terrifying. Chapter 36:01 Courting Death. Yubiya roared. His opponent was actually not afraid of his water law. But did he really think that he only had one law? Yubiya opened his mouth and spat out a cyan light blade. This was the law of wind. The strange fish was sent flying. Its body swayed and rolled in the air, but what made everyone shocked was that the strange fish was not injured at all. Even Yubiya himself was stunned. His law of wind could definitely cut a 4th heavenly layer sage in half. One must know that he was a 5th heavenly layer sage. But now, he was actually unable to do anything to a fish. This was too strange, too strange. Behind him, Lin Xian sucked in a mouthful of cold air. What kind of fish was this? How could its physique be so terrifying? Why do I feel that those unparalleled physiques are not comparable to this strange fish? Kid, don't lament here. Quickly leave. Heishan hurriedly transmitted his voice. What's wrong? Lin Xian was startled. Heishan said that there were many of those strange fish in the Milky Way above them. Hearing this, Lin Xian's face instantly turned green. One strange fish was able to contend against Yubiya. If there were thousands of them, wouldn't they be eaten? Now Lin Xian finally knew why there were so many bones in the Milky Way. They were all eaten by the strange fish. Thinking of this, he turned around and ran. Everyone was still shocked by the strength of the strange fish, but suddenly they saw a figure pass by them. With the eyesight of these sages, they could naturally see that it was a first heavenly layer sage. Fuck, whose family's junior is actually running around here. Many people were dissatisfied. Ignorant fool. Isn't it just a strange fish? Does he really think that he can contend against our elder Bia? The Rain clan's people were even more ridiculing. However, Lin Xian did not care about these people. He was running towards the depths of the Milky Way. Everyone was still ridiculing Lin Xian for being a coward, but in the next moment, they were all stunned, because they saw countless strange fish rushing out from the Milky Way above them. They were densely packed. Fuck, what's going on? Why are there so many fish? Fuck, hurry up and run. At this moment, everyone's face turned green as they frantically ran away. Those who were ridiculing them before were so scared that they pissed their pants. How did that kid know in advance? They did not perceive anything here. How did he know? Damn it. It turned out that they weren't running for their lives because they were afraid of a strange fish, but because they were afraid of this school of fish. Run. At this moment, these sages were no longer calm. They were frantically running away. The Rain clan's people also wanted to escape, but they were a bit too slow and were attacked by the school of fish. Immediately, several Rain clan's experts were scattered by the school of fish. The Rain clan's experts were infuriated. They immediately counterattacked, but there were too many fish. Furthermore, these strange fish truly didn't fear any law attacks. Thus, in an instant, the school of fish surrounded the Rain clan's experts and began to bite them. Ubieha wanted to be brave and save his clansmen, but in an instant he was surrounded by hundreds of strange fish. His face turned green. He broke through the void and used the Jade Decree to escape. He no longer cared about his clansmen. Everyone was running. The sages, and even D. Mausoleum began to fly away. At the same time, they were even more shocked. Which family did that first celestial layer kid belong to? He did not even inform them, making them suffer such heavy losses. They were furious. Lin Xian ran the fastest. He was the first to leave, so he was very safe. Only when he left the Milky Way did he breathe a sigh of relief. Fuck, I wonder what happened to that guy behind me. Very soon he heard miserable cries from afar, which made his scalp tingle. This group of people dared to look down on him after coming in. They really didn't know what was good for them. Now, they know the consequences of looking down on him. There was another scene at the end of the Milky Way. When Lin Xian arrived, he was stunned. He found that there was another heaven-reaching tower here. It was just a lot smaller. Although it was smaller, it was very similar to the heaven-reaching tower outside. Even the patterns on it were exactly the same. Could it be that the secret was in this small heaven-reaching tower? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Buzz. He suddenly turned his head and found that the people behind him had all arrived. Fuck, they were so fast. As expected of a sages, Lin Xian was shocked. He did not even have time to leave before he was targeted by many people. Kid, you dared to trick us. Damn it, why didn't you warn me? Powerful auras appeared, making Lin Xian feel pressured. He quickly activated his great dragon sword spirit to resist the pressure. At the same time, he was thinking about what to do. Ubieha walked up and said in a sharp voice, "Which clan's junior is this? Come out and tell me, or I'll kill him." Fuck. Lin Xian was instantly enraged. The Rain clan's people were really despicable. He did not know Ubieha, but the other party threatened to kill him. He snorted coldly. Kill me? I'm afraid your Rain clan doesn't have the guts to do so. Everyone was stunned when they heard his words. Who was this young man? Such a big tone. He did not even put the Rain clan in his eyes. Who are you? Ubieha's face sank. Being threatened by a young man in public made him lose face. You don't deserve to know who I am. But if you want to know by force, you can try to touch a single hair of mine. I can guarantee that you will regret being born in this world." Lin Xian's face was full of arrogance. His hands were clasped behind his back. His expression was even more arrogant than Di Ling. Everyone was puzzled. Could it be that this kid really had a shocking origin? The Rain Clan's people gritted their teeth. Yu Bie's face was even darker. To be honest, he really wanted to kill this arrogant kid with a slap. But at this time, someone exclaimed, "Look, what's that?" They turned around and found that there was an ancient tower in front of them. Wow, why is there an ancient tower here? Damn it, there's an ancient tower inside this ancient tower. What's going on? Could it be that the secret is inside this ancient tower? Even Yu Bie temporarily gave up on Lin Xian. He turned around and stared at the ancient tower. His eyes were burning with passion. He knew that this should be the place where the treasure was buried. At this time, the small ancient tower in front of them suddenly emitted light. Something flew out. It looked like a deer's horn, but it also looked like a dragon's horn. It was dark green in color. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as if it wanted to tear the sky apart. Seeing this thing, many people were puzzled. However, a few minor saints screamed. Chapter 36:02. That's the Qilin horn. Oh my God, could there be a Qilin buried here? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. An ancient Qilin had died here. Everyone went crazy. The eyes of those minor saints turned red. The experts of the Rain Clan laughed out loud, thinking that their opportunity had arrived. Even Di Ling was extremely excited. Qilin was a legendary divine beast. It was an existence that was on par with dragons. Moreover, in the myriad worlds, the Qilin clan was an emperor clan. Their ancestors had once produced a great emperor. Not only that, the bloodline of the Qilin clan was extremely heaven-defying. The expert of the Qilin clan, who was buried here, must have reached an unimaginable level. After his death, his body was full of treasures. Just the Qilin horn alone had heaven-defying effects. If they could obtain it and use it as a catalyst, they would be able to concoct countless divine pills and medicines. At that time, not only would they benefit, but their clans and sects would also benefit greatly. Moreover, they were afraid that there was more than just the Qilin horn here. If they could obtain the corpse of an ancient Qilin expert, it would be even more valuable. If they could obtain the bloodline of the Qilin and obtain the inheritance, they would soar to the sky. How could these people not be excited? Looking at those minor saints whose eyes were red, Lin Xian quickly retreated. He knew that these people would go crazy soon. However, he had to admit that these people were all old monsters. Compared to those young geniuses, they were much calmer. Although the Qilin horn was right in front of them, none of them acted rashly. Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned. Then he sneered. "Since you guys are not moving, I'll give you guys a hand." Thinking of this, he secretly circulated the Tai Chi art and mobilized the power of the death mist. In the sky, the death mist dropped down and swept towards the Qilin horn. This scene was so sudden that everyone was stunned, but soon they regained their senses. "Damn it, how dare you?" With a roar, a minor saint pulled out a blade of law and slashed the death mist apart. His action didn't matter. The other minor saints also took action one after another. In an instant, everyone was fighting with their lives on the line for the Qilin horn. The Qilin horn floated up and down in front of the heaven-reaching tower. Its body emitted mysterious runes that blocked all attacks. At the same time, a low and terrifying roar came from the small ancient building. Boom, boom. The surrounding void continued to shatter. Everyone retreated in fright. At the same time, the death mist above began to spread out. There were even more strange fish and undead puppets that charged out from the Silver River. For a moment, the sky, the earth, and all directions were filled with fatal danger. Kill. Furious roars rang out, and the magical laws of heaven and earth exploded as the little saints began to fight. Lin Xian quickly retreated to the back, silently watching the battle. He was prepared to fish in troubled waters. At this moment, a figure suddenly tore open the void behind him, and a hand reached out. Not good. Lin Xian felt a great sense of danger. Abruptly, he used his movement technique and quickly dodged. He managed to avoid the most fatal attack, but the force of the magical laws still hit him, sending him flying. In the next moment, he coughed out a mouthful of blood, and many cracks appeared on his body. Damn it, such a powerful attack. Who is it? Lin Xian was shocked. He turned his head and found out that the one who attacked him was Yubieha. Damn it, it's a fifth heavenly layer saint. Lin Xian's scalp went numb. No wonder the other party was so strong. He was injured just by raising his hand. Damn old man. How could he be so despicable? Lin Xian gritted his teeth. He didn't expect the other party to attack him despite his high status. His face was gloomy. So, what if the other party was strong? He would use the last bit of his sky flame to kill the other party. Hee, how despicable and shameless. Lin Xian sneered. Yubieha narrowed his eyes. Interesting, you're not dead. No wonder you dare to come here. Don't think that you can show off in front of me because of your family background. You're just an ant. You don't have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of me. So, you can die now. If you kill me, aren't you afraid that the family behind me will kill you? Not to mention you. Even the Rain clan will be exterminated. Lin Xian threatened. Yubieha sneered. If you die, who will know that I killed you? It's so chaotic now. You might die in the hands of others, or you might die in the hands of demonic beasts. You might even die in the fog of death. But no matter what, you won't die in my hands. So, what right does your family have to attack me? Damn it, he's really an old fox. He's really comprehensive. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He was ready to attack. However, Yubieha was faster. Kid, you'll die in the fog of death. When you turn into a pile of bones, even ghosts won't know that you were here. As soon as he finished speaking, a palm of light slapped out, bringing with it a powerful storm. It grabbed Lin Xian and the space he was in, and threw them into the fog of death. This scene happened very quickly. Furthermore, the surrounding experts were unable to react in time. So, no one cared about the life and death of a first heavenly layer ant. Yubieha sneered after doing all this. Those who were arrogant in front of him would die without a doubt. There was no difference between him and an ant. In the fog of death, Lin Xian's face was incomparably strange. If Yubieha killed him directly, he would be in great danger. If he was thrown into a group of demonic beasts, he would most likely die. However, Yubieha threw him into the fog of death. In this way, he wouldn't be in any danger. After absorbing the energy of the fog of death and circulating the Tai Chi art, Lin Xian's injuries were healed. Damn it, this old man. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. He wouldn't let Yubieha go. However, he also knew that Yubieha was a fifth heavenly layer expert. Moreover, he had a powerful decree in his hand that could contend against a minor saint. It was a very unwise choice for him to confront Yubieha directly. Moreover, it was so dangerous outside. If he went out, he would definitely arouse the suspicion of others. At that time, more than one person would have their eyes on him. Perhaps they would capture him and search his soul. Therefore, he decided to stay in the fog of death and observe the situation. The battle outside was very intense. After Yubieha threw Lin Xian into the fog of death, he activated the decree and attacked the small tower. He wanted to snatch the Qilin horn. Asterisk buzz. Asterisk at this moment, a strange fish silently rushed over and directly sent Yubieha flying. The remaining hundreds of fish also rushed over to attack. Yubieha quickly pulled away and launched a long-range attack, using the law to attack. On the other side, the saints were also engaged in a great battle. Among them, the most dazzling ones were a few minor saints. There was one more person, Di Ling. Chapter 3603. Di Ling was young, and his cultivation base was only at the late 4th heavenly layer. Compared to Yubieha, his cultivation base was slightly lower. However, when he attacked, it was indeed very powerful. A blue rune appeared on his body, providing him with a tremendous amount of energy. Everyone had seen this pattern before. It was the pattern on the green coffin. In other words, Di Ling wasn't using his own energy. It was the energy of the green coffin in his body. That was why he could display the strength of a minor saint. Buzz, Yubieha let out a long whistle. See, do you still want to fight separately? Do you really want to die here? Hearing this, the surrounding saints' faces turned ugly. In such a short time, some of them were seriously injured, and some of them had their saint fates absorbed by the death aura. This made their faces turn ugly. What do you want? A saint roared. Yubieha said, It's simple. Let's join hands and destroy everything. Otherwise, we'll all die if we fight separately. Not to mention the treasure. All right, let's join hands. Di Ling was the same. Although he had the power of the mysterious coffin, he was still in a dangerous situation. There were forces that could threaten him in all directions. Therefore, he wanted to join hands. It would be much more convenient to get the Qilin horn after defeating the strange fish and dispelling the death aura. Seeing that everyone agreed, Yubieha's lips curled into a smile. Great. Kid, what are you going to do? They want to join hands. Inside the death aura, Gui Shen asked, I've already thought of a way. Naturally, I won't let them succeed so easily. Especially that Yubieha, I won't let him go. Lin Xian finished speaking, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. He began to circulate the Tai Chi art with all his strength. The Tai Chi art rotated, and the death aura in the surroundings was completely mobilized. Lin Xian also felt that the death aura could be controlled by him at will. He tried and found that it was indeed so. This made him wild with joy. In the next moment, the endless death aura shrouded him, making him unrecognizable. His figure changed, and he rushed out with boundless death aura. Outside, under Yubieha's suggestion, the saints began to join hands. Sure enough, their attacking efficiency increased greatly. Very few of them were injured. This made them go wild with joy. If they put in a little more effort, they would probably succeed. But at this moment, the death mist above his head trembled violently, and a figure walked out. How was this possible? Those people were shocked. Even the eyelids of those minor saints were twitching. Was there someone who could enter the mist of death? It was too inconceivable. Even they didn't dare to do it. Could it be that there was an even more terrifying existence here? Thinking of this, they felt as if they were facing a great enemy. Yubieha's heart was beating wildly. He had just thrown a brat inside. Could it be that the brat came out alive? This was impossible. How could a person in the first celestial layer come out alive? There must be something else. He looked carefully. At the next moment, he saw a black shadow. A human figure was wrapped in an endless aura of death. Like the Grim Reaper, he floated in the air and looked at them coldly. Who is this person? Everyone was frightened by the other party's aura. I'm the guardian of this place, and I don't allow anyone to disturb me. How dare you come in without permission? Now, I'll give you a chance to live. Get lost. The person who was wrapped in the black mist was naturally Lin Xian. However, his aura was too terrifying, so much so that no one could recognize him. The guardian of this place. Everyone was shocked. Was there a guardian in the heaven-reaching tower? But how could they be willing to leave just like that? The Chelan horn was right here. If they could get it, they would be able to obtain a great fortune. Moreover, who knew if there were other treasures in the ancient tower? The heavenly treasure was right in front of them. These people wouldn't leave just like that. What guardian? Let's go together and kill him, Yubia said coldly. The others also echoed his words. These people started to attack. Lin Xian dodged quickly. At the same time, he mobilized the death mist. Like a waterfall of death, it poured down from the sky. It scattered these people. Those people were also constantly dodging the death fog. Among them, Yubia said loudly, "Don't be afraid. He doesn't dare to face our attack head-on. It means that he's just SOSO." That's right. Di Ling also shouted coldly. So what if he's a guardian? I'll kill him all the same. No one can block my path. He was incomparably domineering. After hearing his words, the others regained their confidence. They quickly attacked. In an instant, the battle became even more terrifying. Lin Xian sneered. He naturally knew that he couldn't fight so many minor saints at the same time with his strength. He didn't plan to do so. What he wanted to do was to prevent these people from forming an alliance and let them fight on their own. This way, he would have the chance to fish in troubled waters. Sure enough, under the interference of the death mist, these people no longer cared about forming an alliance. They began to approach the Chelan horn, wanting to fight for it. Get lost! Yubia turned into a light blade and sent the surrounding minor saints flying. He shouted coldly, "You still want to fight for this thing? Do you have the life to do so? Didn't you say that you want to form an alliance?" Those people roared crazily. Yubia sneered. "The strange fish has been chased away. You still want to form an alliance? Are you out of your mind?" After saying that, he stretched out his big hand and grabbed forward. Asterisk boom. Asterisk his hand was split apart. Di Ling descended from the sky with a green spear in his hand. The chi on it was exactly the same as the ancient bronze coffin. "Damn it! How dare you stop me?" Yubia roared. Di Ling sneered. "Why? Are you out of your mind too? Why can't I come? With your Rain clan, you don't have the qualification to fight for this treasure in front of me. Let me see what makes you so arrogant." Yubia and Di Ling began to fight. The other minor saints wanted to seize this opportunity to break out. However, they were all restrained by their respective opponents. For a moment, the chaotic battle broke out. No one could break out of the encirclement. It was really a chaotic scene. Lin Xian stood high above, stepping on the death mist, looking at the scene coldly. Great. The alliance that had just been formed was disrupted by him again. His gaze swept past those minor saints, then stared at Yubia and Di Ling. At this moment, Yubia was very strong. The decree was obviously very powerful, much stronger than the one in his hand. It was like a sky full of light rain, attacking unceasingly. Di Ling was originally weaker than him. At this moment, although he had borrowed the power of the coffin in his body, he was still not his opponent. He was blasted away by the decree, his face pale. Yubia looked up to the sky and laughed. "What peerless genius! You're nothing in front of me. You'll have to train for another 1,000 years if you want to fight with me." Chapter 3604. Humph. Yubia, don't be arrogant. I will show you my trump card. Di Ling shouted angrily, opening his mouth to spit out the cyan coffin. The moment the coffin came out, it emitted a terrifying aura that shattered the surrounding space. Yubia felt his blood run cold. Ka ka ka. The coffin opened a crack and made an uncomfortable sound. However, nothing came out. In the next moment, Di Ling controlled the cyan coffin and attacked. It was rare to see someone using a coffin as a weapon. Yubia had no choice but to fight with all his strength. At this moment, the decree on you Bieha's body turned into a rain of light and surrounded him. At the same time, he released a sky full of laws and bombarded the coffin. On Di Ling's side, a hand came out of the coffin. The hand that looked like a withered corpse broke the sky full of laws and grabbed at Yu Bieha's throat. Not good. Yu Bieha was scared, out of his wits. He quickly blocked the decree in front of him. On the decree, the ancient Tao scripture word bloomed with light and blasted the hand away. At the same time, Yu Bieha opened up the distance. Damn it, there is something. The others were fighting while looking at the situation. When they saw a hand coming out of the cyan coffin, they felt like they were facing a great enemy. There was indeed a corpse buried in the coffin. Whoosh! At this moment, another light flashed, and a middle-aged man with a white face and no beard suddenly came out. He arrived near the Qilin horn and was about to take the thing. Courting death, Di Ling roared. He slammed his palm forward, and the cyan coffin flew forward. Suddenly, the skeletal hand clawed at the middle-aged man with a white face and no beard. This middle-aged man was the one who suspected Lin Xian. He was very strong, and it was said that he might be the clone of a saint. It could be said that he was abnormally terrifying. However, the person hidden in the cyan coffin was not simple either. Therefore, when the two collided, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Terrifying energy and laws swept out in all directions. The two collided, and there was no chance to snatch more. This is great. Yu Bieha laughed loudly. This was an opportunity, and he quickly rushed over. Di Mausoleum was also moving quickly. This was also an opportunity for him. Both of them were extremely fast. It was just a matter of who was faster and could snatch the Qilin horn. Humph! Yubi, he coldly shouted. The Rain Clan's decree rushed towards the mausoleum and blocked the path. The mausoleum crazily roared, but it couldn't be broken in a short time. Yu Bieha was about to get the Qilin horn. However, at this time, countless black fog appeared around the Qilin horn and quickly spread out. Death missed. Yubi, he screamed, and quickly retreated. Damn it, who is it? Who dares to stop me? He screamed wildly. In the next moment, he saw the figure that was shrouded in black mist like the Grim Reaper appear in front of him again. He blocked his way. Damn it, you dare to stop me? Yu Bieha roared madly. How could he not be angry when such an excellent opportunity was destroyed by the other party? This person was naturally Lin Xian. He sneered. Why wouldn't he dare? Damn it, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Yu Bieha called back the decree and crazily attacked. The surrounding death mist was extremely terrifying. Even if the other party had the decree, he couldn't break it in a short time. At this time, the mausoleum was no longer blocked. He rushed to the Qilin horn and quickly attacked the seal on it. He wanted to snatch the Qilin horn completely. This scene caused countless people to become nervous. Yu Bieha screamed, "Why didn't you stop him? He was really crazy." In his opinion, shouldn't the guardian in front of him kill Di Ling at this time? Why did you stop him? Lin Xian said indifferently, "Why did I stop him? I stopped you because I don't like you." Why? I can't stop you. Hearing this, Yu Bieha was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. What kind of reason was this? Could it be that he stopped him just because he didn't like him and didn't care about others? Wasn't the other party a guardian? Why did he have to go against him? Then he realized that he was wrong. Not only did the other party go against him, he also went against the Rain Clan. Apart from stopping him, the other party also controlled the death mist to attack the surrounding experts of the Rain Clan. Soon, two of the Rain Clan's experts had withered arms, and another person's head turned white. Obviously, they were all deprived of their vitality. Damn it, Yu Bieha screamed crazily. He couldn't understand when he had provoked the other party. Lin Xian sneered and didn't reply. Just based on the fact that the other party wanted to kill him, he wouldn't let him have a good time. On the other side, Di Ling was overjoyed. This was great. This Yubieha was so unlucky to be targeted by the Guardian. Now was his chance. The long spear in his hand finally cracked the seal. Then he reached out his hand to grab the Qilin horn. Not good. At this moment, everyone's heart was in their throat. Their faces were ferocious. Especially Yubieha. Was the Qilin horn going to be taken by Di Ling? Buzz. However, at this moment, Di Ling's hand stopped, because above the Qilin horn, there was a black mist that formed a barrier. It completely enveloped the Qilin horn. That black mist was the death mist. The strong death chi made him feel a fatal threat. His body stiffened. He turned his head and stared at the Guardian. You dare to stop me? Just a little bit more. Just a second more, and he would have gotten it. However, that 1 second was like the distance between heaven and earth. He couldn't get it at all. He couldn't accept such a huge gap. Lin Xian snorted. Do you really think that I'll let you get the Qilin horn if I'm only targeting the Rain clan? You're too naive. The scene at this moment was very strange. Those experts and minor saints were all restrained. The two people who had the highest chance of getting the Qilin horn, Yubieha and Di Ling, were blocked by the same person. It was really hard to believe. Damn it! Damn it! Di Ling retreated and roared crazily. He summoned the green coffin to his side again. Yubieha, who was beside him, also roared. Damn it! Let's join hands and get rid of him. Otherwise, no one will get it. Indeed, they found out that this guardian was very strange. He seemed to be able to control the death mist, which was a fatal threat to them. Countless eyes fell on Lin Xian, making Lin Xian feel pressured. However, he sneered and didn't care. If he was in another place, he would have died if he was targeted by so many minor saints. But here, he was not afraid at all. Even if he couldn't defeat these people, he could just hide in the death mist. Who would dare to catch him? Chapter 36:05. Suddenly, the Qilin horn let out a roar, and a Qilin phantom appeared on it. Then, it tore through the void and fled outside. What was going on? Everyone was stunned. Even Lin Xian was stunned. He did not expect the Qilin horn to run away on its own. Chase after it. The others were overjoyed. As long as they left the ancient tower and went to the outside world, their strength would not be restricted. They would not have to worry about the threat of the death mist. They tore through the void and chased after the Qilin horn. At this moment, the numerous powerful beings who had been present had all disappeared without a trace. Only Lin Xian was still here. It had left. Lin Xian frowned. This was indeed beyond his expectations. However, he turned his gaze to the small ancient tower in front of him. Although the Qilin horn had flown away, the ancient tower was still there. He wondered what secrets were hidden inside. At that moment, his body trembled because he heard that voice again. Yin and Yang reappear. I want to fight immortals. It was that voice again. Lin Xian was too shocked. In the next moment, he saw the ancient tower suddenly shake. Then, a force enveloped him. He felt the world spinning as he was sucked into the small ancient tower. After entering, Lin Xian found that the interior was very simple. There was only an empty hall, but there was a skeleton inside. The skeleton was very hideous. It was the skeleton of a Qilin. Lin Xian was shocked. It was definitely the skeleton of a Qilin, but it was missing a horn. It should be the one that broke through the void. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, the Qilin skeleton made cracking sounds. Lin Xian took 2 steps back, as if he was facing a great enemy. It was still alive. It was actually still alive. This was too unbelievable. How many years had it been since the ancient era? It was still alive. I can feel the aura of Yin and Yang. The Qilin skeleton turned its head and stared at Lin Xian. In the next moment, it let out a deafening voice. You are also abandoned by immortals. Abandoned by immortals? What did that mean? Lin Xian was stunned. He didn't get an explanation. The Qilin corpse suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a crimson ball of light. Qilin blood essence. Lin Xian was stupefied. Such a mass of blood essence. How much energy did it contain? I'm giving it to you now. That loud voice sounded again. Lin Xian was stunned. Give it to him? She wanted to give it to him? Why was he not a member of the Qilin clan? Why would the other party give him such a huge treasure? Could it be because he controlled the power of both yin and yang? Or could it be that he was the person with immortal energy that the other party spoke of? He didn't know about any of this. The next moment, he was enveloped by a huge amount of blood essence, and he felt extreme pain all over his body. It was as if he had been burned by a raging flame. This feeling was too shocking. He had a divine body, so what kind of flame could hurt him? Unless it was something as terrifying as the starry sky flame. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xian finally felt the blood around him disappear. The clothes on his body were all burned to ashes. He stood there, incomparably shocked. This power, he felt that his body seemed to have undergone some changes. His physique was even stronger than before. With a wave of his hand, a simple and unadorned mirror appeared. Lin Xian looked at it and gasped. At this moment, there was a black Qilin tattoo on his body. It was as if a black Qilin was lying on his body. It was unbelievable. This physique was definitely not inferior to that of a fourth heaven sage. Lin Xian was really shocked. Moreover, this happened in the blink of an eye. He guessed that this black Qilin totem was definitely not that simple. As he continued to cultivate in the future, it would become stronger. Thank you, Senior. Lin Xian looked at the huge Qilin corpse and bowed respectfully. You don't have to thank me. You are my successor. From now on, you have inherited my will. One day, you will walk the same path as me. The soul of the ancient elite of the Qilin clan gradually dissipated. Then, he used the last of his strength to send Lin Xian out of the small ancient building. Buzz. Lin Xian appeared outside again. The small ancient building disappeared into the fog of death. With a thought, a set of clothes appeared in Lin Xian's mind, and he draped it over his body. Everything felt like a dream. He had actually obtained the Qilin clan's totem tattoo. He had inherited the other party's will, and stepped on the other party's path. What was going on? Lin Xian did not understand, but he had a feeling. His future path would be even more difficult. There was actually someone here. Where was the ancient building? Why did it disappear? Suddenly, two voices could be heard. Lin Xian looked up and saw that two sages had returned. The two sages were shocked. Who are you? It was that kid at the first heaven. They were too surprised. At this moment, Lin Xian's body was no longer covered by the fog of death. Therefore, they naturally recognized him. How is this possible? Weren't you killed by Yubieha? Damn brat, what the hell is going on? Why are you still alive? Tell me your secret. Also, where is the small ancient building? Was it taken away by you? The two of them had killing intent in their eyes. One of them was a fourth heaven saint, while the other was an early stage fifth heaven saint. Their auras were very powerful. Under normal circumstances, a first heaven saint would be an ant in front of them. However, Lin Xian sneered coldly. He didn't know what was good for him. He did not say anything else. He directly mobilized the surrounding fog of death and quickly attacked. Ants, how dare you attack us? The two of them sneered, their eyes filled with disdain. Even if they stood there and let the other party attack, the other party would not be able to break free from their defense. But soon, they screamed. They tore the void apart and wanted to escape. That was because they realized that the surrounding fog of death had sunk down like black clouds. The power of death made their hair stand on end. Damn it, could it be that you can mobilize the power of the fog of death? You're the guardian from before. The two of them instantly had such a thought. Since they had guessed it, they could not let the two of them live. Lin Xian activated the Tai Chi Sutra with all his might. The surrounding fog of death was completely mobilized by him. It formed a cage of death that enveloped the two of them. Break out of the encirclement. The two sages roared crazily and attacked crazily. One of the fifth heaven saints even charged toward Lin Xian. If they captured that kid, all the dangers would be resolved. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Terrifying palms blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they grabbed toward Lin Xian. However, they were entangled by the fog of death that filled the sky. Let me do it. The fourth heaven sage seized the opportunity and rushed over, landing a punch on Lin Xian's body. Chapter 36:06. What are you doing? Don't kill him. The fifth heaven saint roared as he resisted. The fourth heaven saint said, Don't worry, I'm just going to break his body and capture his soul. At that time, he will definitely be our slave. He revealed a ferocious smile, but soon they were stunned because they saw Lin Xian flying back. How was that possible? His eyes almost popped out. That was his punch. The opponent would definitely be torn into pieces. However, the opponent didn't die. He only spat out a mouthful of blood. It was really unbelievable. Lin Xian's face was gloomy, but he was extremely excited. Great. His physique was able to withstand the attack of a level 4 celestial layer sage. It was really incredible. His divine body bloomed like a golden god of war. Moreover, there was a black Qilin tattoo on his golden body. A Qilin tattoo. Are you from the Qilin clan? The two experts' scalps went numb. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He formed a seal with his palms, and the death mist was activated to the extreme. The two experts screamed crazily. They couldn't care less anymore and wanted to break out. But in the end, all their vitality was taken away by the death mist. The two corpses fell down, and their souls were completely destroyed. Lin Xian took the storage rings from them. Then he threw the two corpses into the death mist. The next moment his figure flashed and rushed out. Not long after, Lin Xian left the heaven-reaching tower and came out. He found that there was a fierce battle outside. Countless experts and little saints were fighting each other. The decree of the Yu, Bieha, and Jiangyu clan was activated to the extreme. The ancient characters of the Taoist scripture emitted light, and a torrential rain swept through the 9 heavens. This was the reign of law. It was extremely terrifying. Under the support of the decree, it could even threaten a minor saint. The other person was Di Ling. He had completely opened the coffin, and a mummified figure walked out. It was very terrifying. There was a pair of dark purple wings on the back of the mummified corpse. It was unusually ferocious, and the world was trembling because of it. The other person was a middle-aged man with a pale face and no beard. His aura had completely changed. He was like the divine king who ruled the world. Every time he raised his hand, a terrifying aura filled the air. These people were all fighting over the Qilin horn. As for the Qilin horn, it was hovering between them. There was an image of a Qilin on it, as well as a roaring sound. After Lin Xian came out, he hid in the void and silently watched the battle. Are they still fighting over it? He had no intention of making a move. This was because he already knew that this Qilin horn was a bait thrown out by the ancient Qilin powerhouse. His purpose was to lure these people away so that he could meet with him and teach him the Qilin totem tattoo. Although the Qilin horn was also precious compared to his Qilin totem, it appeared not worth mentioning. The battle up ahead was getting more and more terrifying. The roars of the Qilin could be heard from time to time. At this moment, a voice rang out between heaven and earth. It was indeed the voice of the Qilin. It was a Qilin horn. The voice was filled with excitement. 19, junior brother, your luck is really good. You've just come out, and you've already encountered a treasure like the Cheelin horn. This time, it was a woman's voice. It was abnormally sweet, causing one's heart to sway. Senior sister, help me get this Cheelin horn. It's very useful to me. All right, I really don't know what to do with you. The conversation between the two resounded between heaven and earth. Everyone was puzzled. Who is it? The faces of the minor saints changed. Who dares to covet the Cheelin horn? At this moment, a small purple cauldron suddenly appeared and covered the Cheelin horn. Countless Tao runes appeared on the surface of the cauldron, forming a seal. It's mine. The woman's voice rang out, causing the faces of the surrounding people to change drastically. What the hell? Who is this person? She sealed the Cheelin horn so easily. Cold, sweat broke out on their backs. One should know that so many experts had been fighting for such a long time, but none of them had managed to get it. Instead, a woman appeared out of nowhere and got it. Damn it! Di Ling roared. The mummy in front of him grabbed the void with both of its hands, and the space within 100,000 miles was shattered instantly. On the other side, the middle-aged man and Ubieha had also made their moves, destroying a part of heaven and earth. Who's there? Come out, you sneaky bastard. How dare you snatch the thing that I want? Di Ling roared towards the sky. Ubieha and the middle-aged man with a pale face wore a cold expression. Which one of them wasn't an indomitable expert? How could they endure being attacked by someone? Finally, two figures emerged from the shattered void. Everyone's gaze was fixed on them. Even Lin Xian had a look of surprise on his face. He hadn't expected such a turn of events. The two figures were a man and a woman. They wore white robes embroidered with auspicious clouds with golden threads. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. Her temperament was excellent, like a fairy. The two of them were knocked out of the void, but they were not injured. There was a red ribbon circling around them, forming a light screen. The two of them were still wearing smiles under the gaze of countless saints. It was as if they did not put the surrounding experts in their eyes. You two don't know what's good for you. How dare you snatch the thing that I want? Di Ling was the first to speak. His eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. What's wrong with the thing that you want? The young man also looked over, not backing down. The beautiful woman's eyes moved as she looked at Di Ling. Then she looked at the green coffin and the withered zombie. Suddenly, she revealed a trace of surprise. You should be Di Ling, right? I did not expect you to obtain a demonic corpse. No wonder you are so arrogant. Since you know who I am, you still dare to snatch my thing. I can only say that you are very bold. Di Ling snorted. He did not expect his secret to be seen through by the other party. The mysterious woman smiled and did not pay attention to him. She turned her head and looked. The decree of the Rain Clan. You are a member of the Rain Clan. Ubieha also gasped. Who is this person? She knows their identity like the back of her hand. It seems that the world guessed correctly. Then, who is this person? The man beside her asked. The beautiful woman turned her head and stared at the middle-aged man with a pale face. I don't know which senior's clone you are. You actually came to snatch the Cheelin horn. Why don't you give it to us? Everyone was in an uproar. This powerful middle-aged man was actually just a clone. Ubieha and Di Ling were also stunned. The middle-aged man's pupils shrunk. He did not expect the other party to see through his identity. Who are you? He asked coldly. We are from Wushuang City. The two of them said proudly. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Even the minor saints sucked in a breath of cold air. It turned out that they were from the saint realm. No wonder they were so arrogant and did not put them in their eyes. Chapter 36:07. In the void, Lin Xian was also surprised. The people of Peerless City were really strong. The two of them were not afraid of facing so many minor saints and experts. Furthermore, the purple cauldron, and the red rainbow were both extremely mysterious. They were both extremely terrifying weapons. Is this the strength of Peerless City? So they are from Peerless City. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered. No wonder they could see through his identity. The man from Peerless City said, "Since you know our identity, why don't you give us the Cheelin horn?" Everyone's expression changed as soon as they heard his words. To be honest, they were not willing to give up the Cheelin horn. Those who were weaker began to retreat. They did not dare to fight with a disciple of the Saint Realm, but for someone like Di Ling, he was indeed unconvinced. Yu Bie's face was gloomy. The other minor saints were also dissatisfied. So what if they were from Peerless Saint Realm? They wanted to snatch the treasure from their hands with just their identity. Wasn't that too arrogant? No matter what, they were still experts who dominated a region. If this was spread out, how would they be able to maintain their foothold in the future? If you want the Cheelin horn, you have to get through me first. Di Ling stood out. Yu Bie did not retreat either. The middle-aged man stood in the void with his hands behind his back. He did not have the intention to attack, but he did not retreat either. The other three minor saints also stood in one direction, eyeing covetously. Although you are from Peerless City, so what? This is not Peerless City's territory. That's right. Do you think the two of you can fight against so many of us? Seeing that these experts were not willing to retreat, the crowd was in an uproar. The beautiful woman smiled sweetly. I definitely can't fight against so many of you. Although I can't, my senior brother can. Then she said softly, "Senior brother, you should do it. These people are not giving face to Peerless City at all. Is there someone else?" The scene shocked everyone. The little saints also frowned and looked around. At this moment, a figure appeared in the sky. That person was also a man. He wore a white robe, and his appearance was not overly handsome. However, he was unforgettable. When he saw this person, Lin Xian was stunned. It's him. He was incomparably surprised. He didn't expect to meet Yi Shiwen here. However, could Yi Shiwen really contend against so many minor saints? Lin Xian was very worried. "You want to fight us with just the three of you?" Those little saints sneered. The corner of Di Ling's mouth was also filled with disdain. "You're wrong. Not the three of us, but me." That man walked out. His gaze was disdainful and carried with it an unparalleled sense of dominance. Anyone who was not convinced could make a move. What an arrogant attitude. Did he want to fight against 6 masters by himself? I want to see what a young junior like you can be so arrogant about. An old man walked out. He was a true little saint. His strength was very strong, and he was very experienced. "Kid, as long as you can block one of my punches, I will acknowledge your strength." The old man punched out with his fist. Suddenly, the sky collapsed, and the earth cracked. The surrounding void shook. Endless Dharma soared into the sky. From afar, it looked like a meteor shower was falling from the sky. This was just the beginning. The Dharma wrapped around a fist and directly blasted over. Wherever it passed, everything was turned into ashes. This punch seemed to be able to destroy a world. Everyone felt their scalp tingle and their hair stand on end when they felt this power. This was the attack of a little saint. It was so terrifying that not many people present could block it. Would this newcomer be able to withstand it? Even Lin Xian's heart was in his throat. However, the man was not afraid at all. He said coldly, "If you can block one of my punches, I will admit defeat." With a wave of his hand, a leaf appeared in his hand. It was a red leaf that was unusually beautiful. There was a sword drawn on the leaf. It was so sharp that it looked like it was going to pierce the sky. Asterisk buzz. Asterisk the red leaf fluttered and streaked forward with light. Wherever it passed, the sky was silently split into 2 halves. Wasn't this guy too arrogant? Facing the attack of a little saint, he only threw out a leaf. Who did he think he was? Many people sneered. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the sound of the sky collapsing and the earth cracking was heard. The disdainful expression on everyone's face disappeared and was replaced by a touch of horror, because the fist of the little saint was shattering at an incredible speed. The dharma that filled the sky was split by the red leaf. Asterisk buzz. Asterisk, one of the little saint's arms was chopped off in an instant. It was too fast. In the blink of an eye, the red leaf had arrived. Blood splattered, and a scream was heard. One of the little saint's arms fell to the ground. The little saint was trembling. His face was full of horror. How was this possible? The others were also dumbfounded. They could not believe that the man had injured a little saint with a leaf. It was too unbelievable. That was a little saint, one of the top experts in this place. But now he was injured by someone so easily. Yu Bie's face changed drastically. Di Ling's pupils also shrank. The middle-aged man with a pale face seemed to have thought of something and showed a look of surprise. The other little saint screamed, "A red leaf? You are Fu Hongye from Wushuang City." "What? He is Fu Hongye?" Yu Bie screamed in fear. Di Ling's scalp went numb. The others did not know, but they knew how terrifying Fu Hongye was. That's right. The man was Fu Hongye. Lin Xian had seen him before. So now Lin Xian was also dumbfounded. When he saw Fu Hongye on Venus, he was only a fourth heavenly layer saint. That was why he was worried that Fu Hongye would not be able to fight against so many little saints. But now he saw that it was not the case. Fu Hongye was too strong. He was ridiculously strong. Moreover, he found that his cultivation base had become hazy. He could not see through it at all. What was going on? Could it be that he was hiding his cultivation base? At this moment, He Shan transmitted his voice to him. He probably did not go to the first astral realm with his real body, but only sent a clone. What clone? Lin Xian was stunned. How could a clone have the cultivation base of a fourth heavenly layer saint? Wasn't that unbelievable? Then it should be his real body now. What cultivation base had he reached? Was he a fifth heavenly layer saint or a real little saint? He did not know, but with his strength, he could definitely kill a little saint easily. Do you still want to fight? Fu Hongye stood in the air and asked indifferently. The man and woman behind him smiled. I admit defeat. The injured little saint gritted his teeth and said. He was extremely angry and wanted to fight with his life on the line. But when he knew the identity of his opponent, he gave up the thought. If he fought with his life on the line, he would probably die a horrible death. Chapter 36:08. Let's give up. The other two minor saints shook their heads and retreated. Fu Hongye nodded and looked at Di Ling, Yu Bie, and the middle-aged man. Do you three still want to fight? Hee, so it's Fu Hongye from Wushuang City. Since that's the case, I'll give you some face. The middle-aged man laughed heartily before turning into a streak of light and leaving. Oh, the old monster's clone finally left. The beautiful lady behind him heaved a sigh of relief. Fu Hongye didn't care at all. He stared at Di Ling and Yu Bie. What about you two? Do you want to fight with me or give me the Qilin horn? Countless gazes fell on Di Ling and Yu Bie, making them feel even more pressured. To be honest, they were shocked and frightened. At the same time, they were angry and unwilling. What made them frightened was that they were facing the legendary Fu Hongye. They didn't dare to fight with him at all. Didn't they see that the other minor saints had retreated? However, they were arrogant people. One of them was an expert from the Rain clan who held great power. No one dared to provoke him. The other was a young genius who dared to go against him. Now that these two arrogant people had to lower their heads, it was worse than killing them. Looks like you two aren't willing to lower your heads. Then let's fight, Fu Hongye said indifferently. He took out a red leaf. Suddenly, Yu Bie and Di Ling trembled. They felt a chill down their spines. Fight with him? To be honest, they didn't want to. Young Master Fu misunderstood us. How could we snatch young master's things? Yu Bieha laughed. He was also an old fox, although he was unwilling to accept it. Although he was unwilling to lose, it was his first principle. It seemed like Fu Hongya had to lower his head. The crowd exclaimed. Only Di Ling was left. Di Ling didn't say anything, but he still took 2 steps back. This showed his attitude. Seeing this, Fu Hongya kept the leaf and waved his hand, grabbing the purple cauldron. He formed a few seals and threw it to the man. 19th junior brother, this is for you. Thank you, senior brother. The man was very happy. The 3 of them turned into streams of light, broke through the void, and quickly disappeared. Only when they were completely gone did the surrounding people breathe a sigh of relief. Di Ling was the first to react. Damn it, he turned into a beam of light and quickly returned to the ancient tower. Even though the Qilin horn was gone, there was still a small ancient pavilion. If he went in, he might be able to obtain even more treasures. After him, Yubihi also moved quickly. The pale-faced, beardless middle-aged man and the other little saints also pierced through the void and entered the ancient tower. The others followed suit. There was no way they would miss out on the treasures that followed. Lin Xian smiled and shook his head when he saw this scene. He was afraid that these people were destined to be disappointed, because the greatest treasure in the ancient tower had already been obtained by him. At the same time, what surprised him was that Fu Hongya was really too strong. She was able to suppress so many experts by herself that they didn't dare to raise their heads. Wushuang City? His eyes shone brightly. It seemed that he had to join such a sacred city. Lin Xian shifted his body and continued to hide in the void as he stealthily followed behind. He wanted to see the expressions of these people. Sure enough, when he arrived, he saw that those people were roaring crazily. Their faces turned green. Damn it. How could it be like this? This is impossible. Where is the treasure? Di Ling went crazy. He was so angry that smoke was coming out of his head. Yu Bi, who was beside him, also had an extremely ugly expression. The few little saints didn't pay much attention to their surroundings. They were fighting in all directions, causing the void to tremble. They found that the small ancient tower had disappeared. Damn it, did someone take it away from him? They were about to go crazy. Someone took advantage of the time when they were fighting for the Qilin horn and quietly took away the small ancient tower. This made their hearts bleed. Everyone knew that the treasure in the small ancient tower was definitely more precious than the Qilin horn. However, they guessed that it would be even harder to obtain it. That was why they prepared to take the Qilin horn first, and then slowly take over the small ancient tower. However, they didn't expect that the Qilin horn would be taken away by someone else. When they returned, the most precious ancient tower had also disappeared. Damn it! Damn it! Di Ling roared. He had never felt so aggrieved before. Don't let me find out who took away the treasure that I set my eyes on. Otherwise, I will go to the 9 heavens and 10 earths and tear that person into pieces. Yu Bi's expression was cold. The few little saints' faces were dark. The middle-aged man with a pale face shook his head and left without saying anything. After him, the other little saints also left one after another. There were still some people who didn't give up and quickly searched around. However, they found nothing. There were also some places that they didn't dare to explore, such as the Death Mist. Therefore, when they saw that there were no more treasures around, they didn't want to stay. After all, the Death Mist was a big threat. In the end, Di Ling also left quickly. When Yu Bi he turned around and left, his eyebrows suddenly twitched. He felt a wave coming from the void. The wave was very familiar to him. However, he couldn't remember where he had sensed it before. Nevertheless, he still paid attention to it. He followed the crowd and left. After about half a day, he came back alone. His gaze rarely traveled in all directions. When he carefully examined his surroundings, he revealed a puzzled expression. I can't sense it. It shouldn't be. I clearly sensed a familiar aura. What is it? Are you looking for me? At this moment, a voice sounded. He was startled. He quickly turned around, and the light of the law burst out. At the same time, the law decree surrounded him as if he was facing a great enemy. At the next moment, he was stunned. Damn it, it's you? He was completely stunned because he saw a person, and it was a very familiar person. However, he couldn't believe it. Isn't he dead? The person in front of me is the first heaven ant. Was he the one who threw him into the death mist? How is that possible? He's still alive? Is he a ghost? Thinking of this, he sneered. Kid, do you think that you can threaten me after turning into a ghost after death? Today, I will destroy your soul. With a wave of his hand, boundless laws soared into the sky like a vast ocean, surging towards the sky. He was really strong. Even a fifth heaven saint wouldn't be able to block this attack. Lin Xian was already prepared. When he raised his hand, he instantly moved away. He dodged the attack and appeared in another place. You're quite fast, but do you think you can dodge it? He sneered. He raised his hand and prepared to attack again. Chapter 36:09. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He stepped on the ground and stared coldly at the other party. Do you really think that you can kill me? Fine, I'll let you taste the taste of despair today. The Taiji diagram in his body rotated rapidly, and the power of Taiji burst out. His body shone brightly. This was the power of the sun, and at the same time, the power of the moon was activated. The death mist in the surroundings was controlled by him, and it surged towards him. How is this possible? You're not dead yet? Yubieha was shocked when he saw his opponent's dazzling physique. The next moment, he was even more shocked. What did he see? The death mist was surging towards him. Damn it, can he control the death mist? He was stunned. What kind of technique is this? Even a minor saint can't do it. How did he do it? This brat is too strange. Moreover, his body contains endless secrets. Humph, I'll definitely ask you once I catch you. He turned into a ray of light and instantly shuttled through the void. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lin Xian. Brat, go to hell. A huge hand grabbed Lin Xian's head, trying to capture his soul and search it. Buzz. Lin Xian suddenly disappeared, and the void where he was standing was shattered. The next moment, he walked out from another place. I've said that you can't kill me. Today, I'll let you experience despair. Spatial divine ability? Yubieha's face turned gloomy. His opponent's movement technique was very strange. It was as if he had teleported. That's right. Lin Xian had used a spatial divine ability, the void escape technique. He was getting more and more familiar with it now. The next moment, the light on his body became even more resplendent, and the death mist shrouded his body. His whole person looked extremely strange. What? You're the guardian? Yubieha could no longer remain calm after seeing this. The previous scenes appeared in his mind. Now, he finally knew why the previous guardian was targeting him. So, it's this brat in front of me. Run. That was Yubieha's thought. He couldn't defeat his opponent in the previous battle. He didn't dare to resist the death mist. He had to go back and report to his family so that they could send out many experts to explore this place. He wanted to thoroughly uncover the secrets of this place. Breaking through the void, he took a step inside, wishing to leave. If you want to leave, do you think you can? Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his fist. He mobilized his precepts and activated the death fog with all his might. With a single strike, the void was shattered. Yubieha was shaken out. His face was pale and full of disbelief. His opponent was simply too strong. Damn it, I refuse to accept this. Brat, if you have the ability, don't use the power of the death mist. Haha, you still have the face to say this? Your cultivation level is 4 heavenly layers higher than mine, and you actually dare to say that you're not convinced. If you have the guts to suppress your cultivation and fight me at the same level, I'll beat you into a pulp. I'm so angry. Ubieha was mad with anger. He didn't dare to fight and could only run away. He tried to break out of the encirclement several times, but was beaten back by Lin Xian. Damn brat, I'll fight it out with you. Ubieha roared and opened the decree. He spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood on the decree. Immediately, the ancient Tao scripture character bloomed with dazzling light. A red light pierced through the void like a blood sword, piercing towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt a sense of danger. However, he sneered and opened his mouth to spit out a decree. The decree became bigger and opened. The ancient characters on it also bloomed with light, although it was not as good as the one on the other side. However, it was enough. In an instant, the blood-red light was blocked. Then, the remaining power was shattered by Su Cheng's death fog. Rain Clan's decree? It was only SO. Damn it. How could it be? You also have a decree. What was going on? Ubieha was completely stunned, because he realized that the thing taken out by his opponent was also a decree. Moreover, it was exactly the same as his. How could his opponent have a decree? Who are you? Who are you? He roared madly. When you go to hell, the king of hell will tell you. Lin Xian did not intend to hold back. The death fog that blotted out the sky and covered the earth rolled over. The entire sky was dyed black. Ah, damn brat, I will tear you into pieces. Ubieha roared madly in the fog. However, it soon turned into a frightened scream. Misunderstanding. It was a misunderstanding between us. Spare my life. I will definitely not attack you in the future. I will give you all my treasures. I beg you to spare me. However, it was still useless. In the end, he roared, I am not satisfied. Then there was no more sound. When the fog dissipated, only a pile of white bones was left behind. Lin Xian took out the decree from the pile of bones and directly threw it into the great sage pagoda to be refined by the starry sky fire. Then he took away the other party's storage room. With a sneer, he left the sky connecting tower. It seemed that it was time to cultivate in seclusion. Lin Xian thought. After experiencing so much, he needed to properly temper himself. Especially when it came to the Qilin tattoo, he needed to properly ponder over it. Therefore, he was going to find a place. Originally, he planned to leave the Azurewood Tower and go to other worlds to cultivate. However, not long after he flew out of the sky-connecting tower, he felt a sharp pain on his body. It was as if there was a needle poking him. He tore open his clothes and found that the Qilin tattoo on his body appeared again. A mysterious power was flowing on it. Damn it. This thing is going to be powerful. I need to quickly refine it. Therefore, he could only find a place on the Azurewood Star to cultivate in seclusion. He found a place far away from the sky-connecting tower. Lin Xian entered the mountain range, built a cave, and then went in. After covering it with a formation, he began to cultivate in seclusion. The next few days were really torture for him. The energy released by the Qilin tattoo was too terrifying. It was as if the starry sky fire was burning him. However, Lin Xian had experienced countless hardships. Therefore, although it was painful, he could still endure it. In the end, he directly used all the resources he had obtained during this period of time. For example, the millions of divine crystals and all kinds of heavenly treasures. These were the things he had obtained from the storage rings of countless experts he had killed. At this moment, he did not hold back and used all of them. At this moment, the news on the Azurewood Star had also spread. The people of many worlds had learned about it. Originally, they wanted to search for treasures. However, when they asked, they found that the treasures were gone. Moreover, there was the death mist in the ancient tower, so many people gave up on the idea. Of course, there were also some bold experts who were prepared to come and explore again. Buzz, a spirit ship cut through the wind and landed on the Azurewood Star. A beautiful woman walked out of it. This woman was too beautiful and very cute. Her big eyes were like crescent moons. As soon as she came down, she looked around. She heard that the sky-connecting tower had appeared here. She wondered where it was. Forget it, she'd better look for it in the entire world. She flew quickly. After flying for less than an incense stick's time, he came to a stop. In a mountain range not far away, a violent rumble suddenly sounded. And then the world changed drastically. Chapter 36:10. Countless dark clouds appeared in the sky. Bolts of lightning the size of mountains struck down. It was as if a hole had been torn in the sky. It was a series of explosions. There were even roars that resounded through the 9 heavens. But soon, those sounds disappeared. This made the beautiful girl very puzzled. The roar just now seemed to be from a dragon. There was also another sound. Although it was not a dragon's roar, its power was not weak at all. Heavens, could it be that 2 divine beasts of heaven and earth were fighting here? Right? It sounded a little like a Cheelin's voice. It was said that a Cheelin horn appeared in the ancient Tower of Heaven. It was possible that a powerhouse of the Cheelin race was buried there. The voice of a Cheelin appeared here again. Could there be a connection? The girl thought for a moment, then looked in that direction. However, the images and sounds of heaven and earth had disappeared. Something was wrong. It should be an array formation. She went over and found an array formation. She tore a corner of the array formation and saw the violent scene inside. The girl stuck out her tongue and ran into the distance. She would wait for the images to disappear before looking again. She waited. She waited for 7 days and 7 nights. Finally, the violent energy disappeared. The girl tore the array formation and rushed in. Lin Xian walked out of the shattered mountain range. He was very depressed, and his body was still emitting black smoke. Damn it, this lightning tribulation was too terrifying, right? He almost didn't make it. However, what made him happy was that he had broken through to the 2nd level of the Sage Realm. He had finally advanced to another level. Now his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. His physique was equivalent to a 4th level sage. He was even confident that he could withstand a few blows from a 5th level sage. His strength had increased, and his comprehension of the laws had also increased. However, the only thing that made him depressed was his current appearance. At this moment, black Cheelin tattoos were all over his body, including his face. Therefore, he looked like a walking Cheelin instead of his original appearance. How could he go out like this? Would he be mistaken for a divine beast and be captured to be refined into pills? Lin Xian shook his head. He sensed that it would take some time for these Cheelin tattoos to completely return to normal. Therefore, he planned to stay in the deep mountains for the time being. Squeak. The array formation was torn open. Suddenly, Lin Xian was stunned. Someone had torn open his array formation and entered directly. Who was it? How did they attract an expert so quickly? He wanted to leave, but soon he saw a beautiful figure streaking across the void and arriving in front of him. Wow, is that a Cheelin? And it's a black Cheelin heavens. It's really a divine beast. A very pleasant voice was heard. Lin Xian was stunned when he heard this voice, and then he suddenly turned around and revealed an expression of disbelief. He was completely stunned. He saw a young girl. She was wearing an emerald green dress. Her smile was like a flower, and her eyes were bright. She was exceptionally cute. The girl stood in the air like a little fairy, blinking her big eyes. That's not right of the human Cheelin, kill forget, it Cheelin Xian. I of the Cheelin Chu Lin, of Lin Chilu Chu Lin Qilin Chuyu. Lin Qilin walked up to him with an adorable look on her face. Lin Xian was completely stunned. In the next moment, he walked up to her, opened his arms, and ran forward. I missed you so much, little girl. Why are you here? In an instant, he hugged the beautiful girl. The girl was shocked. A terrifying power surged out of her body and bounced Lin Xian away. With a boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The power of laws spread, and the great path surged. A terrifying crack appeared in the sky. Lin Xian felt the blood in his body churning. The girl's face darkened. Qilin, you're too dishonest. How dare you take advantage of me? Do you want to die? I only wanted a pair of Qilin horns, but now I'm going to beat you up. You've grown so quickly, little girl. Lin Xian stood up, patted the dirt off his body, and walked over again. Stop right there. What do you want? If you come any closer, I won't be polite to you. Purple light surged out of the girl's body. It was like a purple fog that surrounded her. She was wearing purple armor, and the great path surged around her. Cho-er, it's me. You actually know my name? Who are you? I'm not familiar with the Qilin race. The girl was very wary. Lin Xian squinted. This girl was none other than Shun Jingqiu. He did not expect to meet her here. Furthermore, it seemed like her abilities had improved by leaps and bounds. She did not recognize him. Lin Xian was stunned at first. After that, he recalled that his entire body was covered in Qilin tattoos. He looked like a mythical beast. Who would recognize me? He suddenly had an idea to tease this little girl. Of course I know you. I've known you for a long time. I've liked you for a long time. Pfft! Who do you think you are? Let me tell you, I have a husband. My husband is an indomitable genius. If you dare to have any ideas about me, I'll ask my husband to beat you up. Is that so? Is your husband very powerful? Lin Xian was amused. Shun Jingqiu snorted coldly. Of course. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you're from the Qilin race. Let me tell you, my husband beat up many of the Qilin race's geniuses in the past. Not to mention the Qilin race, he even beat up the geniuses of the dragons and phoenixes. So, hand over the Qilin horn obediently if you dare to have any ideas about me. You're really dead. If your husband is so powerful, where is he? Lin Xian asked. As she spoke until here, the little girl's expression suddenly darkened. Yes, he should be in the first astral realm. However, he'll be here soon. So, you'd better behave yourself. Seeing the little girl's gloomy expression, Lin Xian could not hold it in any longer. He said, Cho-er, it's me. I said, don't call me that. Shun Jingqiu snorted coldly. However, she was soon stunned. Wait, why does this voice sound so familiar? Could it be Brother Lin? That's not right. This is a Qilin. She's obviously lying to me. It seems like you've done a thorough investigation on me. You actually dare to imitate my husband's voice. If I don't beat you up today, I'll have to. The little girl snorted coldly. With a wave of her hand, a purple cloud flew over. The laws of heaven and earth surged continuously. Lin Xian sighed. He also knew that he could not return to his normal appearance. If he wanted the little girl to believe him, he could only use some tricks. However, he was not in a hurry. He wanted to test the little girl's recent cultivation progress. He also used his divine ability to fight with his opponent. The two of them exchanged more than 1,000 blows. Lin Xian was very surprised. The current Shun Jingqiu could be said to be very powerful. Chapter 36:11. Her cultivation was at the third heaven of the sage realm, and she had all sorts of nomological laws and supernatural powers. Furthermore, it seemed like she still had some trump cards that she hadn't used yet. This made him very surprised. The other party's growth rate really shocked him. At the same time, he was also very happy. Shun Jingqiu's improvement was great news to him. He knew that it was time to reunite with her, so he didn't attack again. Instead, he roared into the sky. His aura rose infinitely, and streaks of sword chi shot into the sky. Those were all dragon-shaped sword chi, and they were like thousands of huge dragons roaming between heaven and earth. Oh no! Why is this fellow so terrifying? That's not right. Why is his Qilin roaring? Is it a mutated breed? That's not right. This is dragon-shaped sword chi. Why does it look so similar to Brother Lin's sword chi? This fellow is too good at imitating. The little girl was very suspicious at first, but she was stunned when she saw the great dragon sword soul. Only Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul. She exclaimed, "You are really Brother Lin?" "That's right. It's me, Qiu." Lin Xian told her some little secrets that only he and Shun Jingqiu knew. Shun Jingqiu completely believed him. She immediately jumped into Lin Xian's arms and cried, "Silly girl, why are you crying? Aren't I here now? Brother Lin, I really missed you. It's great that you can come." Lin Xian comforted her. Then the little girl poked her head out of Lin Xian's arms. She was very surprised. "Brother Lin, what happened to you? Why did you turn into a Qilin?" "Qiu didn't recognize you." "Sigh, it's a long story." Lin Xian simply told her about his experience in the ancient Tower of Heaven. Shun Jingqiu was very surprised. "So that's what happened. You obtained the treasure of the ancient Qilin." Who would have thought that the treasures of the ancient Clear Heaven Tower that everyone was talking about would actually be obtained by Big Brother Lin? Shun Jingqiu was very surprised. "Oh, yes, Qiu, do you know anything about Peerless City?" Lin Xian asked. "I know a little. Brother Lin, are you also here to join the Holy City?" Shun Jingqiu was pleasantly surprised. "That's great. I'm also preparing to take part in the Wushuang City's assessment." Next, the two of them exchanged information. Lin Xian talked about his experiences over the years. Shun Jingqiu also shared her experience, and Lin Xian was very surprised. It turned out that because of Shun Jingqiu's bloodline, she had joined the Spirit Clan and became a member of the Spirit Clan. Shun Jingqiu was a spirit body and could mobilize the power of heaven and earth to obtain great power. This was something that Lin Xian had seen before. There was also a race in the world called the Spirit Race. Her bloodline was very similar to Shun Jingqiu's, but not as heaven-defying as Shun Jingqiu's. Therefore, Shun Jingqiu was equivalent to a saintess in the Spirit Clan. "Now that you're in the Spirit Clan, can you also join Wushuang City?" Lin Xian was surprised. "No problem. Wushuang City did not restrict one's own family or force. Of course, there were restrictions. For example, you had to pass the assessment. Once you joined a holy city, you could not join other holy cities. These holy cities were competing with each other." Lin Xian understood. It turned out that there was not only one holy city. Other than Wushuang City, he also knew of Sky Thunder City. Other than that, there were other holy cities. Each of them was incomparably huge. It could be said that they were the true overlords of the ancient Starry Sky Road, because each holy city had a sage king overseeing it. Since Shun Jingqiu was also going to join Wushuang City, Lin Xian and Shun Jingqiu went on their way. They boarded a spirit ship and left Azure Tree Star. Along the way, the two of them did not cultivate. Instead, they poured out their love to each other. One was as beautiful as water, while the other was as gentle as a steel man. They went through thick and thin together. Finally, one day, they came to a world. This world was very unique. The stars were not regular. Instead, they were like swallows. Hence, this world was called Swallow Star. According to Shun Jingqiu, this place was very close to Wushuang City. Hence, anyone who wanted to join Wushuang City's assessment would come here. The Flying Swallow Star was considered a subsidiary force of the Peerless City. The entire Peerless City was huge. It was a city built by an unparalleled expert over tens of thousands of years. It was even bigger than an entire world. The city floated in the universe like a gigantic object. Lin Xian stood on the flying goose planet and could feel the terrifying power of the heavens and earth. There were many martial artists on Swallow Star, and they were all very powerful. Shun Jingqiu said that Wushuang City did not recruit many disciples. Until now, they had only recruited 2 generations of disciples. This time, they were recruiting the 3rd generation of disciples. As for the other holy cities, they had a long history and had recruited more than 10 generations. It was because Wushuang City was recruiting the 3rd generation of disciples that they attracted so many people. If they could get in, they would definitely become a core member of the holy city. However, it was very difficult to join the holy city. If they were not outstanding and talented, it was not impossible at all. Hence, even though there were so many people in the world, the number of people who could succeed was less than 1 in 10 million. After all, the holy city was recruiting disciples from all over the universe. The entire 2nd astral realm would be in an uproar. How many worlds and geniuses would that be? Lin Xian took a deep breath. He was shocked. However, he had absolute confidence in himself. After Shun Jingqiu came down, she asked around and was surprised. "Brother Lin Xian, we came at the right time. I heard that the projection of the 9th heaven has been projected. We can go and experience it then." "What is the projection of the 9th heaven?" Lin Xian asked. Shun Jingqiu said that it was the content of the assessment. It was said that Wushuang City would use the 9th heaven as the assessment. Only by stepping into the 9th heaven would one be qualified to take the next assessment. After hearing this, Lin Xian had a rough understanding. It should be a screening. There were too many people participating in the assessment, so most of them had to be eliminated, and the elite geniuses would be kept. Lin Xian was not unfamiliar with this practice, but he was very curious about the 9th heaven. "I don't know what it will be like. Why don't we go and take a look?" "Okay, but it's just a projection now. We should be able to roughly sense it." Next, the 2 of them cut through the void and left the goose flying star. They came to the outer realm and flew east for about half a day. They saw a huge shadow in front of them. It was tens of thousands of miles tall and had a terrifying aura. It was as if it had poked a hole in the sky. This should be the projection of the 9th heaven. The real 9th heaven is above. Let's go and sense it. Lin Xian was surprised. What a terrifying pressure. Ordinary sages would not be able to withstand it. He saw that there were many people around and was ready to sense it in advance. A sage of the 1st heaven would not be able to stand here, let alone move forward. Lin Xian guessed that to enter, one would have to be at least at the 2nd heaven. If one wanted to get a good result, one would need to be at the 3rd or 4th heaven. It was really shocking. Chapter 36:12. In the 1st astral realm, being able to become a saint was already a peerless genius. But in the 2nd astral realm, it was not enough. For example, Di Ling was already a late 4th heavenly layer expert. There should be many other geniuses too. And these were only those who were participating in the assessment, those who were already disciples of the sacred city. How terrifying were they? He thought of Lei Qianzhong and the others again. Back in the 1st astral realm, he was already shocked. Now it seemed that Lei Qianzhong was probably at the bottom of the heavenly thunder sacred city. The real geniuses of the sacred city should be like Fu Hongye. She alone could suppress a small saint to the point that they did not dare to resist. Thinking of this, Lin Xian clenched his fists excitedly. He must join the Wushuang City. He took a deep breath and said, "Let's give it a try." The 2 of them flew up quickly. Lin Xian and Shun Jingqiu felt pressured as soon as they entered the black projection. However, Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu were both strong. This pressure was not much of a threat to them. They flew up for tens of thousands of miles. Lin Xian felt the pressure getting bigger and bigger. Shen Jingqiu, who was beside him, was also sweating. Lin Xian stopped and asked, "It's okay." Shen Jingqiu looked at Lin Xian and pouted. "Brother Lin, your physique is too strong. It's not affected at all." Lin Xian laughed. "You're not simple either. Last time we fought more than 1,000 moves, and we were evenly matched. Moreover, I'm a body cultivator. My physique is strong. You should know this. What you have is a spirit body specialty, not in defense, but in other aspects. You must have a lot of trump cards that you haven't used yet." "Hee, you saw through me." Shen Jingqiu laughed. Indeed, the 9-yang divine body was the type with strong defense. Her spirit body was another type. "Brother Lin, why don't we compete and see who can reach the real 9th heavenly layer first? The loser has to agree to a request." Speaking of this, she blinked cutely. "Okay," Lin Xian said with a smile. His childlike innocence had been awakened. The two of them turned into streams of light and shuttled back and forth. Lin Xian did not use any laws at all. His physique was extremely powerful. Along the way, the pressure slammed into his body, but it didn't cause any ripples. On the other side, Shen Jingqiu used his nomological divine ability. A purple, auspicious cloud appeared on his body and circled around him. He instantly resisted the pressure. The two of them were extremely fast. Lin Xian was surprised. They really did have some tricks up their sleeves. He said, "Choer, I have to speed up." Speaking up to this point, he stomped his foot, and brilliant light burst forth from his body, making him look like a sun. His speed doubled once more. Shen Jingqiu formed a seal with her fingers. Purple qi came from the east. As a spirit body, she could mobilize the power of heaven and earth much more efficiently than others. The surrounding pressure was actually mobilized by him and transformed into his own power. As a result, his speed also doubled. The speed of the two was really too fast. Wherever they passed, some people were extremely surprised. Was it a gust of wind that blew past just now? Finally, the two of them stopped. This place was already very high, and the surroundings were chaotic. Above them were the 9 levels of heaven, superimposed on each other. It made people feel awe at a glance. What a terrifying aura. The two of them stood in front of the 9 levels of heaven. They couldn't go any further. This was the true place of the test. However, they could only watch now. There was basically no one around, except for the two of them. The two of them sensed for a while and wanted to leave. However, at this moment, the sound of something tearing through the air came from behind again. Someone was coming. Shen Jingqiu was surprised. She turned her head to look. Was it another expert? In the next moment, she was stunned. The people behind her were also stunned. "Fairy Yu," Shen Jingqiu revealed, a look of surprise. The person behind her was Yu Shijie, and there were a few people beside her. Yu Shijie looked at Shen Jingqiu with a look of surprise. The holy maiden of the spirit clan. She did not expect the other party to be here, and with someone beside her, a man. This holy maiden of the spirit clan was also a peerless beauty. She was very famous in the second astral realm, and her reputation was not inferior to hers. Moreover, it was rumored that she was also incomparably beautiful and had never been close to men. What was going on? Was this man also from the spirit clan? However, when she saw the man turn around, she was stunned. "It's you. How was this possible?" She was incomparably shocked because she discovered that this person was none other than Lin Xian. She was no stranger to Lin Xian, as he had just rescued her not too long ago, and he had left from the Rain clan. Why was he here, and with the holy maiden of the spirit clan? It was really too inconceivable. Yu Shijie was shocked, but the expressions of the people beside her darkened. Their eyes were filled with biting, cold, killing intent. Clearly, this killing intent was targeted at Lin Xian. This scene also stunned Shen Jingqiu. What was going on? These people were targeting Brother Lin. Instantly, she furrowed her brows. Lin Xian was also stunned. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. He did not expect to meet enemies just by coming to see the ninth heaven. In front of him, besides Yu Shixia, there was also her younger brother Yu Qinya and a few other young masters. Zhang Yunfei was also among them. At this moment, Zhang Yunfei's expression was incomparably cold. To be honest, he was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He really could not forget that he had been beaten up by this person last time. Of course, he believed that this person had ambushed him. With his true strength, he was not weaker than this person. Damn brat, I was careless last time. This time, you will die without a doubt. Haha, you know that you are a loser, but you still dare to boast like this. Lin Xian shook his head, his eyes filled with disdain. Cultivate for another 1,000 years. Then come find me again. Damn it, do you dare to fight me now? Zhang Yunfei stepped forward, his eyes red. However, Lin Xian did not step forward, but Shen Jingqiu did. She said coldly, "What? Are you going to attack my brother Lin?" "What, brother Lin?" Zhang Yunfei was stunned. Many people sucked in a cold breath. Even Yu Shixia and Yu Qinya frowned. Such an intimate address meant that their relationship was not ordinary. But wasn't this too unbelievable? They were very clear about Lin Xian's background. Lin Xian came from the first astral realm and had just arrived. How could he know the holy maiden of the spirit clan? And their relationship was so close that they were about to go crazy. Zhang Yunfei was also stunned. He did not attack, only snorting coldly. After all, this was the holy maiden of the spirit clan. She was of noble status. He did not dare to attack her lightly, but his eyes burned. He was so jealous. Damn it, what was wrong with this brat? Why did he know the holy maiden of the spirit clan? Damn it, too damn it. Why was this brat's luck with women so good? Chapter 36:13. First, it was Yu Shixia who was very close to him, but fortunately they became enemies. Who would have thought that the holy maiden of the spirit clan would be with him? What kind of trick did this brat have to make such a beauty fall in love with him? They really wanted to catch him and take his soul, even if they couldn't take any peerless martial arts. They felt that their lives would be worth it if they could get this method to make a beauty fall in love with him. Don't worry, even if you didn't come, this guy wouldn't be able to beat me. He lost to me. That's right. I knew that Brother Lin was the strongest. How could these guys be your opponent? Zhang Yunfei. And the others were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. Damn it. They were slapped in the face just like that, and they couldn't even fight back. Humph. That was a sneak attack. If I fought seriously, he wouldn't be my opponent at all. Zhang Yunfei gritted his teeth. Brat, if you have the ability, don't hide behind a woman. Come out and fight with me. I'll show you how strong I am. That's right, holy maiden. This brat came from the first astral realm. He's a liar. He wanted to trick our Yu clan before, but we saw through him. I didn't expect him to trick you again. You can't be tricked by him. Yu Qinya also spoke quickly. He looked at Shen Jingqiu with a fiery gaze. This Shen Jingqiu, whether it was appearance or status, didn't lose to his sister. In fact, she was even more outstanding than his sister. This made the Yu clan's young master's heart move. However, Shen Jingqiu was angry. You're the liar. Your whole family are liars. This is my brother Lin. This is my husband. How could he be a liar? With that, Shen Jingqiu hugged Lin Xian's arm. On the other side, Yu Qinya, Zhang Yunfei, and the others were stunned. Damn. Both sides had confirmed their relationship. Such a good fairy was snatched away by a brat. Their hearts were broken. One had to know that in the second astral realm, there were a few famous beauties. Yusiki was one of them, and Shunjingqiu was also one of them. But now, the peerless beauty's heart actually belonged to someone else. They were about to go crazy from anger. Let's go, Brother Lin. Let's not bother with these bad people. Shun Jingqiu pulled Lin Xian's hand, and the two of them left Yuqinya's side. This made everyone's faces turn green. Damn it, I don't believe it. No, he had to find a chance to kill him. Zhang Yunfei and the others gritted their teeth. Even Yusiki furrowed her brows. Her expression was extremely displeased. She felt that she was being ignored. No one had ever dared to ignore her beauty, but someone had done it today. Moreover, this person had once saved her life. Don't worry, elder sister. That brat definitely won't live for long. Someone will kill him, Yuqinya said from the side. On the other side, Shun Jingqiu and Lin Xian left Ninth Heaven and returned to Fian Planet. They found a valley with mountains, water, and spirit veins and settled down temporarily. Of course, this Sengu cave dwelling wasn't for anyone to live in. Shun Jingqiu had spent a lot of money to buy it. At this moment, every inch of land on Fian Planet was shockingly expensive. Those who had no money could only live in the cold outer space. In the valley, Lin Xian and Shun Jingqiu once again lived their life as husband and wife. It could be said that they lived like gods. However, they didn't know that a piece of news about them was spreading quickly. And the person who spread this news was Yuqinya. After Yuqinya and the others returned from Ninth Heaven, they felt that they couldn't be so passive. They had to find a way to create some trouble. It would be best if they could get someone else to do the dirty work. Therefore, they spread all kinds of news. Did you know? The saintess of the spirit tribe already had a husband. What? Impossible? The saintess of the spirit tribe was as pure as ice and as beautiful as jade. She was pursued by countless geniuses but failed. How could she have a husband? Yes, it was true. It was said that someone saw the two of them holding hands. Who was it? Could it be someone from the spirit tribe? No, it was said that someone from the first astral realm came. What? Trash from the first astral realm. Those geniuses from the two astral realms were furious. In their eyes, the people from the first astral realm were trash. They didn't care about them at all. Only those from the two astral realms were worthy of a peerless beauty like Shun Jingqiu. But now there was someone from the first astral realm who didn't know what was good for him. Humph! I want to see which ant dares to be so arrogant. Catch him and kill him. The saintess of the spirit tribe wasn't someone that any toad could get close to. Don't worry, we can definitely kill him. That kid is very weak. It is said that he is only an early second heaven sage. What? An early second heaven sage is qualified? Damn. I thought that those who weren't at the fourth heaven sage wouldn't even be able to see the goddess. How could a second heaven kid get such preferential treatment? Damn it. He must be practicing some evil technique. Yes, he might be using his soul to control the saintess. No, we must catch him and tear him to pieces. Countless crazy roars rang out. These people searched everywhere, wanting to fight to the death with the other party to save the saintess. This matter caused an uproar, so much so that the other members of the spirit tribe also heard it. They were also stunned. Their saintess had a husband? What kind of joke was this? Why didn't they know? Moreover, it was someone from the first astral realm. Could it be that the saintess had an accident outside? They instantly became nervous, but then they thought that something was wrong. Their saintess was very talented and powerful. Moreover, she had many trump cards. If something happened to the saintess, they should be the first to know. But now, they didn't receive any news at all. But what was going on? Who was spreading the rumors? No. Quickly find out where Shun Jingqiu is. An expert gave the order. The saintess was the hope of the spirit tribe. They couldn't let anything happen to Shun Jingqiu. In an instant, These people were tempted. Soon, they locked onto a valley and moved out. The people of the spirit tribe were very beautiful. The men were handsome, and the women were beautiful. Moreover, they had a spiritual aura about them. The moment they appeared, the power of the heavens and earth would surge. Therefore, the people of the spirit tribe were the focus of attention wherever they went. When these people of the spirit tribe headed out of the valley, they immediately alerted the others. Look, it's the people of the spirit tribe. They're here. Obviously, they've been alerted by the news. They're going to look for the saintess. Follow them quickly. We'll definitely find the saintess. Yes, let's go and see if this rumor is true. These people followed one after another. When the people of the spirit tribe saw this, their faces changed. But it was too late for them to hide it. They could only speed up. Falling Flower Valley. It was exceptionally beautiful. There were all kinds of flower petals in it, like a paradise on earth. Among these flower petals, there was a young girl. She was like a fairy, picking flowers. But suddenly, she raised her head and frowned. Chapter 36:14. In the next moment, she flashed and came to the other side of the valley. Soon, she saw a group of people landing in the valley. Why are you here? Shen Jingqiu frowned and asked. She knew these people from the spirit clan. However, she did not have a good relationship with these people. Therefore, she was surprised that they were here. Although she was also a spirit body and an innate spirit body, she was an outsider after all. However, her physique and bloodline were very similar to those of the spirit clan. In fact, she was stronger than most of the people in the spirit clan. Therefore, she was conferred the title of saintess by the spirit clan. In this way, the young women in the clan were very jealous. They often played tricks. However, Shen Jingqiu was very smart and powerful. Moreover, she was favored by many elders of the spirit clan. Therefore, nothing happened. Now that such a big thing had happened, they naturally came to gloat. If they were lucky, they might be able to ruin Shen Jingqiu's reputation and make her fall from the position of saintess. Sister, do you know that you are in big trouble? A woman with an enchanting figure said in a delicate voice. She was called Ling Lianhua. She was the person who was most against Shen Jingqiu in private, because she felt that if Shen Jingqiu did not come, she would be the saintess. Therefore, she felt that Shen Jingqiu had stolen her position. Trouble? What trouble did I get into? Shen Jingqiu was also curious. Did this woman take the wrong medicine today? Usually she did not dare to provoke her. Why did she dare to come today? My good sister, you are too slow to get the news. Don't you know that these two are born together? Ling Lianhua was also stunned. She thought that Shen Jingqiu had made up countless excuses. She did not expect that she did not know at all. Thinking of this, she sneered in her heart. Let's see how you are going to die this time. She laughed. Do you know that there are rumors outside that you are with a man? Why are you still calling him your husband? Tell me, this is a big slander to the reputation of the spirit clan. That's right, you don't know how exaggerated the clothes outside were, saying that the person was only at the second layer of heaven and was a piece of trash. They even said that this person came from the first star realm. Just listen to what they said. How could such a person be a genius? As the holy maiden, you represent the spirit race, so you have to think twice before you act. Most of the people who came were women from the spirit race. Of course, there were a few men as well. They were all the younger brothers or older brothers of these people. They were here to cheer. At this moment, they were all waiting for Shen Jingqiu to give an answer. The valley was crowded with people. Many people's eyes glowed as they used various eye techniques, formations, and weapons to observe the battle. What was going on? Was there really a man hiding inside? However, with the arrival of the spirit race, the truth would soon be revealed. Shen Jingqiu heaved a sigh of relief. She thought something big had happened. Wasn't it just these rumors? That day when she was with Lin Xian, she didn't hide anything. Moreover, they met Yusiki and the others near the ninth heaven. With the relationship between both parties, how could the Yu clan not make an issue out of this? Therefore, without a doubt, the news was released by the Yu clan. It was to target Lin Xian. I know what you said. Sisters, is there anything else? If there isn't, please leave. I still have to cultivate. I still have to participate in the Sacred City's examination in 2 days. Shun Jingqiu didn't have any emotional fluctuations, causing the crowd to be in an uproar. However, Ling Lianhua and the others were gritting their teeth. Damn it, why are you pretending? Let's see how you're going to be the holy maiden when the truth is revealed. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. They found that Shun Jingqiu turned around and left. She walked into the valley, ignoring them. Damn it, he had actually ignored them. Damn it, if it wasn't for the old ancestor protecting you, you wouldn't be where you are today. These people were furious. The men beside them also sneered and walked out. Holy Maiden, what kind of attitude is this? We care so much about the reputation of the spirit race. Don't you care? Don't forget how we, the spirit race, have treated you as the Holy Maiden. Shouldn't you pay some price? That's right. Or are you really hiding a man in this valley? If you really do, then let him come out. I want to see what methods he used to confuse you, Holy Maiden. That's right. That person has committed a crime. We will tear him into pieces. Holy Maiden, don't be afraid. With us here, you won't be threatened. Shut up. Shun Jingqiu was furious. These people kept calling her trash. Who did they think she was? In her eyes, these people couldn't even compare to a strand of Lin Xian's hair. On the opposite side, Ling Lianhua and the others were shocked. They hadn't seen Shun Jingqiu being angry. They didn't expect her to scold them for a man. Suddenly, their faces darkened. On the other side, Shun Jingqiu said coldly, "Since you know that I'm the holy maiden of the spirit race, then you'd better behave yourselves in front of me. As the holy maiden, I can represent the entire spirit race and punish you. So don't go overboard. I don't want to fight you, but if you push me too far, don't blame me for being rude." Shun Jingqiu knew that she was an outsider. So even though she was the holy maiden, she didn't get angry with anyone. Her goal was simple. She wanted to cultivate and follow in Lin Xian's footsteps to reach the peak of martial arts. But now, these people were insulting Lin Xian. She couldn't take it anymore. Even if the old ancestor wanted to punish her, she would teach these people a lesson today. On the opposite side, Ling Lianhua and the others were shocked. They didn't expect Shun Jingqiu to be angry. Moreover, it seemed like she was going to fight. For a moment, they were nervous. They had never seen the holy maiden like this. Why aren't the petals you plucked here? I've already brewed the spiritual wine. I'm just waiting for you to drink it. Suddenly, a voice came from the valley. When the voice came out, Ling Lianhua was stunned. The people in the surrounding valley were also stunned. There's someone in the valley, and it's a man's voice. After digging up the heavens, there really was a man hidden in this valley. The news spread like wildfire. Ling Lianhua and the others' minds went blank. To be honest, they thought it was just a rumor. They were prepared to suppress Shun Jingqiu, but they didn't expect to see it with their own eyes. Shun Jingqiu was really with another man. Who is it? Is it a piece of trash like the rumors said? They looked into the valley carefully. Soon, they saw a man walking over. Chapter 36:15. It was a man in red. He was tall and handsome, and his eyes were as bright as the stars. People would be lost in his eyes at first glance. What a handsome man! Everyone was shocked. Even Ling Lianhua, and the rest were tempted. His appearance and temperament could indeed make countless women fall in love with him. But in the next moment, they were stunned when they saw his cultivation level. He was at the second heaven of the sage realm, and he was at the initial stage. They showed a look of disdain. Such a cultivation level was considered good outside, but it was nothing in front of the geniuses of the spirit tribe. The weakest among them was at the second heaven of the sage realm, and many of them were at the third heaven of the sage realm. The people outside the valley were also stunned. Who is this man? Is he the legendary person from the first astral realm? Brother Lin, Shun Jingqiu looked at Lin Xian and called out softly. Lin Xian came to her side and rubbed her hair. Then he asked, "What are you doing? Why are you so slow? The wine is cold." He looked at the people in front of him and showed a look of surprise. The people of the spirit tribe. They are here to look for you? You are the husband of the saintess? Kid, what despicable means did you use to bewitch our saintess? Kneel down and accept your death. Today, I will destroy your soul. A few men of the spirit tribe walked out, emitting a strong aura. Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that they did not come with good intentions. He wanted to treat them to a drink, but it seemed that there was no need for that. Shun Jingqiu also transmitted her voice to Lin Xian. Brother Lin, be careful. These guys are targeting you, but I will help you deal with them. Lin Xian sighed in his heart. It seemed that Shun Jingqiu did not have a good life. After all, she was an outsider. Some people of the spirit tribe were unwilling to accept that she was the saintess of the spirit tribe. It seems that you are not friends. In that case, you should leave quickly. You are not welcome here. Lin Xian said coldly. He did not attack immediately. After all, these people were Shun Jingqiu's people. So he did not want to attack the spirit tribe unless it was a last resort. Kid, you want to chase us away? Do you have the qualifications to do so? A man walked out and sneered. His body emitted a powerful aura. He was a level 3 heaven saint and had a cold smile on his face. In his opinion, if he were to display his holy aura of the third heaven, his opponent would definitely be scared to the ground. He had to give the other party a show of strength and humiliate them. He wanted to see what Shun Jingqiu would do. However, very soon he was stunned. That was because he discovered that showing off his strength was completely useless. Lin Xian coldly stood there with a sneer on his face. Why didn't he want to leave? Do you want me to send you off personally? If that's the case, I'm afraid your spiritual race's reputation won't look too good. How could this be? He actually ignored my saint aura. The man was stunned. One must know that there was a difference of an entire cultivation realm between the two of them. Just by using his saint's might, he could easily force the other party to kneel on the ground. However, this move didn't succeed at all. Damn it. Isn't this brat too strange? Kid, don't be arrogant in front of me. If it wasn't for the saintess, you would be a dead man now. You should be the lucky ones. Lin Xian sneered. If Qiu wasn't your saintess, all of you would be in hell now. You're all alive now because of Qiu. Indeed, Lin Xian was giving face to Shun Jingqiu. Otherwise, these people wouldn't have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of him. Damn it, Ling Lian and the others were so angry that their faces turned pale. A small ant dared to be so arrogant in front of them. Hee, even if I have to offend the saintess today, I will kill you personally. The man walked out with a powerful aura around him. How dare you? Shun Jingqiu shouted angrily. He was also angry. He had already given these people a lot of face. I'm warning you, don't go overboard. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Sister Qiu, are you really going to ignore the spirit tribe's reputation and be together with such a person? Ling Lian said coldly. Shun Jingqiu said that it's my freedom to be with whoever I want. I think even the spirit tribe won't restrict me on this point. Furthermore, aren't you embarrassing the spirit tribe by doing this? It seems like Sister Ling has grown up. Otherwise, the spirit tribe wouldn't even care about you. All right, let's let the elders decide on this matter. I hope that you can still be as persistent as you are now. Evidently, Ling Lian wanted to expose this matter to the spirit tribe and let the elders make the decision. When the time came, he wanted to see how Shen Jingqiu would deal with it. Those elders doted on her. They wouldn't let the spirit tribe's reputation be tarnished. Humph! Shen Jingqiu ignored him, but his face turned cold. Lin Xian also frowned. These people dared to threaten Xiu. They deserved to die. He said in a deep voice, I'll give you 2 seconds to disappear from my sight. Hey, kid, you dare to release your killing intent in front of me? Do you believe that I'll? The level 3 sage sneered again. A level 2 ant dared to release his killing intent. Wasn't he courting death? But before he could finish his sentence, he screamed. In the next moment, his arm was broken. Lin Xian finally couldn't help but take action. He broke the other party's arm and threw it back. The surrounding people were all stunned. The spirit tribe people were also stunned. Their pupils constricted. How could this be? Wasn't the other party a level 2 sage? How could he injure a level 3 sage? This went against common sense. How dare you injure me? Cracking sounds came from the spirit race clansman's body as his broken arm healed once again. He wanted to rush over, but Lin Xian drew a line on the ground with his finger. Those who crossed the line would die. This time, the voice was merciless. The entire world shook violently. Unknowingly, the level 3 sage stopped. His face was filled with fear. Ling Lian and the others also felt their souls trembling. What was going on? They actually showed fear. This shouldn't be. Was this person really only at the 2nd celestial layer? Was he really trash? But how could he release such an aura? The spirit race's people were stunned by the ravine. The spectators around the valley were also shocked. This kid didn't seem to be as simple as he looked. I don't know. There's something strange. I have to investigate. But there were also people who sneered. An ant will always be an ant. No matter how strong he is, he can't do anything. All right, I already know what you want to say. If you want to complain to the elders, feel free to do so. This is my valley. I don't welcome you. You should leave quickly. Shen Jingqiu walked out and said coldly, All right, Sister Ling, see you in our family. Ling Lian snorted. She brought her people and soared into the sky, disappearing into the sky. Chapter 36:16. Brother Lin, I've made a fool of myself in front of you. Shen Jingqiu smiled bitterly. Lin Xian rubbed her little head. If you have any difficulties, just tell me. If it's not convenient for you to do anything, I'll help you. Murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Shen Jingqiu shook her head. Forget it. No matter what, they're from the spirit tribe. I've received a lot of care from the spirit tribe over the years, so I don't want to do anything to them. Seeing Lin Xian's loving gaze, Shen Jingqiu smiled. Don't worry. When we join Wushuang City, they won't dare to say anything. Don't worry, Qiu. I'll definitely be able to make a name for myself in the 2nd astral realm. When the time comes, the elders of the spirit tribe won't reject us. That's for sure. Qiu believes in Brother Lin. Shen Jingqiu smiled. Oh, right. I heard that there's still some time before Wushuang City's assessment. I'm preparing to go into seclusion for the final push. Brother Lin, are you also going into seclusion? I've just broken through, and it's not easy for me to go into seclusion. I'm going to walk around Azure Tree Star and understand the situation here. All right. Shen Jingqiu nodded. Suddenly, she thought of something. Oh, right, Brother Lin, you can go to this gathering. Gathering? What gathering? Lin Xian was surprised. Shen Jingqiu said that it's a small martial arts gathering for the top geniuses. I've also received an invitation. However, I'm going into seclusion and don't have time. Brother Lin, why don't you go on my behalf? It's a good opportunity to see what kind of geniuses are participating in this assessment. A martial arts gathering? Interesting. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. All right, I'll go and take a look. He received the invitation. Shen Jingqiu was preparing to go into seclusion. Lin Xian also set up a few arrays for Shen Jingqiu. Then he left behind an array formation for transmitting messages and left. Presumably, no one would be able to break through his array formation. Even if it was broken, he could teleport back in an instant. After doing all this, Lin Xian left Falling Flower Valley. He began to walk along the Valley of Falling Flowers, passing through one city after another. Due to the Peerless City's test, the number of geniuses on the Flying Sparrow Star was way too high. It was a rare event. It was estimated that the experts of the countless worlds nearby had all gathered here. Some people even created a golden distinction roll based on these people's talent and strength. It was said that the people on the roll had a high chance of joining Wushuang City. On the gold roll, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It was obvious that someone was trying to create momentum for the top geniuses. He easily got his hands on a list. There were dozens of geniuses on the golden distinction roll, but the most dazzling ones were the top 8. They were the 8 geniuses. The 8 geniuses were favored by countless people. They were all famous geniuses from the 2-star realms. Lin Xian immediately recognized Di Ling, who was ranked first among the 8 great geniuses. This imperial mausoleum was indeed incredible. Lin Xian nodded slightly. He had seen Di Mausoleum's battle before. Di Mausoleum was evenly matched with the older generation experts. Di Mausoleum's cultivation was at the late stage of the 4th heaven of the Sage realm. In addition, there was an extremely terrifying coffin in his body that could greatly increase his strength. However, Lin Xian felt that the coffin was too cold. It was probably a trump card that could not be used easily. Below Di Mausoleum was a person called Gui Li. Lin Xian looked at the introduction. This Gui Li came from the Demon Star. He still remembered the Demon Star clearly. It was a place where countless ruthless people gathered. People who came from such a place would definitely have extremely ruthless means. Ghostly should be one of the best among them. He was very strong and had a high status. How dare this guy go against him? Was he tired of living? Lin Xian simply ignored young master Hua's mysterious self-confidence. Closing his eyes, he sat in the war chariot, waiting for something to happen. After about an hour, the 100-legged centipede stopped. They had arrived at their destination. Let's go, Xiaoyu. Hua Yuke took the lead and got off the chariot. Xiaoyu followed behind him, and the others got off as well. Lin Xian followed suit. There were even more people here. However, most of them did not have the right to enter. They could only wander around and wait. From time to time, they would ask for some information. After all, even if they could not enter, they would have something to brag about in the future. Chapter 36:17. Young master, let's go together. Xiaoyu looked at Lin Xian and smiled. For some reason, she felt that Lin Xian's aura made her feel comfortable. She couldn't explain it. Maybe it was because of the Tao of heaven and earth. Lin Xian cultivated the 5 elements law and had the yin-yang image. These were the most original powers of heaven and earth. Therefore, he could make people feel at ease. Perhaps even he didn't realize it. Seeing this, Hua Yuke laughed coldly. He did not say anything and continued walking forward. This Xiaoyu was too naive. How could a poor man like him be qualified to enter? The group of people walked forward. Hua Yuke took out his invitation card. After the guard checked, he smiled and said, "So it's the young master of the flower tribe. Please come in." Hua Yuke nodded and was satisfied. He said, "This is the little princess of the Jiang tribe. She came with me. So it's Fairy Jiang. Please come in," the guard said respectfully again. Hua Yuke said, Oh, right, the kid behind us is not with us. You have to check carefully. This was a small martial arts competition. Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry could enter. Hearing this, the guard's eyes lit up and he stared at Lin Xian. The two of them crossed swords and blocked the way. Young master, do you have an invitation? When Jiang Xiaoyu saw this, she quickly said, why don't we bring this young master in too? Anyway, you have an invitation, right? Bring him in. Hua Yuke smiled in disdain. What a joke. Lin Xian said, no need. I have my own invitation. He took out his invitation and passed it to the guard. He has won. Hua Yuke was stunned. He then laughed coldly. Look carefully. Don't let anyone fake it. The others were also whispering to each other. The guard carefully checked the invitation card 3 times and found that it was real. He said respectfully, young master, there was a misunderstanding. I hope you don't blame me. After all, those who could have love invitations were either rich or respectable. They all had frightening backgrounds. These guards did not dare to offend them easily. How could it be? Did you see it clearly? Is the invitation real? Hua Yuke could not believe what he was seeing. How could this poor and destitute brat have an invitation? One had to know that this was a small martial arts gathering. Experts from families from many worlds had gathered. Ordinary families were not qualified to enter at all. Which clan was this kid from? Young Master Hua, this invitation card is real. We can be sure of that. After that, they looked towards Lin Xian. They did not know his name. Lin Wudi. Lin Xian wrote down his name on the list of flowers in a carefree manner. When this name came out, quite a few people turned their heads one after another, daring to call himself unrivaled. Who was this? Wasn't this too arrogant? This fellow's cultivation? Holy shit, he's only a second heaven sage. A second heaven sage dared to call himself invincible. Where did his confidence come from? Whispers could be heard all around. Hua Yuke sneered again. What an ignorant brat. He didn't pay any more attention to it. In his opinion, even if the other party had an invitation, it was probably stolen from somewhere. As for the name Lin Wudi, he was even more disdainful. Perhaps it just meant Invincible King. This brat probably became a sage by chance. The others were also discussing. They did not think that a second heaven sage dared to call himself invincible. Lin Xian did not care about these people's discussions. He wanted to walk the path of martial arts. How could these ordinary people know about it? Boom, boom, boom. The heavens and the earth rumbled. A ray of light descended from the sky, attracting the attention of everyone. Gasps could be heard. Heavens, how could this be? Someone actually flew here? That was too unbelievable. That's right. Who was he? How could he fly? Wasn't it forbidden to fly here? These people were all stunned. They had to stop when they were 10,000 miles away. They could only ride on chariots. But now, someone actually flew over. Was this a provocation? Boom. The ray of light had already descended. The mountains collapsed, and the earth cracked. Everyone's blood boiled. Someone fell to the ground and spat out blood. What a terrifying power. Who was this person? Even Hua Wuke, Jiang Xiaoyu, and the others were swaying. Lin Xian could feel a tremendous power coming toward him. However, he slightly urged his god body to counteract that power. However, he was also surprised. This power was indeed shocking. Who was it? He turned his head and looked. In the distance, a very tall man walked over. He was about 5 meters tall, and his body was bronze in color. There were terrifying engravings on his body. Was this a giant? Lin Xian was shocked. The surrounding people exclaimed. It was the Stone Tribe's genius. The Stone Clan was an extremely terrifying clan. Their strength was boundless, and their defense was astonishing. Their name resounded throughout the heavens. The guards were also stunned. Who dared to fly here? They did not expect that someone would dare to break the rules. So what if you were strong? In front, the Stone Tribe's expert said coldly, I am Sherbufan. Sherbufan. When these words came out, the surrounding people were stunned. Heavens, he was Sherbufan. These people did not dare to believe that Sherbufan was one of the 8 geniuses. As expected, the guards were also stunned. So it was young Master Sher who had arrived. We had eyes but failed to see. Please forgive us, young Master Sher. They did not dare to pursue the matter of flying in the air. Sherbufan's identity was frighteningly high. At the same time, a guard took up a horn and blew it. At the same time, another person shouted to the sky, Sherbufan, one of the 8 geniuses, has arrived. Inside the broken cloud mountain, 8 beautiful women suddenly walked out. Each of them was holding flowers, and those were all rare spirit flowers. At this moment, the petals danced in the air, all sorts of heaven and earth techniques intertwined. These people invited Sherbufan in with the highest treatment. These were the 8 geniuses. They were too strong. Yes, they were completely different from us. Those who had love cards could only look up to the sky and sigh. They could only be checked by the guards and then let in. However, Sherbufan descended from the sky and was invited in respectfully. The gap between them was simply too great. Even the prideful Hua, UK, had to retract his pride in front of Sherbufan. Instead, his face was filled with envy. Only Lin Xian was calm. Although Sherbufan was strong, he was extremely confident in himself. He believed that given time, he would soar into the sky. In fact, it would not be long before his name was known throughout the world. In the broken cloud mountain, there were pavilions and buildings. The birds were chirping, and the flowers were fragrant. It was a celestial scene. In the midst of the crowd, a voice rang out. Sherbufan, one of the 8 geniuses, has arrived. This voice caused the entire cloud segment mountain to seethe with excitement. Was it the 8 geniuses? Heavens, it was Sherbufan. He was ranked 3rd among the 8 geniuses. They did not expect him to come this time. Chapter 36:18. These people were too excited. Sherbufan was one of the most popular candidates for the Wushuang City assessment. Countless beautiful girls screamed, looking as if they wanted to jump into Sherbufan's arms. In a mountain range, a man stood with his hands clasped behind his back in a pavilion that seemed to be made of celestial jade. His eyes were glowing as he looked into the distance. There were a few people beside him. One of them laughed. Sherbufan's reputation is really great. Look at those girls. This scene is even more spectacular than when you came. Another person laughed. The others also looked at the person standing at the front. Standing at the front was a man in golden silk robes. His expression was cold, and his eyes were bright. The light in his eyes was like a star array shining with a strange light. This person was called Shui Tianchen. He was extremely powerful and was one of the 8 great sky prides. It's nothing. These are all fleeting clouds. Only strength is the real deal. Shui Tianchen said indifferently. He did not seem to care about the spectacular scene below. I think the person who made the golden distinction board must have a problem with his eyes. How could he rank you lower than Sherbufan? The voice was ice cold, but there was a hint of coquettishness in it. It came from a woman. The girl was wearing a blue robe. Even her hair was blue. She was emitting a cold aura. If she was from the Ice Goddess Class 1, her name was Wang Xiaofeng, the Icely clan's genius. She was also one of the 8 great sky prides. She looked at the man in the golden robe with admiration in her eyes. In her heart, no one could be compared to Shui Tianchen. Shui Tianchen turned around and looked at Wang Xiaofeng with a smile. You can't say that. Sherbufan is indeed unique. He is from the Stone Clan, and his defense is strong. Moreover, He has the rare demon rock body. Not many people are his match. I have never fought with him before, so it's hard to say who will win. Shui Tian Chen was not afraid of Shibufan at all. However, there was a cold light in his eyes. But if we really fight, I am confident that I can defeat him. Furthermore, I only have one enemy in the Wushuang City assessment, and that is Di Ling. When he said that, the light in his eyes became even more dazzling. It seemed like Shui Tian Chen was extremely conceited. Di Ling was his only opponent. Imperial Mausoleum? At the mention of this name, the others also frowned slightly, because this person was also incomparably terrifying. He was a legend, and his strength and reputation were above Shibufan's. What was the origin of this Imperial Mausoleum? I still haven't figured it out. One of them shook his head. Another person said, it was said that he came from the first astral realm, but no one knew if that was true or not. Wang Xiaofeng said that he was indeed from the first astral realm. It was hard to imagine that the first astral realm could produce such a legendary figure. Moreover, he was chosen by the spirit sealing star. The reason why he was so powerful and was chosen by the spirit sealing star was because he had the legendary sky burial body. Shui Tian Chen said. The others were confused. What's the celestial star body? Why haven't I heard of it? Yes, even Wang Xiaofeng had a puzzled look on her face. It was a very rare body constitution. Moreover, it was a double-edged sword. The so-called sky burial body, you can see it as a very suitable graveyard for burying people. What? Everyone gasped. Burial ground? Are you saying that the Imperial Mausoleum itself is a burial ground? That's unbelievable. However, Shui Tian Chen said that there's nothing unbelievable about it. Haven't you heard that there's a strange coffin inside Di Ling's body? That means that he has the sky burial body. The moment these words came out, the few of them sucked in a breath of cold air. They were all top-notch geniuses with extraordinary backgrounds. They had studied Di Ling's mausoleum countless times. Therefore, they knew that there was a strange coffin inside Di Ling's body. When that coffin came out, Di Ling's combat strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. Moreover, the thing inside the coffin could also attack people. It was said that Di Ling had shown it in the heaven-reaching tower. Damn it, he actually has such a body constitution. Then, wouldn't he be invincible? Someone exclaimed. During the battle in the heaven-reaching tower, it was said that Di Ling could even fight against a minor saint. Although he has the sky burial body, it's impossible for him to use the coffin without limit. His body wouldn't be able to withstand it. Therefore, there's no need to worry. Shui Tian Chen said again. Moreover, Wushuang City wouldn't allow Di Ling to use such a thing in the assessment. Moreover, who doesn't have a trump card? He harumphed coldly after saying that. The other's eyes flickered. That being said, Di Ling's mausoleum was really terrifying. No one knew when the coffin in his body would explode. Brother Shui, how confident are you in defeating Di Ling's mausoleum? Wang Xiaofeng asked. The others also pricked up their ears. They wanted to know too. Shui Tian Chen shook his head. It's hard to say. If my Shui Eye technique can subdue Di Ling, then I'm 100% confident. But if I make a mistake and Di Ling is on guard, then I'm afraid I'll be in trouble. But I've been practicing that technique recently. If I can master that technique, then defeating Di Ling won't be a problem. Could it be that technique? Wang Xiaofeng exclaimed. Shui Tian Chen's lips curled up. That's right. It's that technique. I've almost mastered it. I hope I can master it before Wushuang City's assessment. Then I'll be more confident. The palace was filled with shock. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others walked into the broken Cloud Mountain range. Screams and shouts were still echoing in their ears. Of course, they were not for them, nor were they for Hua UK. It was for Shibufan. From this, One could see how famous the 8 great sky prides were. Lin Xian heard many people whispering along the way. This time, they had invited many geniuses, including a few of the 8 great sky prides. I wonder if Di Ling will come. Lin Xian was looking forward to it, but after listening for a while, he didn't think Di Ling would come. He was disappointed. To be honest, he was quite interested in Di Ling's mausoleum, especially the coffin in his body. But it seemed like he could only meet Di Ling at Wushuang City's assessment. Jiang Xiaoyu seemed to be very friendly towards Lin Xian. This made Hua Yuke very unhappy. Just as he was about to say something, his body suddenly trembled. It seemed like something was missing from his soul. When he tried to sense it, he couldn't find it. Chapter 36:19. Jiang Xiaoyu, who was at the side, was also puzzled, but she could not find anything. The others exclaimed, but the feeling disappeared in an instant. Lin Xian frowned slightly. A trace of golden light flashed in his eyes and circled around him. Soon, he locked onto a mountain range. On the mountain range, there was a pavilion that looked like a heavenly palace. The gaze just now came from there. It seemed that there was an expert looking at them, an eye technique expert. Interesting. Lin Xian was interested. Although they had entered Broken Cloud Mountain, there were still 3 days before the real enlightenment session began. Everyone used this time to start making friends and asking around. Lin Xian found a place and sat down. He was ready to spend these 3 days in enlightenment. However, on the second day, the surroundings suddenly became lively. It turned out that there were 8 geniuses nearby, and they were extremely terrifying eye technique geniuses. Shui Tianchen. Shui Tianchen was a very powerful genius, ranked 4th among the geniuses. Of course, there were also people who said that Shui Tianchen was definitely in the top 3, but he had been hiding his strength. After all, his eye technique was extremely strange. It could injure the soul and kill instantly. His appearance was no less lively than Shi Bufan's. Countless people followed him. There was a place called Luotian Mountain Stream in front. It was very strange and contained the will of heaven and earth, allowing people to comprehend heaven and earth there. Everyone walked forward. It turned out that this was a very suitable place for cultivation, but ordinary people didn't know about it. Shui Tianchen had a strange eye technique that could discover such a good place. The surrounding people were amazed. As expected of a terrifying eye technique genius, they didn't know that there was such a good place in Broken Cloud Mountain. These people followed one after another, wanting to see what the Luotian mountain stream was like. However, when they came close, they found that there was someone nearby. There was a young man sitting cross-legged there, seemingly cultivating. Someone had actually beaten him to it. How could it be? Could it be that someone had discovered the wonders of this place? Many people were surprised. However, there were also people who sneered. How could it be? In the entire Yunwan mountain, other than Shui, who else could discover the wonders of this place? One had to know that not many people knew about the Luotian mountain stream. The great Tao of heaven and earth contained, and it was not so easy to comprehend. Otherwise, this place would have been occupied by countless people. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Since they were able to come here, their status, talent, and strength were all extraordinary. However, they had never heard of it before. If it weren't for the fact that Water Sky City had brought them here, they would have never heard of it. Even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't have known that there was such a good place. Who is this guy? Should I tell him to scram? His cultivation doesn't seem to be much. How can such a good place be occupied by an ant like him? Someone sneered. Gongzi Stillwater, do you need us to help you? Someone dared to occupy the place that young Master Shui fancied. Wasn't that courting death? No need, just tell him and let him take the initiative to leave. I don't think he will refuse. Shui Tiancheng said indifferently. The others all agreed. Brother Shui was indeed magnanimous, with young Master Shui's magnanimity. How could he lower himself to the level of these people? The group of people quickly walked forward. Soon they arrived in front of the Luotian mountain stream. At this moment, someone in the crowd exclaimed. It was him. The person who exclaimed was Jiang Xiaoyu. She naturally came to see Water Sky City. After all, the 8 great geniuses were all admired. However, she didn't expect to meet Lin Xian here. Beside her, Hua Yuke was also there. When he saw Lin Xian sitting cross-legged there, he immediately sneered. This guy was really courting death. He actually dared to occupy the place that Water Sky City fancied. Someone beside him snorted coldly. It was like thunder exploding between heaven and earth. Lin Xian opened his eyes and furrowed his brows. Who was disturbing his cultivation? He turned his head and looked into the distance. His eyes flashed with a trace of light. There were actually so many people here. He glanced around and found Jiang Xiaoyu and Hua Wuck in the crowd. However, the two of them weren't the main characters. The one who made people's eyes shine was a man standing in the center. His figure was slender and his face was expressionless. His eyes were like the vast stars, incomparably deep. When Lin Xian saw the other party's eyes, his soul shook and he revealed a trace of surprise. It was him. Previously, it was this person who used his soul to investigate them. It seemed that this was the eye technique expert. Why are you here? Lin Xian asked coldly. Kid, this is Water Sky City, one of the 8 great geniuses. Now he wants to come to the Luotian mountain stream to comprehend. Hurry up and leave. This isn't a place for you to stay. You'd better leave. Otherwise you'll make a mistake. Another person said coldly, Luotian mountain stream wants to comprehend here? Lin Xian frowned. Were they trying to snatch his place? He laughed. Why did they have to choose this place? What do you know? This place is extraordinary. Only our young Master Water can discover the mysteries of this place. If it's occupied by someone like you, it'll only be a waste. Those who spoke had thick arrogance and disdain in their eyes. It was obvious that they were Water Sky City's followers. Just now, they had already investigated Lin Xian's cultivation. An early second heavenly layer sage was not worth mentioning in their eyes. Not to mention Shui Heaven City. You want me to leave? It's not impossible. But is this the attitude to negotiate? Lin Xian sneered. Little treasure, what do you mean? You don't want to leave, or you want to take advantage of the situation? Could it be that you want us to beg you? The other people's faces darkened. However, Water Sky City waved his hand, not letting them continue to say anything. Now that everyone was watching, he couldn't appear to be too bullying. After all, as one of the 8 great geniuses, what he wanted was reputation. So he walked out and said indifferently, Brother, I really need this place. Can you make it convenient for me? In addition, the peak of Lin Yun's Broken Mountain is not bad. You can cultivate there. This place, it's not impossible to give it to you, Lin Xian said indifferently. Hearing this, everyone was expressionless. In their opinion, no one dared to compete with Shui Heaven City. In the crowd, Xiaoyu heaved a sigh of relief. Great! She was really afraid that Lin Xian would have a conflict with the other party. Very good. The corner of Water Sky City's mouth raised into a smile, but in the next moment, he was stunned, because Lin Xian continued to say, I heard that you are one of the 8 great geniuses. Why don't you have a match with me? If you win, I will give this place to you. What? These words were like a sudden clap of thunder, causing everyone around to be stunned. What did he say? He wanted to spar with Water Sky City? God. This kid's brain must be flooded with water. Many people looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at an idiot. Did he know what the 8 great geniuses represented? Immediately, some followers disdained. Kid, who do you think you are? Are you worthy of sparring with our young master Shui? That's right, the early stage of the second heaven is like an ant in front of us. Which ignorant boy did you come from? Hurry up and leave, lest you get killed. These people looked impatient, and even Water Sky City's face darkened. He wanted to fight with an early stage second heaven saint? What a joke. He wasn't interested at all. Chapter 36:20. Jiang Xiaoyu was also shocked. Heavens, the thing she didn't want to see the most had really happened. This young Masterlin was really, she didn't know what to say. Beside her, Hua Yuke also sneered. What a reckless brat. His eyes were filled with schadenfreude. What, was it disdain or fear? Lin Xian asked again. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Damn. Did this brat really want to fight? They thought that Lin Xian was just saying it to show off, but they didn't expect him to really want to fight. Aqua Sky City didn't say anything and directly ignored Lin Xian. His followers were furious, courting death. At this time, someone walked out from the crowd. Everyone calmed down. It's just a second heaven ant. Let me help you deal with it. The one who said this was a man with a pointy mouth and ape-like cheeks. However, he was also a second heaven saint, and his cultivation had reached the late stage of the second heaven. From the looks of it, he wasn't a follower. Instead, he was looking for an opportunity to latch onto Pillar Water Sky City's thigh and join the group of followers. That's good too. The followers of Aqua Sky City nodded. They didn't want to fight. Even though they were followers, they were still proud geniuses of their own regions. Now that a second heaven person had taken the initiative to help them, it was the best thing for them. Brat, I'll give you a chance. Hurry up and kowtow to young Master Shui and apologize, then leave quickly. Otherwise, when I attack, your end will be very miserable. The man with a pointy mouth and ape-like cheeks walked out with a cold smile. Lin Xian sat there cross-legged and glanced at him. You? There was a trace of disdain in his expression. To be honest, he wasn't interested in a second heaven late-stage cultivator. Courting death, the man with a pointy mouth and ape-like cheeks roared. The terrifying Tao of heaven and earth rumbled, and the entire sky trembled as if it was about to fall. The surrounding people's expressions also changed. It seemed that this guy was also a powerhouse. Since he dared to come out, he naturally had to be strong. The followers smiled with satisfaction. This person's strength was not bad. The others felt that it was a pity. Damn it, why didn't they think of such an opportunity to suck up to him? Thunder and lightning flashed in the sky, grabbing toward the front. It was a giant hand of thunder that wanted to envelop Lin Xian. Lin Xian was still sitting there cross-legged, motionless, allowing the thunder hand to descend. When the others saw this scene, they all sneered. This Brett must have been scared silly. That's for sure. Can't you see that he can't even move? How dare they challenge Water Sky City? They really don't know what death is. Hua Yuke sneered. Let's see how you'll die. Jiang Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was extremely nervous. Young Master Lin quickly made a move. If he really couldn't do it, he could just admit his mistake. She was afraid that Lin Xian's life would be in danger. Lin Xian glanced at Uncle Thunder's hand above his head and coldly shouted, "Scram!" With a furious roar. It was as if 10,000 thunderbolts had exploded, and the huge hand of thunder was shattered. The man who attacked also seemed to have been struck by lightning. He suddenly vomited blood and was sent flying. Several large cracks appeared on his body, and even his internal organs could be seen. It was extremely shocking. How is this possible? The surrounding people screamed, and their eyes widened in disbelief. What did they see? The monkey-faced man was injured by a sound wave. This was too inconceivable. The followers were also stunned. This brat actually had such strength. In the crowd, Jiang Xiaoyu heaved a sigh of relief. This is great. Hua Yuke gritted her teeth. How is this possible? How could this brat defeat a late-stage second heavenly layer saint? Furthermore, he defeated him with a sound wave. Could it be that his strength had already entered the third heavenly layer saint? The surrounding onlookers were also whispering. It seemed that this was a genius. They didn't expect that they had misjudged him. Hee, what's the big deal? The followers sneered. Brat, I admit that you have some strength, but that's all. You can fight above your level. You are indeed a genius. Now, I'll give you a chance. Apologize to our young master Shui, and we'll allow you to become his follower. Hearing this, many people's eyes turned red. They looked at Lin Xian with envy. One had to know that not everyone could become a follower. One had to be a genius. Becoming a follower was the greatest honor. Let me become a follower? Does he have the qualifications? Lin Xian shook his head. These people were really short-sighted. They were actually willing to be a follower. You dare to look down on young Master Shui? Some of the followers couldn't stand it anymore. They didn't want to attack you, but you provoked us again and again. It seemed that they had to teach you a lesson. A mere second heavenly layer ant was provoking them. They couldn't tolerate it. Immediately, an extraordinarily mighty man in battle armor walked out. He raised his hand and shot out a sword chi. It directly rushed towards Lin Xian's forehead. The terrifying sword chi spread out in all directions, causing everyone to be frightened. This sage had the strength of a third heavenly layer. However, Lin Xian sneered. How could this be called sword chi? He stretched out a large golden hand and slapped forward. In an instant, he caught the terrifying sword chi and crushed it. Endless brilliance scattered on the ground. The man who attacked took 2 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was full of disbelief. His whole body trembled, and he couldn't speak. Lin Xian was still sitting there and said indifferently, You can't do it. Let your young master Shui do it. The surrounding onlookers gasped, and their eyes widened. Who was this person? This brat was actually so strong. Where did this freak come from? Who knew who he was? Now, these people were very curious about Lin Xian's identity, because Lin Xian's performance was really too shocking. First, he entered a late second heavenly layer sage with a sound wave. Now, he crushed the sword chi of a third heavenly layer sage with a single hand. All of this showed that the other party was extraordinary. Lin Xian didn't pay attention to the person who attacked. Instead, he looked at Shui's Sky City. What? You still don't want to make a move? Do you care so much about your reputation? Or do you not dare to stand? Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a biting cold light. Shui, Sky City frowned slightly but still didn't make a move. The other party's performance was beyond his expectations. But in his opinion, that was all. The other party was not bad, but he still didn't take him seriously. If you want to fight with young Master Shui, you have to get through me first. Another person walked out. This was a burly man. His body was emitting extremely terrifying flames, like a fire god. As soon as he walked out, he brought with him huge waves. Oh, defeating you will make that guy make a move. Are you sure? That's right. I am the third follower of young Master Shui. If you defeat me, you will have the qualifications to challenge young Master Shui. What? He was the third follower? It was the lava sage. Heavens, his strength was very terrifying. That was for sure. He was the third follower. There were very few people who could defeat him. Everyone was discussing animatedly. It was obvious that they were terrified of this fire godlike character. Chapter 36:21. The lava saint roared and spat out a terrifying flame that turned into a flame law that flew towards Lin Fan. He wanted to refine Lin Xian completely. This was the fire of 10,000 rivers which could burn everything. Even a level 3 sage would die in it. The surrounding people retreated frantically, not daring to get close to it. However, Lin Xian did not move at all, allowing the flames to engulf him. Ha ha! The lava saint laughed out loud. You're just a mere ant, and you dare to go against us? The other followers also sneered, while the surrounding onlookers gasped in shock. Was it going to end like this? The difference was too great. That was natural. After all, he was the third follower. How could that kid fight against him? Young Master Lin. Jiang Xiaoyu was so nervous that her face turned pale. Hua Yuke snorted coldly. What a fool. In front of them, in the flames, the law spread, but at this moment, a voice sounded. It was a comfortable feeling. The power of your flames was not bad, but it would not affect me much. Don't you have any more powerful flames? Everyone was stunned when they heard the voice. Young Master Lin was not dead. Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed. How was that possible? Hua Yuk's eyes almost popped out. The expressions of the followers changed drastically. How was it possible that Yi Fuqian was still alive? One had to know that the lava saint was the third follower. Apart from the 8 supreme geniuses, only the other 2 followers dared to fight against the flames of Rongjiang. The other followers did not dare to fight back at all. How could such a terrifying flame not burn Lin Fan to death? Damn it, I don't believe it. The giant of Rongjiang roared, and the law surrounded his body. Terrifying flames filled the sky. He immediately struck out a powerful blow. A streak of fiery red divine thought flew out like a bolt of lightning. Boom! The law of fire in front of him was even more terrifying. This time, Lin Fan's soul should be destroyed. The lava saint thought so, and so did the others. Ha ha! That's not enough. Lin Xian laughed and sucked hard. The flames of the 9 heavens and 10 earths turned into a torrent and were sucked into his mouth. In an instant, the terrifying flames in front of him completely disappeared. Lin Xian was still standing there, without the slightest injury. There wasn't even a speck of dust on him. Those people trembled and stuttered. They were unable to describe their current feelings. What did they see? Damn it, is this kid a monster? Such a terrifying flame was actually eaten by the other party. Not only that, there were no injuries on his body. What kind of physique was this? Was he wearing a saint artifact armor? How could this be? The molten lava saint also shrieked, revealing an extremely terrified expression. What was going on with the other party? Damn it, this kid is too strange. Now, have a taste of my flames. Lin Xian opened his mouth and spat out a terrifying golden flame. This is the 9-yang divine flame. As soon as it appeared, it burned fiercely in the sky like the sun. It emitted a scorching light. This flame scared everyone out of their wits, and they almost knelt on the ground. They kept retreating, and the lava saint's expression changed drastically. Block it for me. The flame laws on his body were even more monstrous, but in an instant, he screamed in pain. After being enveloped by the golden flame, his skin was burnt, and his flesh was torn apart. He screamed continuously. He broke through the void and completely escaped from the sea of flames. Only then did he preserve his life. The lava saint was incomparably miserable at this moment. His body was charred black, and there were cracks and blood everywhere. There was a burning smell. He looked extremely miserable. The surroundings were completely silent. They were truly stunned. This scene was completely different from what they had imagined. Jiang Xiuyu was excited. This is great. Young Master Lin is actually so powerful. Hua Yuk's hand that was holding the fan trembled. Monster, This is a monster. Previously, he was still disdainful of Lin Xian, thinking that Lin Xian was courting death. But now he was terrified. The reason for that was because the power that Lin Xian had displayed was simply too powerful. He actually defeated the third follower. One had to know that he was no match for the third follower at all. In other words, the other party's strength surpassed his. How could he not be terrified in the face of an expert? Damn it, those followers' faces were also incomparably ugly. Why did they meet such a ruthless person today? Damn it, who the hell are you? Rong Jiang Giant gritted his teeth and asked. Today, he had really lost all his face. Lin Xian finally stood up. He stood with his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice, I am Lin Wudi. It's not embarrassing for you to lose to me. Lin Wudi. Everyone's heart trembled fiercely. This guy actually dared to call himself invincible. Wasn't he too arrogant? Yes, the 8 great geniuses did not dare to call themselves invincible. Even Aqua Sky City did not dare to call themselves invincible. But now, an unfamiliar young man actually dared to call himself invincible. Where did his confidence come from? You dare to call yourself invincible? I'll fight you. The first follower could not hold it in anymore and walked out. However, at this moment, Aqua Sky City did indeed speak. You guys can leave. I'll deal with this kid personally. What? Everyone was stunned. Aqua Sky City was going to do it personally? Heavens, this was too unbelievable. Aqua Sky City was one of the 8 great geniuses, and he was ranked 4th. It was said that he could even be ranked in the top. How terrifying was a genius like him? Lin Wudi, right? You're not bad. You actually defeated my follower. You're worthy of me taking action. Aqua Sky City said indifferently. However, you're too arrogant. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You can't call yourself invincible. So change your name as soon as possible. Otherwise, you won't know when you'll die in the wilderness. You're wrong. Lin Xian's expression was also serious. Invincible is not my name, but my title. My heart is invincible. It's not something you can imagine. Lin Xian's body was very light at this moment, and he was incomparably serious. For some reason, everyone had an illusion at this moment. It was as if they were not facing a second heaven sage, but a supreme emperor. The invincible aura of the other party suppressed them to the point that they almost couldn't breathe. Hua Yuke felt that his pants were wet. He was about to pee his pants. Jiang Xiuyu, who was beside him, had a look of infatuation. This was a true powerhouse, a peerless hero, a title. Aqua Sky City's face sank. He naturally knew what the other party meant. If the other party's name was Lin Wudi, then it could only be said that the other party's parents and elders wished for him to be invincible. However, if it was a title, then it was completely different. It meant that the other party gave it to himself. The other party wanted to walk the path of invincibility. What a joke. He didn't even dare to walk this path. How could the other party, who was in a lower realm than him, chase him away? Aqua Sky City felt humiliated and humiliated. I'll let you know that not everyone deserves to be invincible. Today, you've made a fatal mistake. Aqua Sky City's expression was incomparably cold. Make your move. You only have one chance. Chapter 36:22. Heavens! Shui Tian Chun was serious. That kid was dead for sure. Once Shui Tian Chun was serious, not many of the 8 great sky prides were his match. This should be the result of a one-hit kill. This kid was strong. Definitely a sky pride. But unfortunately, he met Shui Tian Chun. Yes, he was too arrogant. He challenged Shui Tian Chun time and time again. and he even dared to use the title of invincible. The 8 great sky prides would not allow such a person to exist. Whispers could be heard from the surroundings. Those followers were pushed to the back, their eyes filled with excitement. Shui Tian Chen could definitely kill his opponent instantly. Hua Yuke sneered again. Great, this kid was courting death. It would be best if he was killed by his eye technique. Jiang Xiaoyu was also worried because Shui Tian Chen's reputation was too strong. This was especially true when the other party cultivated eye techniques. The eye techniques of the Zishui clan had always been famous in the heavens. Shui Tian Chen was the most outstanding disciple of the Zishui clan. His eye technique was terrifying. His opponent would usually be killed by his soul without knowing what happened. Indeed, there were stars in Shui Tian Chen's eyes. It formed a starry sky, shining with a terrifying light. As his eyes flashed, the surrounding sages were shocked. Their souls were beating, as if they were going to be extinguished. This was only the eye of Shui. These sages could not take it anymore. If he used his full strength, no one would be able to resist him. Nearby, there were a few stalwart figures. They were also shocked. One of them was. He was tall, like a giant. He was Shibufan. At this moment, he could feel the power of the eyes, and his face changed. What a powerful eye technique. This guy had become stronger again. Shibufan was the 3rd strongest among the 8 great sky prides, especially his terrifying demon rock body. But facing the eye technique attack, he was still shocked. The other person was Wang Xiaofeng. She was also one of the 8 great sky prides, but her face was filled with surprise. Great, Shui Tian Chen was closer to that step. He should be able to succeed soon. There were also some veteran experts and even eye technique experts who believed themselves to be extraordinary. They had been cultivating eye techniques for thousands of years, but in front of this young man, they felt a strong sense of powerlessness. They had no chance of winning against Shui Tian Chen. Eye technique? Among the people present, the calmest one was Lin Xian. He even felt excited when he sensed the ancient saint aura coming from the other party's eyes. It just so happens that I've also cultivated a type of eye technique. Why don't we have a competition? What? This brat wanted to compete with Shui Tian Chen in eye techniques. The surrounding people were all scared silly. They were all saints and had experienced countless things, but they had never been as thrilling as today. Was this kid retarded? He actually dared to compete with Shui Tian Chen in eye techniques. One had to know that Shui Tian Chen had an eye technique bloodline. In the eye technique, he was a saint of the older generation. They were no match for him either. As for the kid on the other side, based on the previous battle, he should be the type with a strong physique, similar to Shibufan. But now, the other party wanted to give up his advantage and compete with eye techniques. Wasn't he courting death? Shui Tian Chen was stunned. Then his eyes were filled with disdain. Seems like I've overestimated you. Ant, you're just an ant. The reason why the 8 great geniuses were so outstanding was not only because of their talent and bloodline, but also because they knew how to make use of their advantages. For example, when he fought with Shibufan, Shibufan would definitely not compete with him in eye techniques. Shibufan would use his strong physique to suppress him. His opponent obviously had a strong physique, but he didn't use it. How stupid. Is that so? You'll know soon enough. My strength is not just my physique. Lin Xian smiled. A golden light appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, everyone's heart almost stopped. Their faces turned pale, and they looked terrified. Damn it, what's going on? At that moment, I felt like I was killed instantly. That's impossible. Screams rang out. Those who followed him started to tremble. Shui Tian Chen's eyes also shrank. This aura, this threat, it's an eye technique. He was too familiar with it. He knew that his eyes could make others feel suffocated, but he had never thought that he would feel the same way from someone else. He raised his head, and the starry sky diagram in his eyes shone brightly as he stared at his opponent. He saw that Lin Xian's eyes had turned golden. It was pure gold. As the golden light flowed, there was a terrifying aura that was hard to suppress. Lin Xian was an eye technique expert. He had been fooled. Shui Tian Chen's face was solemn. He had never thought that he would meet an eye technique expert here. What a surprise. The others were also in an uproar. It was unbelievable that this kid was an eye technique sage. Where did he come from? Lin Wuyi. Why had they never heard of him before? It was normal. The universe was so vast, and the second astral boundary was so vast. There were a few hidden monsters in the universe. It was normal that no one knew about them. This time, Lin Xian must be here for Wushuang City's test. Indeed, everyone knew that the 8 great sky prides were extremely dazzling, but they were not the strongest in the second astral boundary. After all, there were some people who hid themselves, and no one knew about them. For example, the young man in front of them. They had thought that he was a weakling, but now it seemed that he was a hidden dragon. Once he got serious, his power would be shocking. Interesting, the 8 great sky prides had finally met their match. This person's eye technique was too powerful. The older generation was also shocked. They felt their hearts pounding. Wang Xiaofeng was shocked. Unbelievable. What was wrong with this guy? Where did his golden eyes come from? No matter how hard she thought about it, she had never thought of any ocular technique that was golden in color. Shi Bufan stood in the distance. Lin Xian's image was reflected in his eyes. This guy was not ordinary. Where did this genius come from? He was already interested in Lin Xian's physique previously. He did not expect Lin Xian to use an eye technique. This made him even more shocked. Now, I'm going to attack. Watch carefully, Lin Xian said coldly. In the next moment, the golden light in his eyes spun rapidly and formed a strange golden pattern. Suddenly, a golden flame flew out from his eyes and floated forward. There was not much flame. It was pathetically little compared to the 9 suns' divine fire that he had used previously. However, its power was even more terrifying. As soon as it appeared, the entire world was distorted. The others retreated frantically. If they did not retreat, their souls would be completely ignited and turned into ashes. Chapter 36:23. Terrifying. This kid's eye technique is so violent. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian was truly one to shock the heavens the moment he moved. The flame shocked everyone. Even Shui Tian Chen's expression changed. His soul was under great threat, and he was almost injured. He gritted his teeth and his face turned pale. The stars in his eyes were flickering as he fought back. Too strong. So strong that it was beyond his expectations. To be honest, he had never taken Lin Xian seriously. When he heard that Lin Xian wanted to compete with his eye technique, he did not care. But now, Lin Xian's eye technique shocked him. Lin Xian's eye technique was not weaker than his. Wang. Not good. Retreat. Because of his carelessness, he was at a disadvantage, and he could only retreat. What? Shui Tian Chen retreated. The surrounding people were shocked, and they could not believe it. That was Shui Tian Chen, a top expert in the eye technique world. But now, he was actually forced to retreat. Furthermore, he was forced to retreat by an eye technique. Could it be that this kid was really invincible? How is this possible? Those followers also screamed crazily. They couldn't accept this fact at all. Wang. Lin Xian's heavenly secret divine eyes shone with golden light again. It pierced through the void and shrouded the area. Although Shui Tian Chun had retreated, he was still shrouded by the golden light. In the next moment, a monstrous flame bloomed with terrifying power. Shui Tian Chen's body shook as his soul was impacted. Damn it! Shui realm. The stars in his eyes shone. Countless rays of starlight burst out. It shrouded him, like a mirror, to ward off the terrible flames. Boom, 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 boom. Shui Tian Chen's body was pushed back by the earth-shattering sound. He managed to block it in the end. The stars in his body dimmed, as if they would be extinguished at any moment. The space between him and Lin Xian was shattered and turned into chaos. The surrounding people were shocked. What kind of technique was that? It was too terrifying to be able to make Shui Tian Chen suffer. Damn kid, how dare you hurt me? Shui Tian Chen stood up, gritting his teeth. His eyes glinted coldly. He was truly enraged. No one had ever been able to put him in such a difficult position. Moreover, it was in the eye technique that he was so proud of. On the other side, Lin Xian nodded slightly. Not bad. You have some strength. You were actually able to escape from my eye technique. I have to admit, you do have the right to be called a heaven's favorite. What kind of tone was that? It sounded like an expert commenting on a junior. Shui Tian Chen almost coughed up blood. Kill. With a furious roar, the light in his eyes began to change, turning into a deep blue color. A terrifying aura spread out, and the entire world seemed to have turned into a starry sky. Everyone felt dizzy. They felt as if their souls were about to fall into endless darkness. At this moment, the light in the other party's eyes suddenly burst out, turning into shooting stars one after another. Eye technique, starlight. In an instant, everyone felt as if their souls had fallen. That feeling of loneliness and helplessness almost made them collapse. Although it wasn't as violent as the eye technique flame, it was still extremely terrifying. The slightest carelessness would cause one to fall into the cycle of reincarnation. Interesting. Lin Xian was also shocked. His eyelids twitched as he felt a sense of danger coming from his soul. Shui Tian Chen's eye technique was indeed terrifying. Unfortunately, he had encountered Lin Xian. Lin Xian's heavenly secret divine eyes were not something that ordinary people could imagine. Hence, he attacked again. The golden light in his eyes once again formed a strange rune. Eye technique spring and autumn lock. Lin Xian's eyes glowed with golden light once again. This time, he used an illusion technique, spring and autumn lock. It was a new eye technique that he had unlocked after his cultivation had increased. It was truly incomparably terrifying, and its might was much stronger than the floating light from before. This eye technique could create an illusion world. People could spend countless years in there, as if they had lived for an entire lifetime. If one soul was weak, they would be lost in there, unable to come out. Living for hundreds or even thousands of years inside could very well be just a second outside. It was truly terrifying. Hence, when this eye technique was used, the surrounding people screamed, "Not good, retreat. Damn it, what was this?" They screamed crazily. Some of them were hit and fell to the ground, unconscious. The others closed their eyes, not daring to look. Spring and autumn lock versus starlight. Both of them belonged to the category of illusions. Even though there was a silent annihilation when they intertwined, the terrifying collision of lightning was even more frightening. The two eye techniques persisted in the air. Gradually, Shui Tian Chen's body trembled, and he kept retreating. His soul was attacked by the illusion, and he was almost lost in it. Fortunately, he was also an expert in eye techniques. With the help of starlight, most of the power of the spring and autumn lock was neutralized. Otherwise, the previous attack would have locked his soul, and he would never be able to come out. It was too terrifying. This person's eye technique was not inferior to his. Shui Tianchen's Heart Sutra was unparalleled. Where did this monster come from? Why hadn't he heard of him before? On the other side, Lin Xian was also surprised. The Shui clan really surprised him. This eye technique was the strongest one he had ever seen. You are worthy of my full strength. His body swayed, and he quickly attacked. At the same time, he used his eye technique again. The golden light was so dazzling that no one dared to look at it except for Shui Tianchen. The two kept colliding. Suddenly, Lin Xian formed a seal, and the blue tide appeared. Suddenly, a green light appeared in his golden eyes. It was like a green tide, and a terrifying energy surged out. The energy was so terrifying that Shui Tianchen kept retreating and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, this eye technique. He realized that this eye technique was completely different from the spring and autumn lock. It was also different from the golden flames. This was another eye technique attack. It was too strong. It used the stacking of the soul to hurt the opponent. How many eye techniques did the opponent have? He was horrified. In the next moment, his body stiffened because his soul was hurt by the blue tide. Therefore, he did not hold on. He was pulled into the illusion by the spring and autumn lock. Buzz. He realized that the scene around him had changed. He appeared in a strange space. A small village appeared around him. Smoke rose from kitchen chimneys, and birds sang and flowers bloomed. His body actually shrank and became younger. In the end, he became a baby in the arms of a woman. No, this can't be real. Everything is an illusion. Shui Tianchen struggled frantically. I don't believe it. Destroy. However, this illusion world was too real. Although Shui Tianchen did not believe it, but in his subconscious, it had been corroded. Therefore, he was still a baby. Gradually, he was raised bit by bit. Then, he really lost himself. Chapter 36:24. Shui Tianchen turned into a young man, learning from the teachers of the village, very happy. Then one day, a group of bandits rushed into their village and started a massacre. Everyone was killed except for him. He roared madly, his heart filled with despair. Then he was forced to join the bandits, enduring hardships. 5 years later, he became a young man and learned a lot of martial arts. Finally, he killed all the bandits. Then, he traveled the world with his sword, met another young girl, and made her fall in love, marry, and have a child. Then the child grew up, and he grew older day by day. His wife also passed away, and finally he had one foot in the grave, a candle in the wind. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold. I am Shui Tianchen. I will not die. With a roar, his head once again turned from white to black, and his shriveled face also became rosy. In the next moment, he turned into a handsome young man, roaring at the sky. This is an illusion. I will not die. Is that so? A pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky. Do you really think this is an illusion? This is your first spring and autumn. Next, the second spring and autumn. Wang. Shui Tianchen found himself shrinking again, turning into a baby. But this time, he was not in a village. He was born in a rich family. I will not accept this. Shui Tianchen wanted to go crazy, but he was guided by a mysterious force, and he gradually lost himself again, and again. After an unknown number of lifetimes, Shui Tianchen was completely lost. He could not remember who he was, and he was reincarnated like this for life after life. The people outside were completely stunned. They saw Shui Tianchen standing there crying, laughing, and going crazy. It was as if he had become a class of idiots. What happened? They widened their eyes in disbelief. Did Shui Tianchen become crazy, or was he hit by an eye technique? Thinking of this possibility, they all gasped. Was Shui Tianchen also hit by an eye technique? That was unbelievable. Shui, wake up! Finally, Wang Xiaofeng could not take it anymore. She jumped out, no longer caring about winning or losing. His body exuded a terrifying aura of ice as he directly slapped toward Shui Tianchen. A terrifying frost spread out, covering Shui Tianchen's body. The terrifying frost laws penetrated deep into his bones. Shui Tianchen fell to the ground. In the next moment, he regained his senses. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Shui, are you all right? Wang Xiaofeng was extremely nervous. His followers also surrounded him. Shui Tianchen was lying on the ground with blood flowing from his body. His eyes were empty, and the star formation in his eyes dimmed. 73 cycles of reincarnation, 73 spring and autumn cycles. I've actually sunk into oblivion. I've completely lost. Shui Tianchen's eyes were suddenly filled with tears. He is a member of the Stillwater clan and has received a lot of attention since he was a child because of his extraordinary bloodline. His eye techniques had been outstanding since he was young, and he was considered by the clan to be the one who had the highest chance of surpassing the old ancestor. In the end, reality proved that he was indeed very strong. He advanced by leaps and bounds all the way until he finally stood at his current position. He was one of the 8 geniuses. But now he had lost in the hands of a stranger. His opponent's eye technique had completely sunk him into oblivion. If Wang Xiaofeng had not used the law of ice to awaken him, he would have continued to reincarnate. Who are you? Who are you? Wang Xiaofeng raised her head and screamed. She had never seen Shui Tianchen in such a sorry state. Me? I've already said that I'm Lin Wuti. Lin Xian stood up. His expression was unprecedentedly serious. You're already considered a top soul expert to be able to withstand my attacks for 73 cycles without dying. Lin Xian nodded slightly, acknowledging Shui Tianchen's strength. But Shui Tianchen could not accept it. Why would he need the approval of someone younger than him? What a joke. But he could not refute it because his opponent had the strength to look down on him. The surrounding people swallowed their saliva. This was something that they had never imagined in their entire lives. Lin Wuti. They kept repeating this name. Previously, their faces were full of disdain, but now their faces were full of fear. It wouldn't be long before this name would resound throughout the world, and it would even resound throughout the myriad realms. It seemed like the 8 geniuses had finally found their match. They had thought that Wushuang City was the most likely candidate to win the championship. They thought that it would be one of the 8 geniuses. But now, it seemed like there would be new geniuses coming in from the outside. And this was just the beginning. Who knew if there would be other experts coming across the world? Carry Shui down to rest. Wang Xiaofeng said coldly. Her followers quickly carried Shui Tianchen down and took good care of him. The scene was eerily silent. No one dared to say anything. Lin Xian stood in front of Luotian Mountain with his hands behind his back, looking lonely. He looked like a lonely expert. At this moment, Wang Xiaofeng stood up. That move just now, was it called locking spring and autumn? That's right. Lin Xian nodded. Why? You want to avenge him and try the power of locking spring and autumn? You can't block it. After saying that, he shook his head again. Wang Xiaofeng snorted. I naturally know that I can't block your eye technique, but do you dare to compete with me in other aspects? For example, without using eye techniques, let's compete in laws. When these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar. They didn't expect Wang Xiaofeng to actually make a move. Someone said that it was rumored that Wang Xiaofeng had always been secretly in love with Shui Tianqin. In the past, they thought it was just a rumor. Now, it seemed like it was possible. This kid defeated Shui Tianqin and also angered Wang Xiaofeng. Wang Xiaofeng was also one of the 8 geniuses. If they didn't compete in eye techniques, would that kid dare to accept the challenge? He probably wouldn't. He should be an expert in eye techniques. His laws shouldn't be strong. After all, a person's energy was limited. It was impossible to be strong in every aspect. This was the consensus of everyone. For example, if Shui Tianqin's eye technique was strong, then his physique wouldn't be too strong. As for Wang Xiaofeng, she didn't know eye techniques, but her laws were extremely terrifying. Now that she wanted to compete in laws with him, wasn't this a little bullying? They guessed that Lin Xian wouldn't agree. However, what surprised them was that Lin Xian actually nodded slightly. Compete in laws? Sure, I accept your challenge. Heavens, he actually agreed. How was this possible? Those people felt that they had gone crazy. This was too unbelievable. It was completely out of their expectations. Chapter 36:25. Was he really going to compete in laws? Everyone felt like they were going crazy. They didn't expect Lin Xian to really fight. Wasn't this kid too arrogant? Yes, if he used his eye technique to deal with Wang Xiaofeng, he would definitely win. But now he really didn't have much of a chance of winning. Sure enough, Wang Xiaofeng's lips curled into a smile. It seemed that he still didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Did he think that just because his eye technique was strong, everything else was strong? Today, I'll show you who's the king in the domain of laws. At this point, she released a terrifying aura. Water blue frost quickly spread, and the entire world turned into a world of ice. Everyone was shivering from the cold. Even if they were saints, they couldn't withstand Wang Xiaofeng's ice laws. They wondered what kind of laws that kid was using. Everyone retreated and used their sacred domains to defend. At the same time, they were puzzled. They had already seen Lin Xian's eye technique and his strong physique, but they hadn't seen Lin Xian's laws. Therefore, they were very curious about what kind of law Lin Xian's law was. Facing such a terrifying ice law, Lin Xian's expression was incomparably calm. To be honest, this law could be blocked by his divine body. But he said that this time, they wouldn't compete in anything else but laws. So, with a wave of his hand, boundless laws flew out and jumped between heaven and earth. Flame fragments danced and bloomed, blocking the ice in front of them. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It was the law of fire. This kid was a fire elemental saint. No wonder he dared to accept the challenge. Ice and fire were 2 completely opposite laws. It was just a matter of whose was stronger. Fire laws? You think you can restrain me? Wang Xiaofeng snorted coldly, and the laws on her body became even brighter. There were even blue lines all over her body. It was like a dream, causing the power of the laws to skyrocket. Not good. It's bloodline power. This Wang Xiaofeng was really angry. He used his bloodline power right from the start. He was going to take revenge on Water Sky City. That's right. As a prodigy of the Ice Beauty race, Wang Xiaofeng's bloodline naturally contained the aura of ice. Hence, at this moment, the power of her bloodline combined with the law of ice caused the power of her ice to multiply. The surrounding sages trembled, as if they were about to be frozen. Even their souls had become numb. Whoosh! The frightening law of ice, combined with the power of his bloodline, turned into a storm that swept forward. In an instant, those flames were completely frozen into ice cubes and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Wang Xiaofeng shouted, Let's see how you're going to fight this time. It's over. That brat can't block it at all. That's right. How could the power of his flames withstand the frost laws? Did the power of the ice increase? Lin Xian's face was filled with astonishment as he looked at the countless layers of frost surrounding him. That was interesting. He smiled faintly and waved his hand. Immediately, the flames began to flicker once more. This time, it wasn't a simple flame. Instead, it turned into a five-colored light. The law of five elements had completely come out. As soon as the law of five elements appeared, it carried the power of mutual promotion and suppression. It formed a five-colored circle that surrounded Lin Xian. The surrounding ice could no longer move forward. What's going on? Why did the ice stop? What did that brat use? Five-colored light. Could it be that he used a Dharma treasure? No way. Isn't that equivalent to breaking the rules? Everyone was discussing animatedly. However, one of the sages exclaimed, that wasn't a Dharma treasure of the five elements, but the law of five elements. This brat actually comprehended the law of five elements. What? He comprehended the law of five elements? The surrounding people were all stunned. They didn't expect that Lin Xian actually comprehended this kind of mixed law. One had to know that this was really unbelievable. In the case of Class 1, it was very normal to comprehend multiple laws. There were very few people like Wang Xiaofeng, who only comprehended the law of ice. However, once they cultivated it, they would be very powerful. Other ordinary saints would comprehend a few types of laws, but these few types of laws existed independently. For Lin Xian, the law of five elements was a mixed law because it could combine the five elements into one. In addition, there were also the law of yin and yang, and so on. All of them complemented each other, and their combined might was definitely much more terrifying than the other individual laws combined. However, it was also much more difficult to cultivate it. Very few people could cultivate it. They didn't expect that the other party would actually cultivate this kind of mixed law. This was really too unbelievable. This brat first had a strong eye technique, but he also had the law of five elements. How did he do it? Could it be that he wasn't a young man, but an old monster who had lived for 5,000 to 6,000 years? Wang Xiaofeng was also stunned. The law of five elements? Her expression became incomparably ugly. If the other party had the law of fire, then she was 100% confident of winning. However, the law of five elements was not necessarily so. Wang Xiaofeng made a certain decision. So, what if it was the law of five elements? This time, I will definitely defeat you and take revenge for Shishui. There was a hint of coldness on her white, jade-like face. In the next moment, the ice in her body exploded again. Xianming Ice Domain. These ice laws formed a small world, directly enveloping Lin Xian completely. Moreover, a cold voice sounded. This is my world. In my domain, I can control everything at will. Today, I will freeze you. As her voice fell, a monstrous wave of ice swept over. Was this Wang Xiaofeng's sacred domain? It seemed like she was really going to go all out. The people outside were extremely shocked. In the sacred domain, Lin Xian's expression was solemn. She had already taken out her sacred domain? Then he would fight with all his strength. Buzz, buzz. He stretched out his palm, and the law of five elements quickly revolved in his hand, forming a law sword. A terrifying aura emanated from the sword of laws. Not good. Wang Xiaofeng's expression changed instantly. This aura was too threatening to her, so she roared and pushed with her jade-like hand. A storm, with the law, rushed over like an ice phoenix. This attack was really too terrifying. The surrounding sages were about to faint from fright. They couldn't resist at all. This kind of ice power would probably freeze them to death in an instant. Even Shi Bufan in the distance was shocked. This Wang Xiaofeng was even more powerful than he had imagined. It seemed that during this period of time, her strength should have increased. I wonder how that kid is going to fight against her. This was also the thought of the others. They all wanted to see if Lin Xian would be frozen, or was he going to prepare for a desperate counterattack? Suddenly, their souls trembled, and a sword cry sounded. Then, a five-colored light exploded, and the Xianming ice domain instantly shook violently. Boom! Between heaven and earth, tens of thousands of thunder roared, followed by a terrifying explosion of light. Everyone couldn't open their eyes at all. Damn it, what happened? They couldn't look directly at that light at all, and could only retreat quickly while roaring repeatedly. In the next moment, there was a loud sound, and the light that filled the sky disappeared. They suddenly raised their heads and looked forward. Ha! They were dumbfounded. The Xianming ice domain in front of them was actually split into two, and the huge crack carried a terrifying power. It danced in the sky. It made their scalps tingle. What did that kid use just now? He actually split the sacred domain. Chapter 36:26. Wang Xiaofeng's delicate body trembled slightly, and her face became incomparably pale without a trace of blood. In the end, she sighed with an incomparably desolate expression. I've lost. Although it was only 3 words, it was like a huge mountain that pressed down on her heart. She had never thought that she would lose to him in a contest of laws. The other party's 5 elemental laws were really too strong. What? Wang Xiaofeng actually took the initiative to admit defeat. It seemed that the other party's 5 elemental laws were really powerful to the extreme. Everyone exclaimed. Lin Wudi was really too heaven-defying. No wonder he dared to use the title of invincible. The surrounding people were incomparably excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They originally came to see the 8 great geniuses, but they didn't expect to see another peerless genius who was slowly rising. Thank you for letting me win. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Who else is going to make a move? He looked around in all directions. Everyone was silent. Shui Tiancheng had bowed, and Wang Xiaofeng had also bowed. 2 of the 8 great geniuses had lost to him. Who else dared to make a move? I'll do it. At this moment, a loud and clear voice rang out. Then, the sky began to tremble in all directions. A demon-like figure stood out. Everyone swallowed their saliva. Shi Bufan. Heavens, is he going to make a move too? He was the 3rd existence among the 8 great geniuses. The fact that he could suppress Shui Tiancheng was enough to show that he was extraordinary. Shi Bufan's physique is strong, and his strength is boundless. He has the demonic rock body. I wonder what he's going to compete with the other party. Lin Xian also looked up. Shi Bufan? He narrowed his eyes. It seems that you're going to compete with me in terms of physique. That's right. Shi Bufan nodded. I saw that your physique is not bad just now. Do you dare to compete with me once? Let's not use techniques, laws, or weapons. We'll fight with pure physical strength. As soon as these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar. Competing with physical strength? Isn't that bullying? Everyone knew that Shi Bufan had the demonic rock body. Who could resist such a famous physique? Even if this kid has an extraordinary physique, he probably won't be able to resist. However, Lin Xian nodded. Let's compete in physique then. Damn, this world is too crazy. Everyone was speechless. Could it be that this guy was also incomparably confident in his own physique? If that was really the case, then this person was really too heaven-defying. Powerful eye techniques, terrifying laws, and a heaven-defying physique. Who could contend against such a person? Shi Bufan laughed, heartily at Lin Xian's boldness. Kid, I won't bully you. Let's exchange 3 moves. 3 moves to determine the victor. How about that? Very good. I also like decisive battles. Lin Xian revealed a smile. You make the first move. Let me see if your physique is worthy of me making a move. Shirbufan released a terrifying light. With a loud shout, he stomped his foot, causing the mountains to crumble and the earth to crack. Terrifying devil rock patterns appeared on his body. What kind of pressure was this? It was unknown how many tens of thousands of miles it had spread. Everyone's breathing became irregular. Those saints could not resist at all. That was merely the power of his physical body. If they were to be hit by such a physique, they would instantly turn into a bloody mist. Then I won't hold back. Lin Xian's eyes also burst with a piercing cold light. In the next moment, countless golden patterns appeared on his body, densely packed. At this moment, he had transformed into a golden god of war. He clenched his right fist and swept it out. Boom! His fist seemed to have transformed into a sun, bringing with it unparalleled power. He pushed it out toward Shirbufan. Wherever it passed, the heavens collapsed. Boom! The fist landed on Shirbufan's body, and an earth-shattering sound was heard. Countless large cracks spread, and Shirbufan was instantly sent flying, crashing into the mountain range in the distance. He smashed hundreds of mountains in a row before he stopped and fell into a pile of ruins. The surrounding sages all opened their mouths and eyes wide, unable to believe what they were seeing. After a long time, someone screamed in a trembling voice. The others were in an uproar. Did this punch directly send Shirbufan flying? His physique was a little too ridiculously strong. It was nothing if he was only sent flying, but if he could be injured, that would be heaven-defying. There was a crazy roar, and millions of mountain ranges trembled as the mountains collapsed. Shirbufan rushed out and stood in the void. Demonic patterns flashed on his body, and his killing intent was monstrous. At this moment, his hair was disheveled, and he seemed to have gone mad. Look at his arm. The saints below looked at the sky and screamed. They saw that Shirbufan's arm had been blown up, and there were many cracks on it that had yet to heal. He had really hurt Bufan. At this moment, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Shirbufan was also stunned. To be honest, he did not expect that it would be such a scene. Previously, he saw that Lin Xian's physique was not bad, and he was interested, so he wanted to test it out. However, he did not think that Lin Xian could compete with his physique, because Lin Xian had already displayed his eye techniques and laws. Lin Xian's physique was definitely not the best. Therefore, he did not care about it before. In terms of physique, he did not think that he would lose to anyone. However, that punch just now had made him feel despair. His confidence had been shattered. He could not believe what kind of punch it was, and he had never seen it before. What kind of physique do you have? Shirbufan asked in a deep voice. Lin Xian smiled mysteriously. Beat me, and I'll tell you. Shirbufan tried his best to take a deep breath, but his hands were still trembling slightly. That punch just now had injured him, and he could no longer use his peak strength. Therefore, he said, I was careless. I was careless this time, and your move just now injured me. I can't use 100% of my strength now, so I won't fight again. What? Did Shirbufan admit defeat? Oh my God, did he defeat Shirbufan with one punch? Everyone was going crazy. What kind of monster is he? Is he going to defeat the 8 great sky prides directly? Although I lost to you this time, I will definitely win at the Wushuang Sacred Cities assessment. I'll prove my strength to you, Shirbufan said, in a deep voice. I'll be waiting for you at the Wushuang Sacred Cities assessment. Buzz. Shirbufan turned around and strode away, disappearing in an instant. In addition, Wang Xiaofeng, Shui Qiansheng, and the others had also left. They had all been injured in this competition, and they had to hurry up and recover. After all, the Wushuang Sacred Cities assessment was very close, and they had to face it in their peak state. Next, Lin Xian meditated in the God-slaying mountain. He set up an array formation and isolated everyone. The surrounding people did not disperse, but waited there excitedly. They naturally had to pay their respects to a peerless genius who had risen to prominence. However, after waiting for a few days and nights, the array formation disappeared, and so did Lin Xian. Did he leave? Everyone was disappointed. They did not expect him to leave directly. He's called Lin Wudi, but what's his real name? Which world is he from? Which sect or family is he from? They all felt that they were going crazy, because other than the name Lin Wudi, they knew nothing about him. However, some people said that he would probably participate in the Wushuang Sacred Cities assessment, and they would be able to see him again. Chapter 36:27. The martial arts meet was still going on, but everyone felt that it was meaningless because the other geniuses who came had all been defeated by Lin Xian. Lin Xian had already left. However, the news spread like wildfire and soon swept across the entire Fian planet. For a moment, countless people were talking about it. Have you heard? At the martial arts meet, a ruthless person appeared and defeated 3 geniuses. Defeating 3 geniuses was nothing as long as he wasn't one of the 8 geniuses. Some people were disdainful. There were too many geniuses these days, and only the top geniuses would attract people's attention. However, someone said that it was 3 of the 8 geniuses. Shi Bufan, Wang Xiaofeng, Shi Sui, and Tian Chun were all defeated by the same person. What? That's impossible. Who is it? I know. It must be the second-ranked Ghost Li, or the first-ranked D-Ling. You guessed wrong. This person is a newcomer who has never appeared before. A newcomer? How is that possible? How can there be such a heaven-defying genius in the world? Who did you say his name was? His name is Lin Wudi. What? He's so arrogant that he dares to call himself invincible. He does have the ability to do so. Discussions quickly spread all over the world. For a moment, the legend of Lin Xian was everywhere. In just one day, the name Lin Wudi had spread all over the Fian planet. Almost everyone knew about it, but very few people had seen Lin Xian before. They only knew that he was one of them. However, that didn't stop them from admiring him. Previously, the 8 geniuses were on par with the world, and countless people looked up to them. Now that someone could challenge the 8 geniuses, it was definitely the most shocking thing for them. The other geniuses of the 8 geniuses were also surprised when they heard the news. They didn't believe it at all. Some even went to the martial arts meet personally to ask about it. In a hall, a tall and sturdy man was sitting. He was D-Ling. After hearing the news, he sneered. Lin Wudi? He really doesn't know what's good for him. Even I don't dare to call myself invincible. Who does he think he is? Also, Shi Sui and the others are too useless. They actually lost to a newcomer. They don't deserve to be ranked alongside me as the 8 great prodigies, because in this world, I am the only one who is the most favored one. D-Ling was extremely confident in himself. He didn't put Lin Wudi in his eyes at all. In his opinion, Lin Wudi hadn't met him yet. Otherwise, Lin Wudi would have gone to hell long ago. On the other side, Yu Shijie and the others frowned when they heard the news. Yu Shijie, in particular, had a serious look in her eyes. Sister, what's wrong with you? Yu Qianya, who was at the side, did not understand. He had never seen his sister with such an expression before. Yu Shijie muttered, Lin Wudi? Impossible. How could this be? How could he possess such strength? Could it be that you know Lin Wuti? Yuchenya was surprised as well. He was also paying special attention to this newly risen peak-level genius. Do you still remember the person who sent me back? I know. You're talking about that kid. Why? Did he approach you again recently? He better not let me meet him. Otherwise, I will definitely tear him to pieces. A cold killing intent appeared in Yuchenya's eyes. Yuchenya shook her head. He didn't come. I mean, his nickname is also Lin Wuti. Do you think the two of them are the same person? What? That kid also dares to call himself Lin Wuti? Yuchenya was stunned. Then he laughed loudly, his eyes full of disdain. How could it be the same person? What qualifications does that kid have to call me Lin Wuti? But he is really strong, especially in the first astral realm. Almost no one in the younger generation was a match for him. Elder sister, you're worrying too much. You also said that when she was in the first astral realm, he could flaunt his prowess. But this is the second astral realm. It is not comparable to the first astral realm at all. Any one of the geniuses here could sweep through the first astral realm. So, that kid can't make any waves here at all. Not to mention defeating the 8 great geniuses. He and that Lin Wuti are not the same person at all. Perhaps Yuchenya took a deep breath. Indeed, she didn't believe it either. But she didn't know why. She had a bad feeling in her heart. Maybe it is because Wushuang City's test is getting closer and closer that I have this pressure. She shook her head and tried hard to get rid of the distracting thoughts in her heart. The world was full of legends about Lin Wuti, and Lin Xian had already returned to Luo Hua Valley. At this moment, Shen Jingqiu was still in seclusion. Lin Xian was also beginning to adjust his state, preparing to face this test in his best state. Spirit tribe. In the universe, there was a very special tribe. Their use of the power of heaven and earth far surpassed other tribes. At this moment, a group of people flew over from a spirit ship. After they alighted, they couldn't wait to fly to the core of the spirit tribe. These people were Ling Lianhua and the others. They rushed back from Fian Star to report Xinjingqiu. 13th Elder, where is the old ancestor? I have something to ask the old ancestor. Ling Lianhua and the others quickly rushed to the core area. In front, an elder said, Lianhua, why are you back? What happened? It was about the saintess. She had gotten into big trouble, and this matter had to be reported to the old ancestor. What happened to Qiu? Could it be that she was in danger? The 13th Elder was nervous. Shun Jingqiu was the saintess of the spirit tribe, and they couldn't allow anything to happen to her. What could happen to her? But now that she is strong and her wings have hardened, she doesn't care about the spirit tribe anymore. Ling Lianhua snorted coldly. The 13th Elder frowned. Lianhua, you can't have this attitude. Qiu is our saintess and also a member of the spirit tribe. You can't say such things in the future. 13th Elder, you're still thinking about her even now. Do you know that she found a trash of a husband outside? Everyone already knows about it. The entire Fian Star knows about it. Isn't this ruining the reputation of the spirit tribe? What? There was such a thing? The 13th Elder's face changed. If that was the case, then the matter was serious. Follow me. As he spoke, he turned around and led these people towards the core area. After about half a day, many people gathered beside a lake in the core area. These were all elders with high authority. They were all gathered around a woman. That lady looked to be in her 30s, and she had a unique aura. She was like a high and mighty goddess. She wasn't a young person, but an old monster who had fallen for countless years. She was the old ancestor of the spirit tribe and the current old clan leader of the spirit tribe. At this moment, when she heard the news reported by Ling Lianhua and the others, she raised her eyebrows. Is what you said true? The lady asked in a deep voice. Clan leader, it is true. The entire Fienstar knows about it, and we saw it with our own eyes. You said that the lad is useless? The elders beside her asked impatiently. Their faces were extremely gloomy. Ling Lianhua and the others added fuel to the fire. Yes, he is indeed useless. He is only a second heaven saint, and he is from the first astral realm. How is he different from a country bumpkin? How can he be worthy of our saintess? Indeed, these elders' faces were gloomy. They didn't think that the lad was worthy of their saintess. They all agreed with Ling Lianhua. Chapter 36:28. Leader, Choer is too naive. Perhaps she has been deceived. Yes, we have to send someone to bring Choer back quickly. Otherwise, there will be even more trouble. The few elders spoke quickly. The spirit tribe was huge, and it was divided into many factions. Hence, the factions were very complicated. For example, these few elders were from the Spirit Lotus faction. They were definitely not convinced that Shenjingqiu was the Holy Lady. However, they did not dare to say anything because of the leader's suppression. Now that something like this had happened, they could naturally do something in secret. The girl's eyes flickered. Qiu might be naive, but she was not stupid. This little girl is very smart. She has never disappointed us in anything she has done. Do you think she would make a mistake in her judgment? Although that was the case, Choa was still too inexperienced. Perhaps someone had cast an eye technique on her, or perhaps she had lost her mind. In any case, we have to bring Choa back. The few elders insisted. Some elders objected. You all know that Choa also came from the ancient path in the starry sky. She also came from the first star realm. She must have some friends in the first star realm. Maybe this person was her former friend? Even if he is a friend, he should not be her husband. A friend and a husband are two different concepts. That's right. So what if she has friends? She is already a member of the spirit tribe. She should draw a clear line with the past. Not everyone can be friends with the holy lady of the spirit tribe. All right, stop making wild guesses. Send someone to bring Choer back. Let her explain herself. However, you all have to be careful. Choer is going to take part in Peerless City's test. Nothing can happen to her. I will send someone to bring the Holy Lady back. The 13th elder spoke quickly before he went to make preparations. Oh, yes, there has been a lot of talk outside recently. Have you heard about the invincible person? Is the family leader talking about Lin Wudi? We have heard that he is a young genius. It is said that the first time he showed his talent was at the Martial Way competition. He defeated 3 outstanding geniuses consecutively. That shocked all the saints. It is not just that. It is said that he used an eye technique to defeat Water Sky City and Wang Xiaofeng. He used his physique to defeat Shibufan. This was simply the strongest domain of the 3 great geniuses. He had defeated them. This could no longer be described as a genius. He was a monster, a rare monster in the world. This person would also participate in Wushuang City's assessment. He would be the Holy Maiden's greatest enemy. If the Saintess wasn't going to win the championship, there shouldn't be too much conflict between them. Another elder said. Beside him, Lianhua and the others were also shocked. After they came out of the Falling Flower Valley, they immediately returned. They didn't know what happened during that time. Who would have thought that after they left, such a huge incident would happen on the Flying Sparrow planet? A peerless genius would appear out of nowhere. This Lin Wudi was definitely a peerless hero. Between him and Di Ling, who was stronger and who was weaker, if she could marry such a person, then her life would be worth it. These people's faces were filled with envy. The leader of the spirit clan snorted. It was normal for 1 or 2 geniuses to be hidden in the universe. You don't have to be so surprised. Moreover, I'm guessing that there might be other geniuses in Wushuang City's assessment. Let's just wait and see. But no matter what, we must ensure that Chiu joins Wushuang City successfully. Hearing this, the rest of them were also serious. Indeed, although the Spirit Clan was strong compared to Wushuang City, they were still lacking. If they wanted to develop further, they had to borrow the strength of the Holy City. The rest of you should leave too, the leader of the Spirit Clan said. The elders left one after another. Ling Lianhua and the others also left the core area. At this moment, a lady said, Sister Lianhua, do you think the clan will punish Xinjingqiu? That's right. What if she refuses to acknowledge us? Ling Lianhua sneered. She looked around and didn't say anything. She just waved her hand. The group of people flew quickly. After flying for about an hour, they stopped and arrived at a palace. Ling Lianhua cast a defensive array and said softly, What's there to be afraid of? Anyway, we are telling the truth. The clan can easily investigate this matter. Moreover, do you think they will be so safe? Sister Lianhua, are you thinking of attacking the Saintess? We can't beat her. The surrounding disciples of the Spirit Clan frowned. Ling Lianhua sneered. I'm not that stupid. I won't do it myself. However, I heard that the Gigolo has enmity with the Rain Clan. It seems that the Gigolo wanted to get close to Yushurtia. Later, he was discovered by the Rain Clan and was chased out. That guy is too hateful. He is a toad that wants to eat swan meat. First, he wanted to get close to Yushurtia. Now, he wants to get close to our Saintess. These people are also gnashing their teeth. Ling Lianhua smiled, so I secretly told the Rain Clan's young master that the kid is in Falling Flower Valley. As for what happens next, it's none of our business. However, I think the Rain Clan's young master won't let that kid go. Hearing this, the surrounding people also laughed. It seemed that the Gigolo was going to die. If he died, Shun Jingqiu and the Rain Clan's young master would have a conflict. It would be best if both sides died together. Anyway, when the time comes, we can just sit back and reap the benefits. Ling Lianhua sneered. Falling Flower Valley. After Lin Xian returned, he began to adjust his state. However, on this day, he frowned. The entire surroundings of Falling Flower Valley changed. A lot of fog appeared. It was not the fog of death, but another kind of fog. It seemed to separate the entire Falling Flower Valley. There was a problem. Lin Xian instantly became cautious. It seemed that someone was going to attack him. Sure enough, when the fog separated the Falling Flower Valley, several figures appeared in the sky. One of them glanced at Lin Xian and said, Yes, it's this kid. Do it. A cold voice sounded. In the sky, there was a muffled thunder. Then the void split open and slashed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression changed. All the hair on his body stood up. This attack made him feel a huge threat. Therefore, he did not hesitate and directly used his spatial magic to tear open the void and escape. Boom! A terrifying sound rang out. The place where Lin Xian was originally standing was shattered and turned into chaos. He actually dodged. This kid's movement technique. It was really strange. The three figures in the sky descended. They frowned. Today, I will update 4 times. Tomorrow, I will update 5 times. Thank you for your support. Chapter 36:29. Who are you? Who sent you here? Lin Xian asked coldly. You won't have the chance to know. If you want to know, go to hell and ask the King of Hell. The middle-aged man in the lead sneered. Behind him were two old men, an old man and an old woman. Both of them had murderous intent in their eyes. The three of them were very powerful. At this moment, they were dealing with a second heaven sage together. It was a situation where death was certain. Buzz. Lin Xian suddenly used his spatial ability and came in front of the old man, punching out. The terrifying fist carried an unparalleled aura. You're courting death. The old man was furious. How dare the other party take the initiative to attack him? He roared and smashed out the dragon-headed cane in his hand with monstrous laws. Boom! The two collided, and the mountain collapsed. The old man was sent flying. The dragon-headed cane in his hand was smashed, and half of his body turned into a bloody mist. This shocking scene made the other two people's expressions change drastically. Wasn't this kid too evil? Let's attack together and kill him. The middle-aged man in the lead shouted angrily. The old woman beside him also had a piercing light in her eyes. He held a golden hairpin in his hand that transformed into monstrous flames. A killing sword appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. Powerful murderous intent filled the entire world. The last old man roared, and his shattered body reassembled. His eyes were filled with anger as he stared at Lin Xian. When the three sages attacked together, the power was incomparably terrifying. Lin Xian did not resist but kept dodging. He tore the void and shuttled between heaven and earth. If our intelligence is correct, there is a woman in the Luo Hua Valley who is cultivating. Capture that woman, and this kid will definitely be captured. The middle-aged man laughed sinisterly. Suddenly, the old man turned into a meteor and flew into the depths of the valley like a dragon. How dare you? Lin Xian was furious. He roared, and a golden hand descended from the sky, cutting off the heavenly road. Humph! It seems that there is someone inside. After the old man was stopped, he laughed instead of being angry. The old woman and middle-aged man also prepared to break out of the encirclement. As long as they could capture the person inside, the other side would definitely hold back. Lin Xian executed the Kuan Peng movement technique and leaped past the three of them, arriving opposite of them. With a swipe of his palm, a sword chi shattered the void. Those who cross the line will die. Kid, you think you can threaten us? He really overestimated himself. We came here this time to kill you. Wang. After saying that, the middle-aged man waved his hand and took out a dazzling bead. The moment the bead appeared, the entire world froze. Lin Xian also felt his body stiffen. The surrounding void seemed to have solidified, giving him a strong pressure. What was that? His face was filled with shock. Kid, aren't you good at running? Why don't you try running again? The three people opposite him laughed heartily. With the mind-fixing pearl, it could fix the universe. No matter how fast you were, what could you do? Mind fixation pearl. Lin Xian's face turned cold. Black Mountain said, it should be a sage artifact that is used to seal the void. So that's how it is. Lin Xian understood. It seemed like these people didn't suddenly come up with this idea. They had been planning this for a long time to kill him. He didn't know where these people had come from. Capture the woman inside. I want to see this kid's expression of despair. The middle-aged man laughed sinisterly. The old man with the dragon-headed walking stick laughed and walked into the valley. When he came to Lin Xian's side, he mocked him. Kid, aren't you very powerful? In a moment, I'll let you watch your woman die in our hands. I'll let you have a taste of a life worse than death. Damn it! Lin Xian roared furiously, and his eyes shone with a piercing cold light. Black Mountain, do you have a way to teleport all of us to the outer region? Fighting here is too much of a threat to Chiu-Er. His opponents were three very powerful sages, and they even had sage artifacts. If he fought against them, the valley would be destroyed. In this way, Chiu would definitely be affected during her cultivation. Black Mountain said, "No problem. I've already set up a formation in this valley. Watch me." As he spoke, he formed a seal with his palm, and the entire valley shone brightly. The sky and earth spun, and everyone was teleported out. In the blink of an eye, they were in outer space. What's going on? The old man was stunned. He had almost reached the depths of the valley, but he didn't expect to be teleported away. The middle-aged man and the old woman were also astonished. After that, they thought of the formation, and it was a teleportation formation. Damn it, I was too careless. I didn't expect there to be such a thing in the valley. Let's kill our way back. The old man suggested. The middle-aged man shook his head and laughed coldly. No, our main target is this kid. Let's get rid of him first. Kid, do you think you can move freely just because you're in outer space? The soul-fixing pearl was useful no matter where it was. He waved his hand, and the pearl started to spin and float in the sky again. Suddenly, the void froze again. Lin Xian felt as if 10,000 mountains were pressing down on him, and he couldn't move at all. He couldn't even use his spatial abilities. When they saw Lin Xian in this state, the three of them laughed and walked forward again. Come on, each of you can think of 100 ways to torture him. We can't let him die so easily. The three of them laughed sinisterly as they walked forward. Lin Xian's expression was cold. When the three of them came closer, he laughed coldly. Are you going to kill me just like that? Do you really think I can't resist? Do you think you can resist? The three of them were stunned. After that, they smiled coldly. Kid, to be honest, even a fourth heaven sage can't do anything to the concentration pearl. A fifth heaven sage might not even be able to escape completely. You're just a second heaven sage. Dream on. Their faces were full of disdain. However, after that, their expressions changed. Lin Xian's body suddenly burst out with an extremely terrifying light. A pagoda rushed out, and the sound of heaven and earth shattering could be heard. Countless cracks appeared in the space. The space sealed by the concentration pearl was directly shattered. How was that possible? The three of them were stunned, as if they had seen a ghost. The other party actually broke the concentration pearl. That was too unbelievable. What, is the concentration pearl very powerful? You want to kill me with just the three of you? Do you have the strength? Lin Xian sneered. He took out the great sage pagoda and swept it in all directions. The three great sage people vomited blood and flew backward. Their bodies were blasted apart. Their faces were filled with fear. Run. The other party also had a sacred artifact in his hand. It was an extremely terrifying sacred artifact. They couldn't fight against it at all. Damn it. They cursed in their hearts. Their intelligence was wrong. They didn't know that the other party had such a trump card. Otherwise, they wouldn't have accepted this assassination mission. Chapter 3630. Retreat. The three of them quickly retreated. How could Lin Xian allow them to leave? He immediately swung the great sage pagoda at the old man. With a boom, the old man exploded. His miserable cries rang out, and the other two felt their scalps go numb. It's too strong. What level is this sage weapon? They can't resist it at all. The old man's miserable body tried to heal, but the great sage pagoda exploded again. Lin Xian reached out with one hand and grabbed the old man's soul. Didn't you want to kill me? You want to attack Chiu? You're good. Now try to kill me. I've already said that anyone who crosses the line will die. Did you take my words for granted? I deserve to die. Spare my life. The old man screamed in horror. Spare your life? Do you think it's possible? I actually said that anyone who crosses the line will die. Now, die. I technique, locking spring and autumn. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with golden light. He immediately used his eye technique and set 1,000 cycles. He wanted the old man to suffer the torture of fate 1,000 times. In the next moment, the old man's soul screamed miserably in the sky. Go. Go quickly. The other two companions didn't dare to stay any longer. They fled in opposite directions. Black Mountain, go and capture one. I'll capture the other. Lin Xian said coldly. Black Mountain flew towards the old woman. Lin Xian directed his killing intent at the middle-aged man. You're courting death. Seeing that Lin Xian still cared about him, the middle-aged man roared. He activated the Composure Pearl again and attacked. The Composure Pearl spun in the sky. It could seal off space. It was a sage weapon, and its power was terrifying. When it appeared, the sky fell and the earth cracked. However, no matter how powerful a sage weapon was, it was useless in front of the Great Sage Pagoda. Lin Xian directly swung the Great Sage Pagoda. It smashed down like a huge mountain. With a clang, it collided with the Composure Pearl. An ear-piercing sound rang out, and the void within thousands of miles shattered. The middle-aged man kept retreating, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. His face was full of shock. Lin Xian was too strong. He couldn't believe it. At this moment, his scalp was numb, and he was filled with regret. Damn it, the Rain Clan actually gave him false information. If he could return alive, he definitely wouldn't let that young master of the Rain Clan off. However, would he be able to return alive? He didn't know, but now it seemed like he could only fight to the death. He looked at the mind fixation pearl in his hand and felt a pang of pain. He could only sacrifice this saint artifact in exchange for his life. Thinking up to this point, his palms continued to form seals, striking out strands of the laws of heaven and earth, guiding them into the mind fixation pearl. The mental fixation pearl spun rapidly, emitting a dangerous aura. Not good. Lin Xian frowned. The other party wanted to use a saint tool to stop him. He would not let the other party succeed. With a wave of his hand, the Great Sage Pagoda soared into the air and froze the mind-fixing pearl. The mind-fixing pearl could no longer be used. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man was stunned. In the next moment, he turned around and left. Lin Xian charged forward once more, scaring his opponent so much that his scalp went numb. However, when he saw that Lin Xian was charging at him, he started laughing. Kid, without that pagoda, do you think you're a match for me? He was too excited. He did not expect to use the mind fixation tribe to restrain the other party's pagoda. This way, he would not be afraid of the other party at all. Next, the middle-aged man attacked. Laws that filled the sky surged out, wanting to kill Lin Xian. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out strands of divine light. They were all the great Tao of heaven and earth, and they were definitely killing moves. Kid, go to hell. The middle-aged man laughed sinisterly. He was a third heaven sage, one heaven higher than the other party. How could he not kill the other party? However, Lin Xian did not care at all. Without the mind fixation pearl, the other party was no threat to him at all. In the next moment, he pulled out the great spear of destruction and charged forward. One terrifying sword, chi after another, slashed out in all directions, slicing apart all the laws. Lin Xian descended forcefully and kicked out. His golden divine body was covered in black qilin tattoos. They were densely packed and lifelike. As soon as he appeared, a loud qilin monkey appeared. With a kick, the void within 1,000,000 miles shattered. The middle-aged man felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Saint blood spurted out from every pore on his body. His bones shattered in an instant, and his entire body turned into a pile of mud. Horror! Infinite panic. Fear. He did not expect that the other party would still be so strong without a saint artifact. The other party's physique was too strong, so strong that it made him despair. Run. He did not dare to say anything else. He wanted to escape, but Lin Xian's attack pierced through his heart and nailed him to death in the void. He screamed. His soul wanted to escape, but at this time, a pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky. Eye technique, spring, and autumn lock. Another miserable scream sounded. The middle-aged man also experienced endless torture. This was even more miserable than the torture of being naked. After 999 cycles of spring and autumn, Lin Xian searched the other party's soul and found out their origins. It turned out that the three of them were assassins. They had received a bounty from the Rain Clan's young master, Yuqinya, and came to assassinate him. Rain Clan, Yuqinya. Lin Xian's face was cold. Brat, how was it? At this time, the distant Heishan also flew back. Behind him was an old woman, but she had already turned into a dried corpse. Most likely, all the energy in her body had been sucked dry by Heishan. Did you kill her directly? Did you not search her soul? Lin Xian asked. What kind of existence is this saint? Do I need you to teach me this kind of thing? This guy was a member of the Rain Clan. Someone from the Rain Clan? Lin Xian frowned. It seemed like there were two assassins and an expert from the Rain Clan. Did you obtain any useful information? Lin Xian asked coldly. For example, where was the Rain Clan's young master? He did not mind assassinating the other party. There is indeed a useful piece of information. Do you know who leaked this information to the Rain Clan? Oh, who? Lin Xian was stunned. Heishan said that it was the clansman of that girl, the Spirit Clan. After saying that, he waved his hand and shot out an illusion. Seeing this illusion, Lin Xian frowned. Spirit Lotus. Damn it. It was actually this woman who leaked the information. Then the other party wanted to use the Rain Clan to kill him. At the same time, they might kill Shinjingqiu as well. Thinking of this possibility, his face became incomparably gloomy. He did not immediately take action because he felt that it was better to tell Qiu about this matter first. He used the Great Sage Pagoda to subdue the mind fixation pearl and put it away. After taking a deep breath, he returned to the Fian planet and went to the Falling Flower Valley. At this moment, Shun Jingqiu had already woken up in the Falling Flower Valley. Lin Xian told her about what had happened. After hearing it, Shun Jingqiu's face immediately changed. Damn it, they actually dared to be so despicable. Brother Lin, just you wait, I will get an explanation for you. After saying that, he flew into the sky. It seemed like he wanted to go to the Spirit Clan. Spirit Clan. The 13th elder sent people to the Fian planet to bring Shun Jingqiu back. Not long after they flew out, they were stunned because they saw a stream of light flying over. It was the Saintess spirit boat. The Saintess had returned. They were all stunned. In the next moment, they saw Shun Jingqiu walking out of the spirit boat. Saintess, you're back. That's great. We still have to go and pick you up. Those martial artists were overjoyed. Shun Jingqiu's face was cold. She asked, where is the lotus? You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.